Welcome to Pokemon Dungeons and Dragons. Join our heroes, Phoebe, Milo, CJ, Bentley, as they explore the Laris region, learn about their new friends, and discover the world around them. With many avenues open before them, our heroes decide to divide their efforts to further explore their surroundings. Alright, Mr. Bentley. Welcome to the Rite of Learning. It's been an awfully long time since we've done a Rite of Learning. Your teams have grown exponentially since then. And as such, we're meeting on a much more intimate ground.
Yes.
Because I figured it would take forever to do like 20 of these. But if we break them up into 4 or 5 at a time,
Makes perfect sense.
Seems a bit more manageable.
Are there PCs in the Rite of Learning?
There are 1 PCs in the Rite of Learning.
Okay, so the first thing that I'm gonna do, like when I walk in, what does it look like?
You see a very, very plain, far from ostentatious room, which, as we've said before, but I will refresh for the audiences as well as us, as it is a new day. The river that runs through Wattalanga also runs through the Rite of Learning. It branches out around a central island, like a little raised platform of sorts. It seems to be there so that water Pokemon are on equal footing when they are trying to train in here as well, so that they don't have to, flop around on the ground and drown in the air. It's a very similar building to the Alluvian one, but much less grandiose, much more bare bones, if you will. It's just solid walls. There are some kind of stadium floodlights to kind of light everything up. There are sets of almost like ship rigging for decorations and such, but it looks as though you could use them for training as well, kind of hung up the sides. As your 3 friends kind of just have a sit in the entryway and they talk amongst themselves, because what else are they doing? I don't know what they're doing.
Not yet.
I don't know anything yet. We'll figure that out later. But as they go about their business, you see a mature gentleman. He's not quite old, but he's seen his fair share of years. He's very reminiscent of Michael Fassbender.
Okay.
So he has a few signs of gentle aging around the eyes, but otherwise he's got a few days of stubble growing in, and he appears to be wearing a lab coat and taking some notes as you approach.
All right. So first things first, I want to go to the PC.
Yeah.
And I want to do some swap skis. I'm gonna put Quillfish into the PC, and I'm going to take back young Nipsey, aka the Crab, aka the spawn of Satan. So now my team will be Nipsey, Evinrude, and Rose. So after I swap ski and get my pseudo Rite of Learning team, I'll walk up to or toward who I assume is Dr. Lawson from last session.
Okay, yeah, you approach. He looks up briefly from his notes and says, "Hello."
Hello, my name's Bentley Woods. I would like to do some training if I could.
Yes, certainly. You are in the right place.
Well, it's nice to meet you. Are you Dr. Lawson?
He kind of adjusts some spectacles on his nose and goes, Yes, I am Dr. Lawson. You can call me Heinrich if it is easier for you. Or just, Dr. Lawson, whatever works for you. It is fine.
Okay, Dr. Lawson.
So, what are you looking to work on today? Who are we dealing with, so to speak? Who are the students?
Well, and then I'll throw out all 3 of my Pokemon.
This is Evinrude, my Yanma. This is Nipsey over here. He does that. And then this is Rose, my seal.
Rose just does like a very awkward seal bow.
Sweet.
But it is lovely to meet all of you. I have never had the pleasure of working with a Yanma with this coloring before. That is very, very beautiful.
Yeah, I found him in a horde when I was on my way to Alluvia. It was pretty cool. He kind of just flew down and ate a berry that I offered it, and I caught him.
How very exciting! You captured a new friend with no need for battle. Yes, you must be very persuasive.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to battle him. He kind of seemed pretty nice and just ate a berry out of my hand, so I figured, do you want to join my team? And he did. But in that vein, he's one of the first Pokemon that I'd like to train today. I recently witnessed a battle, a wild Pokemon battle between 2 Fanbees, and the one that ended up winning took a much more defensive tact. It was using a defense curl, I believe, and it ended up winning the battle against the other Fanbee that was much more offensive, and my battling style has always been more offensive, so I was thinking maybe we could become more well-rounded. And Evinrude, he doesn't have the most HP, so if he's having to get up and close in battle, it's not always the best news for him. The battle against a Charmeleon didn't end very well for him. But his moves, he has Wing Attack and Bug Bite, but with Bug Bite, he of course needs to get super up close and personal. And I was wondering if maybe I could teach him a move that would allow him to attack from farther away, maybe Bug Buzz?
It is good to meet a student who has some knowledge of the trade. So yes, of course we can work on this. You say this Evinrude, he's a sprinter, not a marathon runner. Not a lot of stamina in the fight, but hits hard and fast.
Yeah, well, mostly he's really quick, and if he doesn't have to move around too much, he can use Double Team and create clones of himself that makes the enemy more unaware of where he actually is. But if he's having to move up close and personal, it doesn't work as well, so I'd like to keep Evinrude away from the thick of the battle and more ranged attacks, I guess.
Perfect.
Defense with offense.
That is very good. As you may know, the best offense is a good defense. Let your opponent tire themselves out when you see the opening. Strike hard and fast. It sounds like your friend is very well suited to that. So let us start working with Evinrude, as you call him.
All right, sounds good. What do you think, Evinrude?
There's like 3 or 4 of them.
Nice.
They all nod. Goes very well. So to work on the range and the dodging and all of this, and sort of waiting for the right moment, as we say, I will use my personal Pokemon to train with you. He says, "Gem, would you please come out?" And you see this little like purple sludge puddle just kind of sliding across the floor. And it grows into Evinrude.
Sweet.
And he says, "So you will be fighting this Evinrude. However, this one, we will just call him Gem. And it is Evinrude, but as Evinrude is shiny, this one is sort of like weird and kind of purple. It looks like it's made out of jello.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a little bit gross. Every time it flies, it's like...
Gross.
Yeah. The wing beats are very, very moist. It's kind of nasty.
All right.
So you will... what we will do for you is... You know, the gem will throw some attacks at you. We will just see how Evinrude moves. You know, gem is very quick learner, so Evinrude can just sort of watch and observe for a moment, then we will flip the script, okay? Then you will attack at gem. Gem will try to dodge. Maybe they can learn a little bit from each other.
All right, sounds good.
Excellent. Then let us get started. He goes, Gem, why don't you see what that new form can do for you? And you just hear like, and you're like, like gross. Does a 14 hit Evinrude?
It does.
But a 10 misses, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So the first attack, he just flaps his wings really hard, and the gust comes towards him and just shatters one of the fake Evinrudes, who just reappears slightly higher up. And Dr. Lawson goes, oh, fascinating. Yes, of course. The disappearing act. Very good. Once more, Jan. Keep it coming. Never a moment to rest. A 17 will hit you, though.
Yeah, that
so
very much will.
The second wing attack, you watch as one of Jim's many now Evinrude eyes is looking up where the new Evinrude just appeared and just focuses in on the true Evinrude. You can see Evinrude's eyes kind of widen as the wing attack comes and blasts into him for no actual damage. This appears to just be... It's just for training. We're not looking to kill anybody.
Okay.
But it does kind of shake Evinrude and all the other forms drop, and he goes, you see. So, what we need to work on for Evinrude is, when he makes new copies, have them all shift. Don't just stay still and make new ones, because then they can start to rule out which one is not you. Jim, let us try one more thing. Try to bite Evinrude. Probably not. It's only an 11. He flits up to one of the copies and goes, and it just flares away, and it pops back up, and then all of the Evinrudes shift slightly.
Oh, cool.
And then Jan is just left very confused. He's like, I can't do that. What's going on?
Nice.
He goes, this is good. This is good to know. So, we want to have Evinrude working at range, yes? You want him to stay safe in the fighting. He is not up-close brawler, not sort of the big up-close boxer types.
No, I have one of those, and Evinrude is very much the opposite, so I'd like to keep him away from up-close and personal battling.
Excellent, okay, so here's what we do. All right, we have Jem come down to the ground, okay? Jem, you will work as a shield today, okay? You are just going to stand here and just absorb some hits. We are going to see what Evinrude is capable of. And you see Jem kind of like puddles back into the normal Ditto form and extends an appendage into a large gelatinous purple shield.
Oh, cool.
Out in front of him. He says, now Evinrude, your goal is to hit Jem here, our little friend, from a distance, as far as you believe you are capable, and perhaps even a bit farther. We will see what we can do for you there.
All right, Evinrude, good work with the shifting of the double teams. That was awesome. I want you to try clacking all of your wings together at the same time, even the copies, to try and make as much noise as you can. Can you do that?
All right. I want him to try and essentially make the bug buzz by clacking all of the little wings together to make like a sonic boom, I guess. 6 on the roll.
Okay. A few of the Yanmas are in sync, but several of them are not.
Yeah.
So it's just like...
Okay.
And James just sort of sat there behind the shield with this little smile.
Like, that was terrible.
He's ready. He goes, okay, I see where your head is at, so let us try this again, but this time have some of the copies
however in control of this he is, see if some of the copies can go around Jam. If you want to disorient your opponent, it is good to get them from as many sides and from as many senses as you can.
All right, you heard him, Evinrude. Circle around Ditto and see what you can do. 3.
Oh god, that's so
As
bad.
they start to move, Jam just produces 2 more shields on the side. He goes, you see, you have to be quicker. Let us think in more dimensions. Try to go up above as well.
You heard him, Evinrude. Send some from right above.
7, getting better. God.
You do finally notice a little gap in the armor as Jam is currently like spread into 3 shields. There's very little left of actual Jam, sort of sat in the middle, and there is a small gap on the bottom. And one of the Evinrudes kind of shoots down and it goes, and you see this little tiny sound wave, and sends a ripple through all of the jammy bits.
Just the weakest sound wave.
And goes, weak perhaps, but progress.
All right, fair enough. Try again, Evinrude. We can do this. I think.
Oh!
A 2.
God.
As another one of the forms learns from, the other copy, another little sound wave comes down, and Jam just sort of reaches up with one of the shields and goes, and just absorbs the energy.
All right, Evinrude. Try something different. I want you to go for a wing attack and aim right at one of those shields.
Ooh!
A 9.
Yeah, so one of the Evinrude Prime bats his wings really hard, and the other copies are also like, but nothing really comes out because they're just sort of illusory. But as Jam is sort of blocking from all directions, he can see like up and to the left. He just goes, catches it with one of the shields.
All right, Evinrude. While he's distracted on the one side, go for another bug buzz. Clack your wings together.
A 3. Why? It was on 19 and then just tick 3. Ooh. You will not learn anything today.
So at this point that Dr. Lawson goes, perhaps we should try a different approach, Perhaps Evinrude works best under pressure, This is a static room, maybe the heart is not in the fight. Let us try, and perhaps instead of shields we have Jam be more of a sword, There's a clear and present threat. How does that sound?
All right, well, you're the expert. Sounds good to me. Obviously, Evinrude's having a hard time right now, so we can try something different.
That is okay. Learning is different for everyone. We will find a style that works best for Evinrude. He goes, all right, Jam, it is time to strike instead of blocking. And Jam just sort of folds himself up into a very large, like quadrupedal, almost looks like a dinosaur type shape. And an enormous flower blooms out of its back, and it just begins to breathe in very heavily as Evinrude's just sort of sat there, all the copies clacking away. He goes, very well, so I cannot promise that this will not hurt if it hits. This is only for training, though. If something does happen, we do have medical tech standing by. We can, revive and all that things. But Bentley, you may want to stand over here by me for this test.
All right, sounds good.
I'll kind of hug the egg that I'm still holding.
Yeah.
Keep this away from trouble.
Yeah. It is at this point that the enormous purpley shape that is Jam just goes, and thousands of tiny, very sharp gem-constituted leaves begin flying out towards Evinrude. Let's have Evinrude make a dexterity save.
21.
It was fascinating. As all the leaves start to cut through some of the fake Evinrudes, you watch as he, the one that you've been watching, you're like, okay, that's Evinrude, just sort of phases out, and you're like, I guess I was wrong. And he reappears behind the the jam form.
Sick.
Let's get another attack. Oh,
There it is.
there it is.
18.
He works better under pressure.
Narrative.
Yeah.
Narrative.
As he reappears behind the very large jam form, you watch as the head kind of turns over. It's just the derpy little smile. And the eyes kind of go a little bit wide as dozens of Evinrudes appear on all sides. But instead of the typical like wing gusts, it appears to just be vibrating the air towards him, and then the jam appears very disoriented.
Way to go, Evinrude. That was awesome.
Because that was very good. That is most excellent. And you can see all the little like jam flechettes just embedded in the wall. And they all kind of like crawl back down and reconstitute into jam.
Oh, that's wild.
Because that is very good. So Evinrude, we know we have learned something here. He is very fast. He does not like to get hit by lots of sharp leaves. I don't know anybody who does. But, he works a little better under pressure, perhaps.
Quite true. Good job, Evinrude. See if we can follow that up and go for another bug buzz.
14.
That hits.
Sweet.
As he launches another barrage, you watch as the Ditto-y form just starts to like shake and shudder as it's sort of struggling to maintain its form, and then it falls back down into small jam, and he puts up like a little barrier of shields.
Nice.
To just hold it up. He goes, very good. This is good. Evinrude, you have feel like you are learning. It is not so much trying to learn new things. It is learning to do the same things in new ways. So this is very good. I like this. Now then, I believe Jam has had enough of being barraged by Bug Buzz, so we will give Jam a rest. It is time I introduce you to another one of my little friends. He goes, Leo, would you please come out here? And you see a very small, like, beagle-looking dude. He's got a little hat on, and he's kind of holding his tail, and it's just covered in paint. He walks up to you and just kind of offers like a dainty hand.
Well, I'll shake that, obviously.
Yeah, it's very smooth.
Hello, Leo. It's nice to meet you. I've never seen a Pokemon like you in real life before. It's just a fun experience.
He just goes,
So, out of my Pokemon over here, Nipsey and Rose, which one would you like to train?
he kind of spins an easel around and goes, and it just shows Nipsey.
Nice.
It's like a caricature of Nipsey. So like the eyes are very red and huge.
Uh-huh.
And like the mushrooms are oversized. It's just dripping with saliva. And Nipsey just looks at it and goes,
You say caricature, I say accurate depiction.
yeah, it's very, very true to form. Nipsey.
All right, Nipsey. Well, seems like Smeargle here wants to train you, so let's go for it. Agreed. So, Dr. Lawson, Nipsey, it's got a solid attack in Fury Cutter that gets more powerful each time he hits, and with the Spore, he's able to throw spores at his enemies. He learned that in the last gym. He was, at first he would just have to cover himself in the spores, and then if he got hit, the Pokemon would be affected, but now he's able to toss them at range. And I was wondering if we could maybe learn another move that would maybe help with longevity and stamina, and some defense as well, and maybe some damage over time. I was thinking maybe he's got this the purple striped seed on his back. You see that there?
Oh yes, it is. That is growing on him.
Yeah, me and my friend CJ, we saved a gloom, and it kind of spat up this seed, and I gave it to Nipsey, and it seems to make it a little bit more powerful. But I was wondering if maybe he'd be able to, in addition to spores, throw out maybe some like seeds and seed his opponents. seen this once before with a battle that I witnessed with, well, I knew them as Spud and Pops, but I know that doesn't mean anything to you. They were two grass types.
Okay. So we are looking to stay in the fight longer. So Nipsey is, a formidable opponent for anyone to be sure, but you want Nipsey to last longer, get stronger as the fight goes on.
Yeah, I mean, he's a lot like Evinrude in that if he takes too many hits, he can be knocked out pretty quickly. So I was wondering if maybe we could find something that gives him more endurance in battle.
I am quite certain that you will find Leo is more than capable of teaching something like this. So little Nipsey, and he kind of like gets down and bops him on the nose, and Nipsey's like, he's like, we are going to work with you today, so don't bite me. Because we have, I have something I would like both of you to watch. He says, now then, Leo, would you be so kind as to show our little friend here what it is you do? And Leo just goes, kind of flicks a little bit of paint off his tail. And he begins to sketch on the ground a number of like small green seeds. And Nipsey's kind of just looking at it, and it's very obviously he's just like painting, and he paints Nipsey on the ground. And he kind of like lifts his hand a little bit, and the little painting of Nipsey folds out of the ground. And 3 little green seeds fold up beside it, and the painted Nipsey just goes and shoots them towards your Nipsey.
Whoa,
Let's get a Constitution save from Nipsey, please.
That's so cool.
Again.
A 7.
Nipsey's kind of just like blown away, and he's
Yeah,
like,
well-
this is just paint, like this doesn't matter. But as the seeds are batted towards it, they become true to life seeds, and they embed themselves, 1 in the claw and then 2 in the back of Nipsey. You watch as they sort of take root. Nipsey's back is very welcoming to new plant life on account of it's a growing fungus. So yeah, Nipsey is currently leech seeded. And Dr. Lawson goes, so you see how we do this. We just need Nipsey to sort of learn the composition of the seeds on its back, okay? And similar to how you throw your spores, as you say, try to hit this little sketch with some of these seeds, you know? So show me how you throw the spores. We will see what we are working with.
All right, Nipsey, you heard him. Go for a spore, I guess, but try and throw those seeds right back at the sketch.
5.
On account of you trying to hit a piece of art, you hit.
Oh, okay.
So when you roll spore, it's typically 1d4, correct?
Yes.
So roll 1d6.
Okay. 2.
And what is the effect of 2?
The effect of 2 is stunned.
Okay, so the artwork, when it gets hit with the spore, just goes... It goes... Quite fascinating. You have stunned a piece of artwork. That is good. Usually it is artwork that leaves us stunned, you know, thinking about the beauty of the world. But...
Or when
is
it's
good.
throwing seeds at my friend, but yeah.
Yes, this is very good. So, I think we can work with this. So now that it is stunned, you call it Nipsey. Nipsey, go ahead and feel for where the seeds are in your back. You can just experience them for a moment. Have Nipsey make an intelligence check.
Okay.
5 again.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Nipsey's just like reaching back with the claws, but it can't seem to grab to where they are. Mm-hmm. It's just like...
Nipsey, maybe instead of grabbing, you can just feel with your feelings, like in your back. Figure out where those seeds are. You don't have to touch them; just feel them. Use your instincts.
And then you watch as one of the seeds sort of begins to sprout out of Nipsey's back.
Okay. It's either terrible or fine.
And the sort of animated painting comes back into being. And is no longer stunned.
Okay.
And he goes, "Let us try one more time." And the painting of Nipsey kind of just reaches out onto its arm, which is now kind of covered in the little sprouts. Just plucks one of the seeds out and goes, and just throws another one at Nipsey. Let's get another dexterity saving throw.
Oh, dexterity's not good. 3.
Okay, so another one of the seeds embeds itself, this time like right on the back of the head of Nipsey. And Nipsey just...
It's alright, Nipsey, we need you to do the same thing back to the art.
Okay, have Nipsey make just an improvised attack roll. So we're just gonna roll a d20 and we're gonna see where we land.
6. Getting better. The rolls today are so bad.
Nipsey plucks the seed out of its head and starts kind of howling and shrieking, a little bit with pain. It just throws it back at the painting, who just sort of elegantly sidesteps as the seed kind of tumbles into the river, flows away. He goes, "Okay, so we have learned that Nipsey is easily frustrated. You know, got to... When there are two organisms living at once, there's a conflict of interests, but we can work with this. So we just need to find a way to get Nipsey to focus. What is Nipsey's sort of like favorite thing to do?"
Well, likes to eat bugs.
Fantastic, we can work with this. Does it have a favorite?
Well, when I was first battling Nipsey, I battled with Evinrude, and it seemed pretty excited to have a go and eat Evinrude. I didn't let that happen, but it definitely would have happened, and before that it was eating what looked like the remains of a spinnerack, so I feel like either of those things would be great motivators.
Excellent, we can work with this. Leo, would you be so kind as to produce an artist rendition of a spinnerack, please? And Leo just goes... He paints for a brief moment, and a little painted spider kind of pops up, and Nipsey's pupils just dilate. Have him make another improvised attack roll.
Okay.
With them seeds.
A 16.
Look at that narrative! Nipsey instinctively just reaches back with the claw and flings out one of the seeds into the little painted spinnerack. And you watch as the seed begins to sort of take root. And where once there was paint, there is now like some form of flesh. And you can see a little bit of energy just sort of like drains out of the form and heads over to Nipsey. And Nipsey just goes...
Sick.
Way to go, Nipsey! That's what we're talking about! You just needed food!
Yeah, it's at that point Nipsey just loses it and just runs towards the painting. Dr. Lawson just goes, "Oh wow, I did not expect it to work so well. Perhaps he is just hungry. That is okay, he can eat the painting. It should not cause problems."
It's not lead-based paint, it's fine.
It is organic paint.
Spherical-based paint.
Yes, it is fine. I am told it tastes a bit like, what is the word that you would use? It is like asparagus, kind of weird and a little salty, but otherwise, totally harmless.
Alright, well, so long as it won't hurt Nipsey, it's
Nipsey
fine.
just does like a leaping claw dive into the paint as it just kind of splashes back onto the floor.
Like, what the hell?
He's like...
It's like the raccoon in the river with the cotton candy that just disappears. What? Why? No, my food.
It's so sad. It's tragic.
It is tragic.
Yes. Okay, so we have learned for Nipsey, maybe just keep some extra bait lying around or something. He needs, the carrot on the stick, as it were.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
You can lead a Nipsey to combat, but you cannot make him seeds,
It's a fair point, Dr. Lawson.
let's see. We have two options for Nipsey. If throwing of the seeds is, too tricky, perhaps you just have him grow the seeds on his claw, and as part of the cut attack that he likes to do, that leaping strike that we have seen, perhaps he just sort of inserts the seeds when he bites, kind of leap down. That, or he tries to throw them along with the spores, Maybe if the spore take root, the seed will plant itself,
All right, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. So you have two routes to go for that one.
All right, well, yeah, it's a lot like spore.
Yeah, it is good to have, especially the easy distracted students, You give them something they already know how to do, you just say, okay, do this, and then a little more. Just start to keep them thinking,
All right, that's good advice.
Now then, Nipsey. Kills the painting.
Didn't he already kill the painting?
He killed the spinnerack painting. He did not kill the Nipsey painting.
Okay. So is this just another improvised attack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 6.
Ooh. Goes, you see, Nipsey, you are distracted again. So, here's what we do. We need to trick Nipsey into thinking that paint Nipsey is another spinnerack. So, get him to envision all of his foes as his favorite food.
All right, you hear that, Nipsey? Pretend like there's food in it for you, which there will be if you attack that other Nipsey.
Let's get a Bentley charisma check.
Okay.
Do it.
16.
Let's go. Nipsey just looks, and he looks at you and back at the painting. He just goes, and the pupils dilate again. He just runs over. Let's get a Fury Cutter attack.
Alrighty.
Get it, buddy.
13.
That'll hit.
Nice.
He just goes, and just clamps down on the back of the painting, which lets out a very wet and gurgly hissing sound, similar to Nipsey's. Right, because it's made of paint.
Yes.
And then you watch as a few of the seeds that are kind of embedded in one of its claws just sink into the painting and plant themselves.
Nice.
That is very good. You see, when he is hungry, anything is possible.
Yeah, good job, Nipsey.
And I'll take one of the Weedle baits that I still have, and I'll just toss it over to Nipsey.
Okay. Yeah, as he's sinking into the painting, realizing it's not really food, he hears the clattering of the Weedle bits and just goes. He skitters over.
Nice. It's terrifying, but
begins the process of turning it into gelatin so he can slurp it down his gullet.
gross. But also cool.
Very gross.
Good work, Nipsey. All right, agreed.
No, I am typically not one to say this, but your little friend is a bit spooky, a bit on the spooky side.
Yeah, he tends to scare things with his little cry there.
Because perhaps you use that, when you ride into battle, have him do all the hissing and the screaming. Maybe throws the opponent off balance, perhaps.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, people do tend to be pretty afraid of Nipsey when they first see it, so that makes sense.
Because I have seen several Paris in my day. I have not seen one quite like this one. I've got quite a special friend here.
Yeah, it's definitely different. There was someone once told me that it seemed like it had a lot of evil in its heart. I'm trying to maybe wean that out of Nipsey, but it's been a good battling companion for me so far.
There's nothing wrong with having a dark side. It gets things done that other people are afraid to do.
That's very dark, Dr. Lawson, but I guess that's also true.
It says as long as it does not let it consume him, Because let us give Nipsey a rest, but just have him keep in contact with the seeds on his back. Perhaps he can even fuse it with the purple one,
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I mean, the purple seed he fused with pretty quickly and adapted, so I'm hoping that with these bleach seeds he can do the same.
Let's see if he can have the thought that I just had. Yeah, you can have the thought that I just had. He goes, perhaps Nipsey is more open to modifications than the average Paris. We might be able to encourage down the line, maybe adapting in certain ways. Think of it like, you have a machine, right? It functions, but then someone comes out with like a new part for the machine, right? And you add the new part in, all of a sudden the machine functions a little better, So perhaps you could keep thinking along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea. I mean, that's kind of what we were going for with that purple seed. I just gave it to him and it seemed to really up his battling style. So yeah, we can definitely keep that in mind.
That's very good. Now let us let Nipsey rest and enjoy its.
The absorption crab gets a rest.
It's just slurping down carapace and Weedle.
Gross.
He's all about it.
Yeah.
He goes, let us see what Rose can do, perhaps.
All right, Rose, you ready?
She just goes,
So, with Rose, we haven't battled a whole lot together, but the one time that we did so far, we were battling against my friend Milo and his Pokemon Violet, which was a Lady Bar and then evolved into a Ladian, and we couldn't even land a hit because Ladian ended up kind of just demolishing Rose in a few hits. Everything seemed to hit her because she doesn't have a lot of dexterity. She's not able to move and dodge quickly. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking maybe instead of trying to make her more dexterous, since she's not really out of water, no offense, Rose. But I was thinking maybe there'd be a way where we could make her more defensive, more able to take and absorb hits. Maybe, I don't know, something along the lines of like stockpile, where she can beef herself up a little bit and take hits or absorb them a little better.
Very well, I think we can work with this. Now then, who would be best to work with Rose? Let's see. We will have Jam come back out. We will see what Jam can do for Rose.
All right.
Now then, Jam, come along and let us see. So Rose, let's see. You want Rose to be more defensive. What is the best way to lead a team to defense? Fantastic. Says, all right, then, Jam. Do you remember the boxing man who come in earlier? And James goes, he kind of like stands up into a very humanoid shape with two gelatinous boxing gloves. He goes, now I should say the punching from here not too effective because it is just jam, so it shouldn't hurt too bad. But the goal is to have Rose, position herself in ways so that the impact would be less. Okay, so we don't want to punish bad performance. We want to reward the good.
All right, sounds good.
So let us see what Rose is capable of. Just you say you have only battled with her a few times. Let us just see what comes naturally to both of you. Okay?
All right, sounds good. Rose, I want you to set up your aqua ring, and then when Jam comes in with punches, I want you to contort yourself to maybe make yourself more defensive. Use your flippers to deflect the punches. Maybe use your horn and point that towards the punches to deter punches. Let's go with that strategy.
Oh, some out of Mortal Kombat. Just punch, the horn goes just straight through.
Dude, it would hurt.
Oh my god, it's like reverse brass knuckles.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay. Yeah, Rose is like, gives it a little, almost seal salute. A salute.
A seal.
Leans back. As Jam comes in and kind of like shadow boxes a few times, and you watch it's just the two little derpy eyes and the little smile. Just as the fist comes in, let's have Rose make a concentration check. So that's a Constitution check, basically.
Okay.
So you'll add 2.
A nat 20.
Oh yeah!
About time one of my Pokemon gets it together.
So as Jam comes in for a punch, he kind of goes like. He watches all of the Aqua Ring consolidates and freezes as Jam punches just straight into a block of ice. And you see the whole gelatinous arm just kind of like crumples and then just reforms. And Dr. Lawson's eyes just go. That was very good.
Way to go, Rose! That was awesome!
Very good. As Rose just kind of looks at you and is like,
Oh, nat 20, let's go!
yeah. As the faux Hitmonchan kind of shakes off its one arm, it comes in for a sucker punch with the left. Let's get another concentration check.
Alrighty.
Get it, Rose.
21.
Rose! Rose! The ice block on this side kind of starts to crack and give way, and the Hitmonchan's like, oh, sick. And he starts to come in for like a double-sided punch, and the ice just splits into 2 sides. As Rose just kind of covers her eyes and is like, ah! You hear 2 very gelatinous cracks into ice. As he goes, I don't think Rose needs my help with this. I feel like she is very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's definitely getting it together. Maybe watching Evan Root Nipsey before gave her some sort of advantage, but yeah, she's been doing great. Way to go, Rose.
Rose just waves at you again.
Just
like, I'm doing it!
Yeah, I can summon shields now.
I don't understand what I'm doing. I'm doing
What's
it.
happening? I don't
Whatever you're doing, don't stop!
It's so cool.
He goes, well, let us see how she handles something a little different. She goes, Jam, do the thing where like you make the lightning hands. Let us see how that goes. And Jam just goes, and lightning starts to arc off both of the gloves. And he just goes, and comes in for one more punch. Let's get another concentration check.
Alrighty.
Come on, Rose. For all the marbles.
Dirty 20.
Let's go! As the lightning punch comes rocketing in, Rose just shoots up a wall of water this time. And as the fist collides, all the electricity just arcs backwards into Jam. And he just goes...
Way to go, Rose!
He reconstitutes into a singed pile of jam.
Sick.
Rose!
Utter dominance.
Rose!
Utter dominance.
So, Dr. Lawson, Rose was able to defend it flawlessly, clearly.
Yeah,
but,
that was very good.
so I saw that Jam was using what I think was Thunder Punch with that form. My other Pokemon, Mortar, he's a little Magpie. He was able to learn Thunder Punch. At the last rite of learning, we tried for it, and he was able to do it a couple of times when he had a source of electricity, which they had at the rite of learning, but took a long while after that for him to be able to do it. And it took us meeting a couple of Magnemites to be able to harness that power again. One of them ended up sticking a couple of like magnet diodes in Mortar's arm, and he's been able to summon the Thunder Punch since. But I was curious, with your Ditto being able to do that just naturally, how could me and Mortar figure that out moving forward so he could just do that each time without having to rely on checking on those diodes in his arm?
Well, every new attack or defense is a journey. It is not usually sort of instant. The way Jam does it is something of a mystery. That is why I study with him here so much, have him sort of test his abilities with so many students. We are trying to figure out how Jam remembers all the things he has fought and all the things they could do. So far we have not been able to, but it seems to be mostly an impulse. He takes a form, he has the general knowledge of how to use it, and the attacks just come naturally to him. As for teaching something new to a Pokemon, you saw it here today. It is not a guarantee. Sometimes you have a student like Rose who is very quick to learn something. A lot of that has to do with the bonding with the trainer, how much you battle with them. Sometimes it comes down to a healthy diet, just having them out and around to experience more of the world. It would seem Rose is very keen with you. She is, she enjoys the time that she spends with you because she is so eager to learn and to be around you. I would continue to nurture that with not only Rose but with all of your friends, and I'm sure you will find that perhaps your little Magby friend, at some point the lightning will just sort of be there for him,
All right, well, that definitely makes sense. I'll just keep training and hope that we can eventually learn it for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no doubt that if he is able to produce any kind of like small spark, just keep working towards it. It is. I'm sure you can get there.
All right, well, that sounds great.
He goes, you are a very good trainer. Your friends seem to rally to you very quickly. So I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to teach your friends new things on the road.
Well, thanks for your help, Dr. Lawson. Obviously, you were a ton of help with Evan Root, and your strategy worked perfectly with him. Clearly, he just needs some sort of stress level to perform, and Nipsey, obviously, using food as a motivator is something I'll look to do moving forward. But yeah, this was a great experience, and I'm really thankful. And it's nice meeting Leo and Jam. They're
they
really
kind of
cool partners.
Look at you. Jam folds into a fake you, which goes.
That's super weird, but
Yeah,
awesome at the
it's
same
very
time.
off-putting. It's like a very purple, translucent you with just two little derpy eyes.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
And Leo will do a quick sketch of you giving a thumbs up.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Wish I had a camera. Oh, dang. Alright. Well, for now, I'll call back my Pokemon.
Cool.
And I imagine it's getting well into the evening at this point.
Yeah, probably. It's like probably the equivalent of like 5:30.
Okay, so I'm going to head back to the PC, and I'm going to swap. Going to swap Nipsey back for Quillfish.
Okay.
And then I'll go back to the Remy's place, like the restaurant, and kind of try and do some more training with Evan Root and Rose, and have Evan Root kind of use that new clacking sound with his wings to try and attack Rose, and have Rose try and defend with her shields. Do that for a time, and then head off to bed before having to awake at the crack of dawn to go back to Mr. Fisk's place for some fishing. So I don't want to be late for that guy. He's terrifying.
Yeah, do not want to be late.
No.
Yeah, as you retire for an early slumber, you can see there's 3 Whoopers currently perched on your bed. They appear to be playing some sort of game.
Hey, Whoopers.
Whoop!
I have to be up really early tomorrow because I'm meeting a fisherman. Would you guys be able to wake me up when you see? And I'm assuming that I wear a watch because I always wear a watch. Yeah. But show them like when like the hands reach like this time. Could you be my alarm clock and like whoop basically?
And they go whoop.
All right. Thank you so much, Whooper. I'll see you in the morning.
They kind of like hop off the bed and waddle into the corner and then just continue their game. But they see that you're trying to sleep. They're like, what?
Can I see like what kind of game they're playing?
Yeah, it doesn't have like pieces or cards or anything, but they appear to be like every once in a while one of them will just go whoop, and the other two will go whoop. And then the one that started it goes whoop.
All right.
Seems to have some set of rules. There's very clearly a winner and a loser.
Yeah, it's like,
How it works, nobody knows.
fair enough.
But
Alright.
they play very quietly in the corner.
Okay, so I will retire to bed with my whooper alarm set. And
Yeah.
hope for the best. Hope that they wake me up and understand what I was trying to tell them. But
Yeah, your head hits the pillow, and very quickly you find yourself in a deep sleep. And what feels like 30 seconds later, whoop, 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 and you're like,
all right, thanks, Whoopo.
You check your watch, and it appears to be about 3:30 in the morning.
Oh God, that's terrible.
Yeah,
So early.
You like your eyes are all puffy. You're like,
Yeah.
oh God. And the whoopers produce a small bowl of water for you to kind of like wake yourself up.
Thanks, Whooper. Appreciate the help with the wake-up call.
They go, whoop, and then as soon as you get out of the bed, they jump into it. They're like,
It's our time now. All right.
that's their time.
Well, I will very groggily head over to Fisk's.
Okay. Yes. As you step outside, the moon is still up in the sky, but it seems to be making its way down. There's almost no signs of life in Wattalanga right now. Everybody's asleep.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
And as you're walking back towards Fisk's place, you can see him just sort of standing with his back to you, facing out towards the river.
Hello, Fisk. I'm here for some fishing.
He just kind of tilts his head back towards you and just goes, I began to think you weren't going to show up. And yet here you are.
Yep, I'm here. I didn't want to disappoint you.
That's good. That's step one.
All right. Well, I'm here to have you show me what the rest of the steps are if you're willing to teach me.
Fantastic. Have a seat, boy.
All right.
He kind of, in one motion, sits down, like facing you, cross-legged. His hat is still pulled down below his eyes, and he's still chewing on his twig. Mm-hmm. He rolls out a tarp in front of you. He goes, put that terrible rod of yours down. We're gonna fix it up.
All right. I'll just set my old rod in front of him.
Mm-hmm. He goes. He kind of runs his hands along, and he goes, boy, how do you not get splinters from this thing?
I guess I haven't really thought about it before. I've just been in my own head fishing, trying not to screw up.
That's step two. We might make something out of you yet, boy. Take this coil, and he hands you like this. It almost looks like a belt, but he hands it to you, and he hands you this very smelly jar with a popsicle stick in it. He goes, slather that along where you put your hands on this rod.
All right.
And I want you to very, very tightly take that coil, wrap it all up nice and neat. Okay, you're gonna go all the way down. All right, you're gonna follow it. Each one ends where the next one begins. No gaps.
All right, sounds good.
I wish actual Ben could do this because I've gripped tennis rackets quite a lot. I'd be really good at this. I don't know if Bentley would be.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So you have the option, because the folks at home have asked me in the past how I feel about the taking 20 to do a task. Mm-hmm. You have the option to try to do it quickly or to do it right.
Oh, I'm definitely going to do it right. I fear Fisk, so I'm going to go very methodical, try not to screw it up.
Okay.
Like as slow as I can possibly do it to where I'm doing it right.
Yeah. He just sits there. You keep expecting him to be like, hurry up, boy. He doesn't say a word. He just sits there, and he seems to be just listening to you coiling very, very slowly and methodically around. You take what seems like hours to you, but it's still dark out when you finish. And you finally coil all the way around the handle of the fishing rod. And you just run out of cord as you get to the bottom. He goes, all right, boy. Phase 3's complete.
Right. Well, I hope that was a satisfactory job.
Kind of runs his hands along it. He goes, you sure you haven't done this before? You hustling me, boy.
I'm not, Fisk. I have a lot of respect for you as a fisherman, and I don't want to let you down, so I took my time, and I feel like I did an okay job.
You're humble, I like that. So yeah, you have some very nice grippage on there. It's funny that you would mention it, because it is very akin to like a very well-wrapped tennis racket handle.
Okay. All right, well, any other steps first before we get into it? What do you think?
We're gonna varnish that rod of yours. I don't want you getting splinters when you're out there.
All right, that sounds like a good idea.
So he hands you another very smelly jar. And the two little rat-a-tats are kind of just watching as you do this. They're sat one on either side of him. And he hands you just very, very odorous varnish. He goes, just run this up and down on the rod. You want an even coating, because when it dries, if it's not even, you're going to have bumps in the rod. And I will now have a student of mine fishing out here with a bumpy rod. That is unacceptable.
Oh, all right, Fisk. That makes sense to me. I'll just take my time with this as well.
Very good. Get started.
All right. I'll send out Evinrude and just have him like sit off in the corner and create like a light buzzing, just like white noise kind of thing, so I can like drown everything else out and really focus on this.
Okay. Fisk lets out an almost imperceptible smile.
Imperceptible to me because I'm just like head down, but
Yeah.
all right, sweet.
But very slightly. But yeah, you take your very, very sweet time coating this thing in a very, very thin layer of varnish. To the point that like as you're running your hands along it, you can kind of feel the small cracks in the wood, but as you run over where the varnish is, it's perfectly smooth. And you're like, it's working.
Sweet.
We're getting there. And it takes you probably like an hour, but again, you have really no concept of how much time has passed. As he gets it all the way coated. And you just sort of set it there to dry, and he goes, "You do good work, boy."
Thank you, sir. You have tremendous patience. I appreciate it.
He goes, "Patience is everything in the fishing game."
Guess that's a fair point.
Now then, boy. Take that lure you bought yesterday. Pop it on the end of that line. Tie it real nice. Don't want to lose it.
All right. Just tie it on.
Yeah. He goes, "Now, time to do some wading."
All right.
He kind of stands up, folds up the tarp, and the two little rat-a-tats are like waiting to jump in and help. He kind of just brushes them aside as he takes his tarp and just sort of walks down the pier a little ways and just hops into the river. He's like waist deep. He goes, "Come on down."
All right, I'll take off my shoes and socks and like roll up my shorts and just get in the water.
Yeah.
Then I'll send out Quillfish and have him just sit next to me and hey, Quillfish, I'm gonna do some fishing here quickly, but I was wondering if maybe I could give you a name.
He's just kind of like sat underwater. A couple bubbles come up.
I was thinking I could call you Klaus. What are your thoughts on that?
Kind of like swims around your feet.
All right. Well, I was told by Remy and also by Fisk here. This is Fisk. This is Klaus. That we need to scare away the low-tads for fishing because they scare away a lot of the fish. So if you want to go off into the distance and chase them away, you can go for it. Have some fun. Spread your flipper.
He just immediately goes, and he's just off. You can see way off in the distance a bunch of ripples as the low-tads just swim away.
All right, and I also want to send out Rose.
All right, Rose. I know that you had a good time yesterday at the Rite of Learning with your shields, and I was wondering if maybe you could help me create a more firm base. Maybe sit at my feet if you could, and hold me down with your flippers, so I can really bear in like Fisk taught me.
Yeah, Rose like kind of swims down and just plants all the fins around your feet to kind of help plant you in the ground. Fisk goes, now then, if you're done cavorting with your friends, you ready to cast that line, boy?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. So remember what I said. Plant yourself. You don't move. That fish moves for you.
All right, that's what I'm hoping Rose can help me with. We'll see.
What do you want me to do?
Throw that line.
Just a straight 20.
Straight 20.
3.
Okay. As you start to throw the line, he just claps an arm on your wrist and goes, not like that. Stance.
All right.
Spread your legs.
Yep.
Plant them.
Okay.
I try and dig them into the riverbed.
He goes, before you cast, feel the river.
Okay.
Just take a moment, get used to the current.
All right.
What does the current feel like to me?
It's right now. It just feels like you're standing in a very slow-moving river.
Okay.
But the longer you wait, make a nature check.
Oh,
You
okay.
can do it.
Interesting.
You can do it. I think it's wisdom or intelligence.
It's intelligence on my
I don't have it's on my screen.
13.
13? Okay. Yeah, the longer you wait, it feels less like you're just standing in a river and more like you're part of it. Because you're kind of stood in there. You can feel the currents brushing over you. You can feel like the very distant vibrations of fish. The one thing you're not able to notice at all is Fisk next to you. He doesn't create any ripple at all in the river.
Okay, so seeing that, I'll try and emulate him, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just be bone still.
Yeah. You watch, he has a very bulbous red nose, but you watch as he breathes in, you almost can't even tell that he's alive. He's just, air seems to be flowing through him because he's not dead, but he's just stood. He's like a statue in the water.
Sensing that I'm kind of understanding what he's trying to tell me, I'll try with another cast, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. 13.
13? Okay. As you kind of very calmly lean back with the rod and you cast it again, he just stares at you out of the corner of his eye under his hat. How closely are you paying attention to him versus the rod?
I would say definitely more to the rod.
Excellent.
And to my feet and Rose and the river and trying to sense all those vibrations, but very much just in it, like horse blinders. I do not want to disappoint this man.
Perfect. Yeah, you feel the lure hit the water, but you feel it almost in your toes, the vibration from the river, as you just kind of sat there. And Fisk again just doesn't say a word, doesn't make a sound, just sits there.
Okay.
And as you just take a moment, you've got both hands on the rod that you just improved heavily with Fisk's help. So you just kind of sat there.
Yeah, I'm just sensing the grip and then trying to emulate his breathing, make no sound whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I'll brush my hand really lightly over Rose while she sits and keeps me steady.
Excellent. Let's get a stealth check from Bentley.
Okay.
Let's see how imperceptible you can be.
Oh, an 8.
Okay. As the lure is just sort of floating there, you're very much one with the river at the moment. And you feel the slightest tug on the end of the lure, and you catch yourself, but it's just too late as you go, and you kind of jerk the rod back, and Fisk just goes, mm-mm. And you feel nothing on the other end of the lure. He goes, control that urge, boy.
Yes, sir.
When you feel those first nibbles, that's just the fish letting you know it's there.
Oh, all right.
And don't get disheartened, pull that line back, get another toss.
All right. Go on. 19.
Ooh, baby. feel the lure once again. Just hit, and this time you hear it very, very lightly. There's the sound of like insects and other things kind of chirping and chittering in the way you could hear the river flowing, but that all drones out as you just hear. As the lure hits the water. Some more time passes.
Just like no movement now, just like even like closing my eyes and like just listening and trying to like enhance the other senses, like the hands on the grip of the rod, the sounds of the bugs in the river / swamp, even the smells of the, I'm assuming, horrible fish stench of the fishery.
Oh yeah.
Also just the smell of the water. Just trying to be as in it as I possibly can.
Okay, let's get another nature check.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Every time it's 18-4, so it's 6.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you're a little rattled at how silent it was for so long before Fisk spoke again. And as you're just waiting to feel everything, all of a sudden all those various smells start to get to you, and you kind of like, and Fisk just goes. You're kind of like, sorry. Yeah. Let's get a stealth check.
Nat 20.
Feel that river.
Nat
Feel
20.
that river. Bentley could legally be declared dead right now, and no one would even know.
Just stop my heartbeat to make 0 noise.
Yeah, you're there and you just...
Oh, I'm so zen right now.
So zen.
And you feel the first little... And then the lure begins to slowly drift upstream.
I'll like kind of turn slightly to Fisk and see if he gives me the like go ahead, like, because I don't want to reel it in too early again. I want to see what his thoughts are.
He's just staring straight ahead.
All right, I'll just go for a tug and try and see if there's something on the line.
Let's get a strength check from Bentley.
Oh god, these are always
Come on,
terrible. Always terrible.
It's alright, it's a fish.
An 8.
Stronger than a fish.
Am I?
Even if it's only barely. The fish is a 7.
Oh wow.
As you
man.
start to reel it in, it starts splashing, and Fisk just goes, "Messy, but it'll do. Hold on to it.
All right.
Remember, plant your feet.
Yep.
Reel it in.
Okay.
Slow and steady.
Yep.
Don't break your line."
Okay. Slow and steady. Slowly reeling. All right.
And as the fish sort of starts flailing more and more, it breaches the water, and you can see in the moonlight, it's quite a large, like silverish fish, and it's like, and it slaps back down onto the surface of the river, and he goes, "That's no good. That's gonna scare away the rest of the fish for the day, but that's okay. That's okay. We're learning. Reel it in."
Okay, so I'm gonna like not as aggressively reel in and kind of like do like an ebb and flow, like give it a little bit and then like reel in a little bit and like let it kind of sense that it's not in like imminent danger, as opposed to what I was doing earlier. Maybe it spooked it, but try and be more methodical now.
Okay. Let's get a wisdom check from Bentley.
10.
10? Okay. Yeah, you're very methodical about it. You're like, okay, slow and steady. And you watch as the lure is slowly getting close enough that you can actually like see it now. Mm-hmm. It's just getting closer and closer. You can see that big silver fish still trying to like swim away. And Fisk just goes, "All right, give it one good tug. Let's get a strength check."
All right, and as I'm about to do this, I'll like give Rose like a little tap with my foot, like, "Hey, maybe help me out."
Yeah. She
remembering how she swatted Klaus onto the riverbank. Mm-hmm. Strength, you said?
Strength.
10.
Yeah. You successfully and reeled in a fish.
Sweet.
As you kind of jerk the rod up and reel it all the way, and you see this massive, like 8-pound silver fish just flapping and flailing. Fisk goes, very nice.
Thank you, sir. That was the best fishing adventure I've ever had, and it certainly went better than the other times.
That's what happens when you plant your feet and listen to the river. Now let's get this thing up all night. Let's take a look at what you got.
All right.
I'll like kind of awkwardly pull myself up onto the dock.
Yeah, Rose will help lift you.
Okay.
Yeah. So you get up there, he unrolls the tarp, and as you plant the large silverfish flailing all around, he goes, you won't keep it, or you putting it back?
Well, I
It's your
remember.
catch.
I remember being told that we're not supposed to keep the remoraid here because they keep the algae levels down. So I'd like to do a catch and release if I could. I don't know if you think that all the other fish have been scared away, but let's release this one for sure.
He goes, all right, unhook his lip.
All right, I'll
Do that, hopefully.
Slide a hand check. It's
Oh, boy.
dexterity based.
Okay. 13.
Oh yeah. You successfully unhook the fish hook from the fish's lip,
Okay.
but you rather unfortunately do very, very gingerly slice your thumb. Getting it out of there. You just, and as you,
I'll try to not show any pain for Fisk.
yeah, you kind of are just like, and he just goes, that'll happen. We'll get you cleaned up. As the fish kind of like flops its way over and just back into the river.
Okay.
He kind of brushes his arm over the tarp to get all the slime and stuff off it. And he rolls it back up and goes, that's good for today.
All right.
Don't want to overwork you.
Sounds good. Thank you for all your help. I feel like I've learned a lot, gotten a lot better at fishing.
He goes, you're definitely a lot better than the little whelp that showed up yesterday. That's saying a lot.
Well, that's good news, I guess.
He goes, you just remember what I taught you. You come back every time you need a little bit of guidance, anything like that.
All right, sounds good.
And boy, you would never tell nobody that I wasn't the worst to you today.
Understood.
I got a reputation to uphold.
Fair enough.
You're a good kid.
Fisk, I was wondering, I'm probably going to continue my travels outside of Wattalanga, but I do want to continue with my fishing ventures. Do you think it would be all right if I wrote you letters and kept you updated on my fishing habits?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. An 8.
He goes, boy, I'm gonna let you in on a dirty little secret of the trade. I can't read.
Oh, all right.
You're welcome to send letters, but I ain't gonna read them.
Okay, well, I'm not too good at drawing, but I could maybe try drawing you pictures of what happens.
Boy, that ain't the problem. And he lifts his hat for you, and you can see his eyes are as silver as the moon.
Oh, wow, okay. Dang.
He goes, and another thing, boy, you ain't telling nobody about this.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Nobody does. It's kind of the idea. And he puts his hat back down, and he goes, but tell you what, you send them letters. I got ways of reading. I'm getting read to me, I guess.
All right.
You let me know when you catch those big ones. You tell me about the ones that got away.
I'll definitely do that. And final question for you, Fisk. It seems like the people of Wattalanga are really interested in fishing and fishing culture. Obviously you are, and there's the catch and release methods with the remoraids. And I was wondering if the town has any sort of like fishing tournament or fishing competition, maybe out of the lake. I was thinking maybe I could share my hobby with my friends if there was something like that where we could all compete together and have some fun fishing.
He looks at you and he just goes, we haven't had one of those in a long time. The flooding kind of took away a lot of recreational activities. But I wouldn't be surprised if you could find somebody who's interested in that.
All right, sounds good. Well, I look forward to passing along your teachings and teaching other people what I've learned here, so thank you.
He goes, as long as you don't forget where you came from. Okay? It's very important. No matter where you go, you remember that at one point you were a sniveling little whelp. Come walking up to me, couldn't even talk. Because I was like you once. And you don't get from you to me without changing a lot about yourself.
All right, I think I understand.
He goes, now go on, it's clear you're exhausted. I can hear it in your voice.
All right, Klaus, come on back. I'll call Klaus back. Just thank him in the ball for chasing away Lotads, and I'll call back Evan Rude and call back Rose. And then just head back away from Fisk's fishery and try and sync back up with my kin.
As you're walking away, Grace, one of the small rat-a-tat, kind of runs up to you with a little folded, almost like a napkin cloth. She hands it to you.
Thank you, Grace.
She just kind of like skitters back up the ramparts to a nest.
I'll open up the little folded cloth, I guess, and see what's inside.
3 of the little lure that you used today.
Nice.
3 extras.
So if I screw up, I won't be screwed.
Can't have you fishing with climbing hooks.
Yeah.
Cool as it is to make your own, you gotta make them on a smaller scale.
All right, fair deal.
You head back to Lemmy's, aka the Cajun Crocodile. You sneak back in. The sun is still nowhere near the sky. You check your watch, it's like 5:50. You're like, I was only out there for 2 hours. That felt like an eternity. Oh my god.
It's a quick fishing venture for sure.
But you make your way back to your room, and the 3 whoopers are just like face down on the bed.
Yeah, and I'll just like cuddle, I guess, in a different part of the bed where the whoopers aren't, and just pass out from exhaustion.
Yeah. As soon as you lay down, they all just kind of roll into you.
Yeah,
They're like small
care.
dogs.
Yeah, don't even care. Just even if they're like slimy, I'm just like, I need sleep.
Yeah. You just pass out. That's gonna do it for this one, guys. Thank you for watching our little side venture. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another side mission from the Tater Tots. Today's Tater Tot side mission is Phoebe.
Hello.
Phoebe, you and your friends have made your way across the land to Wattalanga, and even more so to Wattalanga's Rite of Learning Academy. And as you take in the sights of the building, Bentley excitedly rushes off ahead of all of you to begin his training. Some time passes.
Okay.
It's a nebulous amount of time. It's kind of like a grocery store or a prison. There's not really any clocks in here. You're not really sure how much time has passed.
I feel like we're being manipulated.
Yeah, and Bentley very excitedly rushes off with his team and says, "Guys, I have some more training to do." And he runs out of the Rite of Learning.
All right, bye.
Very excitedly. He doesn't skip or anything. Bentley doesn't skip. He never skips. He walks.
Doesn't
He walks excitedly.
Okay.
It's a brisk walk. He's a power walker.
He has stuff to do.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Yeah. It's clear he has an objective.
Okay.
And he is away.
All right.
And it now falls to you as CJ is just sort of stomping around with Crash in the water. And Milo seems to be helping little buddy finish his carrot cake.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
All right.
Or what's left of it, because it's a river that flows around an island in the center of this building. The Rite of Learning is very natural. It's a very natural structure.
So there is a building. It's just on the
There
island.
is a building. So it's a big, like, almost arena-esque shape.
Okay.
So it kind of looks like any normal Pokemon battling arena.
Yeah.
But on either side of it is a coursing river.
Okay.
There are like ship rigging hung up on the sides of the walls for vertical mobility training, things of that nature. And there's the doctor that I so lovingly describe as Dr. Fassbender, because he just looks like Michael Fassbender. Sort of stood with a lab coat on. He is wearing spectacles though. He's got a few wrinkles around the eyes, but otherwise he appears to be aging quite gracefully.
Okay.
He seems to be a nice gentleman. And he's currently taking some notes on what you gather to be Bentley's team.
All right.
It's just...
Hello.
Hello!
Hi.
Hi there, welcome to the Light of Learning.
Hi, I'm Phoebe.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Phoebe. I am Dr. Lawson. You can call me Heinrich if you prefer.
What was that?
Heinrich?
Heinrich?
Yes.
Heinrich?
Yes,
That's
Heinrich.
That's very different from Lawson.
You know, Heinrich Lawson, you know. It is, we don't choose our names.
Oh, is that your first name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Oh, first name is not Doctor, you know.
Right.
That would be-
Makes sense.
That would be a silly thing to do, you know.
I mean,
But then if I was not a doctor, it would be strange, you know. If I was a doctor but was like an accountant, you know.
It'd be pretty smart though of your parents. Who would just assume.
Yeah, you know, it's be like I am. Yes, I am doctor. You know, that is good. Yes, it is good to have humor in the world. You know.
All right.
So what brings you to the Light of Learning today?
Well, we went to the one that was in one of the towns, Carlia, in Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know her.
I know of her. Yeah, I know she is very interwoven in the way things run up there.
You guys don't like the different Rite of Learnings. You're not connected.
We are connected in the ways that we are all fans of learning, but
That's it.
yeah, we are separate but and distinct university-style things. But
Okay.
you know, we work together sometimes.
So you kind of know her.
Yeah, we know of each other. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we went and saw her when we were in Olivia. And so now I've gotten some new team members, and I wanted to get to know them a little better because they're pretty new, especially my new guy Sage. I want to send him out because I have.
Yeah. Sage hits the
Oh god. Wait, do you guys have a PC?
Yeah, just
Okay.
over in the corner, away from all the flowing water. You know,
That's fair.
electrics and water is not best friends.
And then I'm gonna send out Boysenberry. This is
Okay.
my other new teammate.
Starts kickboxing. Goes,
And then-
it's a little little firecracker there. He does all the punching and the kicking.
Yeah. Lots of punching and kicking. And then, hold on, let me run over. I'm gonna run over the PC and quickly exchange out an upster for Shirley.
Okay. So you're pulling Shirley out of the box?
Yeah, just for now.
Okay.
Because these are the new team members.
Shirley Squad.
And then this is Shirley. Shirley I've actually had for a little while, but she's still pretty new.
Just goes, oh yeah, of course. Okay, I see. Just like a rock full of noodles. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Very good. Okay. And so, what did you hope to work on for your friends here? What are you interested in learning about?
I wanted to kind of see what they excel at, because I kind of have an idea, because I've used them, not really Sage, because I just got Sage, but I'd like them to get to know each other one another better, like battling wise.
Okay. So we want to see sort of where everybody's strengths are, what they need to work on. Okay.
And I'd like them to be able to like complement one another, you know?
Oh, just like team building. Just I like the haircut and okay.
Yeah, you know what's up,
Yeah.
Dr. Lawson. You've probably gone to a lot of corporate team building efforts.
No, not really.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No, we do a lot of local things, you know.
Okay.
Not corporate. I am but a humble professor.
How long have you been here in Wattalanga?
Only for a few short months.
Wow.
Yeah, they put out a cry for help with the floodings and such, and
That's
lots
fair.
of people come down to help out, and some of us have stayed for a while.
Yeah. Is it just you here?
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Today is my day in the gym, so to say.
He's just a jacked professor. Is that what?
Not at all.
Okay.
He's quite slim.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I wanted to start with that. Is just my new team members. Let them kind of feel each other out.
Oh yeah, okay, for sure. So let us see what they can do.
Okay.
Let us see how they work with and without you, and together and separate.
Okay. So are we doing separate first or together?
Dealer's choice.
Let's do separate first,
Okay.
and then I'll go with Sage.
Sage.
It's so good. I can't help but be so delighted every time.
Okay. Sage waddles up to what he imagines to be the arena.
Okay.
Waddles up to the line.
All right.
And just looks at you. Just goes.
All right, Sage. Let's show Dr. Heinrich what you can do.
Seems to be waiting for you to
Okay.
give him a cue.
Let's do the grassy train.
Okay. It's sort of the little ferns on top of his head kind of touch the ground, and a bunch of grass begins to grow very quickly out of the mud and earth between the rivers.
Nice.
He coats most of the natural platform in grass, and Dr. Lawson's just taking notes. He's like, very good. We have organic production. That is good. That is very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and then he knows. Is it sunny out right now?
You are indoors.
Oh, we are indoors. You're right. You're right. JK. Do you have a window, Dr. Heinrich? Is there windows? Does this open up?
It does not. With all the raining, we want a sturdy roofs.
Yeah, that's fair.
Keep the water out.
Yeah.
Even though we went and we let the water in, with the river. But don't want the rain coming in. Okay, we can stop the river from overflowing, but can't stop the roof from leaking.
All right. All right, Sage. Let's try your absorb.
He just goes. Shoots out a couple vine tendrils into the ground, and you watch that they seem to be like slurping some of the residual water out of the river.
Is he getting buff?
The vines are getting swole. All the terrain around where he's sticking the vines in, the grass starts to kind of recede, and it seems to be drying out.
Okay. All right.
Slurping.
Yeah, so this is, I only used him once in battle other than this. And he was crazy good.
Okay, so that is good. We have Sage, he's a master of terrain manipulations and such. That is good. That is good to know.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we know what we can do for him. Let us see what the little purple one can do.
The purple one?
Yeah. Let us see.
Okay. All right, Sage. Let BB do his thing.
Just recedes the vines, waddles back over to you, plops down rather excitedly.
All right, BB. Do your thing, BB.
BB! What is your request of Boysenberry?
Definitely to show off his vital spirit.
Oh, that's always on display.
Yeah, right.
You can't put that away.
I'm gonna have him pump up Dr. Lawson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. He runs
Check
up.
this out, Doctor.
Yeah. Dr. Lawson's like, oh, I feel so inspired. Oh.
Just scribbling
I
faster.
could take on the world. Okay, very good.
Alright. Alright, BB, let's try doing a fake out immediately followed by one of your kicks that you kind of begin with a tackle.
Perfect. Yeah, he runs up to just air and just goes, and then goes, goes in for a big, strong kick at what you imagine would be something.
Right.
And then kind of tackles something into the ground, does a nice little dodge roll, and does like a little superhero landing. Yeah, he goes, oh yes, very good. Certainly high energy.
Yeah.
A very spunky monkey.
Yeah.
That is good. Okay, so we can use that.
It's a good nickname. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
So he goes for, does he go for kickings a lot?
Yeah. I
Because
think.
you know you have many branches to go for this one's future. Could be many things.
Yeah. I think he's still kind of all over the place, but I think kicking is kind of been the main one.
Okay.
But it has been both.
Okay. Does he ever just, go for the punchies? Try to, engage fisticuffs when someone challenges him?
Yeah, he's punched a lot of rocks.
Okay, so he punches rocks. That
Yeah.
is not uncommon for those of the fighting persuasion.
Yeah.
Because they go out in the wilderness, only so many things want to fight you every day.
Yeah.
But the rocks don't complain.
Do you have any rocks? I could show you.
Because, I don't have rocks, but what I do have might be something better.
Okay.
He goes, come on out, Jam. It is time to
Jam?
meet some friends. Yeah, and a little puddle of purplish jam flows into the middle of the arena and just folds into a very small purple and translucent boysenberry.
Oh.
He goes, let us, show me the punchings and the kickings. Jam can take it, it is fine.
Okay. All right, boysenberry, go in for a fake out and then punch you.
Go for it.
Punch the you.
I know you, boysenberry. There I am.
Jesus. Boysenberry could talk. So that's an 8. Am I adding any modifiers?
Yeah, you're rolling an attack.
Oh. 8. So I said fake out first, so 11.
Yeah, does 11 hit boysenberry?
No.
Yeah, it misses. He goes to clap and the jam just goes, holds up 2 arms and boysenberry just claps the outside of the hands.
All right.
He reciprocates.
Oh god. The same
17.
thing. Same thing.
Mm-hmm. He goes to clap boysenberry's ears and succeeds. As boysenberry's kind of reeling, Dr. Lawson just goes, very good. Try again.
All right. Try again, boysenberry. Fake out. 6.
Yikes. So he goes for another clap. The translucent boysenberry's head just folds into the body and then right back up. And the whole time it just has 2 derpy little eyes and a little smile.
Oh boy.
And then attempts to tackle boysenberry, but fails spectacularly because he's made
Alright.
of jam. He can't seem to wrestle boysenberry to the ground.
All right, boysenberry. Let's try to grapple the gooey you.
Gooey you.
So that's 15. No, 14. So that would hit.
Yeah. Yeah,
gonna
you grab
grapple
onto the jam jelly, throw him to the ground, and the little smile's there the whole time. Doesn't ever fade. Lawson goes, very good. Okay, you are outspeeding yourselves. That is good. Now try to hold on to him.
Okay. Just a strength check. 20. Unnatural.
What'd you roll on the die?
18.
Yeah, this is 17 on the die. So as the jam starts to coil away, boysenberry just goes, and just keeps catching all the new limbs as they kind of stretch out. He just pushes them back together.
Yeah!
He just looks at him and he goes,
Good job, BB!
he just looks and he kind of gets up and helps the jam up to its feet. It folds
Jam.
back down into a little puddle. Smiley goes, okay, that is good. So we know that boysenberry is, he's quick. He has the reflexes. That is good. So there's not the best ones, the fighting types. You do the snapping since they can't follow you. They're just oblivious. They like to get distracted. The pretty Hitmonchan walk by. He goes, oh no, can't have that in a fighting. Can't be distracted.
He's cool. Jam?
Yeah, Jam is very helpful teaching tool,
Yeah?
Yeah. Watch, Jam, come here. And Jam folds into a purple translucent Phoebe with derpy little eyes.
Oh, that's kind of creepy.
It's very sticky. It's like shaking hands with Play-Doh. And then just folds back down into a little puddle of jam.
That was kind of creepy.
Because it is it is unnerving to meet yourself, but it is what better way to learn like how you move and act than to see someone else who is you.
That's true. It's true.
Now then, we have a Shuckle as well.
Yeah, Shirley.
She noodles into the arena.
All right, Shirley. Let's do your. Let's practice your gastric acid.
Ooh, baby. Go for it.
That's her.
Shuckle Shirley just all over everything.
Okay, just everywhere.
Yeah. Starts to sizzle. Some of the dirt kind of fades away, loses a lot of color. It's very green and sticky.
Oh.
Goes, did maybe some bad tacos for lunch, yeah?
I don't know. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, that does not look like it feels good to send back out,
Yeah. She struggles with that save. It's a dex save, that's what it is.
So maybe what you do is try to root the opponent in place or something.
Okay.
Or try to hold them with the noodly arms,
Yeah.
Hold them still, do the whole vomit in the face thing. Probably pretty gross, but
In the face?
Yeah, just, when they are stuck with you.
Yeah.
They cannot move.
That's true. Oh god, I'm just picturing her throwing up on just come in, bring it in.
So she's been doing.
Alright.
For weeks.
Alright, Shirley, cover your acid with some dirt. Pick up some of the dirt and give her a rock throw.
Three big clods of dirt collapse onto where the acid was, hopefully neutralizing it.
Maybe. Is it alkaline dirt?
I guess we'll find out.
Doctor, what's the chemistry of your soil?
It's a pH of 2,
Oh god, that's gonna make it worse. We're gonna burn alive.
Well, it's too late. Get some milk, quick. We need a base. Hey, chemistry jokes. Hi, everybody.
Oh god.
Yeah. Shirley throws a bunch of dirt.
Okay.
And just kind of looks back at you.
Good job, Shirley. Nice.
Double salute.
Yeah, she's very noodly. She's pretty slow, but she can pack a decent hit.
Okay. So she is very defensive.
Yeah.
The shell very hard to get through.
Yeah.
Has she been able to sort of boost the resistance of the friends? You have Boysenberry, he is doing all the punching and the kicking. Would be nice, the Shuckle, help to shield the Boysenberry.
Yeah.
You try things like this?
Kind of. I don't remember if they were a team. I think she teamed up with William. She's kind of done that before.
Okay, so she has she can throw the rocks, to make. She could build cover.
Yeah, she's done that.
You take sage here. You stick sage behind the dirt barrier walls, and then all the vines are going everywhere. The seeds fly, all that stuff.
Yeah. I guess I want to see them in action together then.
Excellent. Okay. So what we do is we have Jim and we have Leo come out. Leo will assist us.
Okay.
Leo, come down, and you see a small dog-like creature standing on 2 legs. It kind of walks over, straightens its little hat out, flicks a little bit of paint off of its tail.
Oh.
And it begins to sketch Shirley on the ground.
Oh Lord.
Kind of drawing out a little paint marker, filling in some fine detailing. And then as Leo finishes the artwork, he sort of pulls it out of the ground, and the little paint outline sort of animates loosely. He goes, yeah, very good. So we have we have Shirley, we have Paint Shuckle.
Yeah.
They can throw down. We can have Gem can be the boysenberry. We can see, maybe they find things they didn't know they could do.
Okay. All right, guys. Let's do this. Let's fight yourselves.
Yeah, but the time is now.
For real.
Faux BB makes the first move.
Faux BB.
Yeah. He runs up, does this gelatinous dive tackle, and as he's getting closer to BB, the legs spring off the floor, and he jettisons even quicker towards you.
Who's he going to?
He's going
actual
towards
BB?
Actual BB.
Okay.
That would be an 18, right? You have +3 to hit.
Yeah.
Boom. That is 5 points of gelatinous damage.
Jeez Louise,
So he tackles him to the floor, and he watches the two faux BB legs sort of start to glue themselves down as he tries to just yank BB into the ground. Let's get those grapple checks. Oh, that's not very good. That's not very good.
What do you want? Grapple check?
Yeah.
12?
That's better. You are free. You're freed of the grapple.
Alright.
The gelatinous BB is unable to hold on. The boysenberry jam, if you will.
That's fair.
Sage.
Sage. Alright, Sage, I'm gonna do grassy terrain.
The grass begins to grow once more. Some toxic-looking fungi seems to be growing under your opponents.
Okay.
And some nourishing moss seems to be under the feet of your allies.
Nice. Alright.
Oh, BB! BB Prime.
Actual BB?
BB Prime.
BB OG. OG BB is gonna hype up Shirley.
Okay, I want you to roll a d6
For BB?
for evens and odds.
For who? Everybody?
Just one.
Oh.
Just 1d6, evens, odds. Evens, he hits Shirley.
He hits
Odds,
Shirley?
he hits faux Shirley with the hype up.
Oh god.
Because there's two.
But it has a derpy face.
There's two Shirleys. It's painted. It's very
Oh yeah.
photorealistic.
It's not the even?
Evens hits Shirley. So
Actual Shirley?
You hype up actual Shirley.
Frick you. Good job, BB.
He's like, yeah!
You know your true friends. Get out of your fake
And
friends.
he looks at you and was like, yeah, I totally knew that was the right one. There was never a doubt in my mind at all.
Alright, and it's still BB's turn.
Yeah, that's a bonus action.
Yes.
Do it.
So, scupping the grapple can. I'm gonna have Boysenberry kind of tackle him, like run into him, and then try to grapple him too.
Okay. Yikes. Yeah, as BB tries to tackle Boysenberry Jam, Boysenberry Jam is like, I know that move, and just kind of like gooshes to the side as Boysenberry tackles right through.
Alright.
Shirley Prime.
I'm gonna have Shirley scooch over
Okay.
so she's near them, the two BBs, and she is gonna okay, I'm gonna have her try it. I'm gonna have her try to. All right, Shirley, try to pin the derpy BB, not the one that just hyped you. There's one that just hyped you. That's your friend.
Yeah.
And try to noodle him down, and then throw up on him.
Okay. Let's get a evens odds check. Evens is Boysenberry. Odds is Boysenberry Jam.
Odds is
So you want odds, right?
jam. Ah! This is the same number!
Shirley reaches out, grabs onto Boysenberry, who's like, what? Wow!
Oh,
Just
God.
all the goo all over Boysenberry's face.
Fudge bets.
Boysenberry's ability. He's just covered. Or no, that's not what it does. It's he does like half damage or something. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just like
Okay.
at this point, faux Shirley
Yeah.
noodles over to
Yeah.
both of them and just goes, Great idea.
Oh God.
Attempts to grapple both of them. Oh, baby. Okay, so let's get some grapple break checks from Shirley and Abidi.
So 8 for Shirley and then 6 for BB.
Faux Shirley succeeds in grappling both of them. It just goes all over both.
This is no bueno.
No bueno indeed. Top of the round is Faux BB. Faux BB, seeing that Faux Shirley has grappled Prime Shirley and Prime BB, runs up, tries to put the clap down on Shirley.
On Shirley.
And misses. But has advantage because you're grappled. There you go. 22. 4. He stuns Shirley. Claps Shirley on the ears, on the earlobes. Sage, get us out of this madness.
Alright, Sage. Can you try to direct your absorb at both the fake, the painted, and the derp?
You can try, but you gotta roll 2 evens odds checks.
Sage has to do that too?
Everyone
There's no
does.
fake Sage?
No, that's not the problem. The problem is fake boysenberry and fake Shirley. Sage is having the hardest time.
Sage.
Because the Shirley that he thought was his Shirley vomited on the boysenberry that he thought was his boysenberry, and then the Shirley that didn't vomit on the one that he thought was that one vomited on both. So poor Sage is just
Sage.
like, what is happening?
Pay close attention. Alright, so he's gonna try to do absorb on the fake BB and Shirley.
BB&J. Managed to hit both teammates. So go ahead and roll your damage. Actually, roll to hit both, but you still have to hit him, but that was just which one are you targeting? That's a natural 20.
And then 15.
15. I'll let you decide which one goes where.
Well, Shirley's gotta take the big hit, because she can at least try to... She can maybe survive it.
Okay. Yeah,
And then,
so Shirley takes
They're both gonna take the hit.
1/2 of 8 plus a d8.
3.
So 11 halved to 5.
Okay.
Shirley takes 5.
18.
Just goes, oh my glove! And then
then-
boysenberry takes 6.
6 plus... That's it.
Yep, just 6. And then Sage isn't missing any hit points.
No.
So yeah, nothing else happens. So
Okay.
Sage is just like, you know what? I'm taking it all down with me.
Yeah.
All of this, of course, can fade in one
No, Sage.
slurping.
So wrong, people.
After Sage is BB. BB, you recover some hit points. Because Sage
is my
still
only-
loves you.
This is my only salvation. BB is next to fake BB, right?
BB is next to everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
He's right in the thick of it,
So
being grappled by the faux Shirley.
BB is going to try to fake out fake BB.
Okay.
We're faking out the fake.
Faking out the fakers.
We're gonna get all these fakers out of our lives. Do I have to roll the?
No,
Oh.
Boysenberry knows that the other Boysenberry is fake.
Okay. All right.
I know it's very confusing.
Yes.
Still hitting
16.
yourself. Still hitting yourself. Yeah, you see, you hit.
Yes.
And then you'll do half of this. Because
What?
poor BB got vomited on.
Oh.
Lest we forget.
Cool.
1 damage
Getting there.
to faux BB.
I was hoping for the stun.
Shirley,
Is
speaking of
stunned.
which, is stunned. Faux Shirley
Yeah.
has a font of ingenuity and looks to faux BB, who is currently under siege, and a number of small paint-like insects flow out of the orifices of the shell, and they form into like a little thin veil, and they hover over faux BB.
So faux BB is covered in bugs. A shield
Loosely,
of
yeah.
bugs.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're hovering around him,
Okay.
making it much harder to see him. And then foe Shirley takes some damage from being in the grass. Foe BB takes a little bit of damage, and then attempts to clap True BB on the face. It's a 14.
Yeah.
And 1. You take 1 whole point of damage from gelatinous BB.
BB takes that?
BB takes that. BB Prime takes 1 whole point of damage from fake BB.
Okay.
After foe BB is Sage.
Sage, do you have any idea who's who?
She's like,
Oh, God.
the only one that would be obvious is
Fake BB?
fake BB because he's surrounded in
That's true.
insects.
That's true. Hey, Sage, do you see all those bugs? I need you to hit and absorb at those bugs. Alright.
Fire away.
For the love of God, please hit.
Get it, Sage.
15.
Oh yeah, 15 absolutely hits fake BB.
And 1d8. 4.
4.
And then Sage hasn't taken anything, right?
Correct. Sage has not taken damage.
And then 4 damage.
Fake BB goes down to that, and then the little insectings bite at the little vines that Sage has sent out. Take a whole 2 points of piercing damage as the little insects chew on the vines and then disappear.
So, can you recover that from the absorb?
There's an order to things.
Alright.
There's the strike and the slurping, and then there's the chewing of the bugs.
Okay.
But the little bug shield appears to be gone,
Okay.
at least for the moment.
Alright.
That is Sage's turn. We are now to BB Prime.
Alright, BB. You're your own worst enemy. Get yourself. Go for tackle and try to grapple him. Gooey Jim Jam, you did it before. Do it again. 17.
There you go.
1d6. So 3. And what do we have to do for grapple?
Strength check. I tied.
What?
I tied. I rolled a 3 and I went, that's for sure easy. And you're like, 3. So yeah, the BBs are engaged and looking.
Locked arms.
They're holding on, but not a whole lot's going on. Shirley.
Alright, Shirley. Get yourself!
The BBs are engaged in an endless struggle for supremacy.
Alright.
Foe Shirley is just kicking around.
Alright, Shirley, grab some of that dirt and let's do a rock throw at the painted you. The painted. You're so beautiful when you're painted. Ooh, 22.
Yeah.
Dang, girl. You were ready this whole time. 4. 8.
8.
4. Unless it's not the same.
Yeah, painted Shirley's like crosses some of the noodles, and a bunch of the bugs come up and form a little barrier as the rocks come in, and they sort of shatter against the bugs. Okay. Painted Shirley seems hale and hearty.
Okay. All right.
It's now Painted Shirley's turn.
Painted Shirley.
Who takes damage from the grass. Foe Shirley, seeing both the boysenberries locked in an endless struggle, just starts throwing rocks at them.
At both of them?
Yeah, just in the general vicinity and misses.
Jesus. All right.
Yeah, just
good thing. Oh my God, you're ruthless, fake Shirley.
It's paint. It has no morals or feeling. It's a teaching tool.
Painted Shirley.
It's Doodle Bob. Foe BB collapses in a heap at the start of its turn.
Oh, okay.
In the grass.
Oh, really?
Yep.
All right.
Has 2 hit points.
Bye, fake BB.
It just... And the little jam ditto, just still with the same smile, just sort of like goops out of the fight.
All right. Good job, guys.
Sage.
Got saved by Sage. All right, Sage Hey, Sage, did you see that Shirley that just threw rocks?
It's just staring.
It just happened, Sage. It just happened. You threw them at both of the BBs. Oh, Sage. Sage, my man, I need your investigation to be better. Oh, well, let's go for it. I'm gonna try to get him to hit the painted Shirley.
Alright, evens odds.
Oh, yes!
He's done it.
You've done it, Sage. You knew it the whole time. You were just playing.
I don't think that's true. Get it. You gotta roll the hit first.
Oh, yeah. I'm just assuming. I'm so excited.
Oh no!
No, that's not gonna hit.
So Sage figures out which one it was, throws all the vines in, they tear up the dirt on the way over, and they just go right past for sure. And he starts drinking out of the river a little bit.
Oh, God.
He's getting swole again.
Alright, Sage. I'm gonna have him roll to gain back some of his. Oh, then he gets it all back. One roll.
After Sage is BB. Boysenberry. The berry of the poison variety.
Alright, baby, did you see which one just threw those rocks?
He goes,
No, that's a no. I've never seen one.
he's ready, but he doesn't know.
Alright, I'm gonna have him try to fake out the fake Shirley.
There you go. Okay.
That's a 21.
That hits.
And then...
Get it. Get it.
Stunned!
Get it.
4 and stunned!
Yeah. Yeah. Faux Shirley just goes. It's real Shirley's turn. After Boysenberry claps fake Shirley on the face.
Hey, Shirley? Can you try to grab some water and see if it just, like, wipes away the paint? The fake Shirley. Just real quick. Do me a favor. See if it works.
Just starts noodling over to the river. It just looks like wet paint.
Okay. Alright.
It kind of smudges a little bit, but it's still going.
It's still there.
Mhm.
Alright, Shirley. Let's do a struggle bug. At your fake self, because you know who it is. You're not all these fake friends. No, you are 9.
Fake Shirley's stunned.
Oh,
You have advantage.
got it, girl. That's 16. Oh no, that's 15.
Oh, you didn't do it.
I
You
didn't
didn't
do
did it.
I didn't do it.
Didn't quite did it.
Alright.
Didn't quite did it. As the bugs fly out of Shirley's orifices and over towards fake Shirley. Fake Shirley just sort of sits there stunned and all the bugs just fly.
And smudged.
Yeah.
Like Shirley had a stroke.
All the line art is fading.
God. Alright.
It's a haunting look at Shirley's future. Yeah, and then Faux Shirley takes some damage from some graves.
Oh yeah. 3, 4, 7.
You guys always with the leaving of them at 1 HP.
Really?
Snap. Yeah, she's still stunned.
Oh.
And
Whose turn is
just
it?
Sage.
Sage? Sage, do you see the one that's frozen? Okay. Thank God.
Well, that and when the paint starts melting away.
That's true. Look at this, the weird one, and it's frozen.
It's not very mystical. Surely weird.
Alright, I'm gonna re-roll that. That was that is 17 for Mr. Sage.
Yeah.
Let's do this, Sage. 4.
Oh, and just shatters the illusory paint as it sort of splashes into the ground.
Excellent.
The little artist Leo just kind of waves the paintbrush and all the paint just scoops back into his tail.
Well, that's nice.
We don't like to pollute the river.
Sustainable art.
Exactly.
I like it. I like it. All right.
Dr. Lawson just looks at you and goes, I feel like we learned a lot from that fight.
I think they did a good job. kind of struggled to identify.
It is hard to fight your friends, you know.
Yeah, that's true. All right. I did have one other thing I wanted to try, Dr. Lawson,
Yeah.
if you'll indulge me.
For sure, I was obligated.
That's true. It's just you in this building. I have Nubster. I'm gonna run over the PC and be like, good job, guys! High fives all around. Just embrace each other in a big circle.
Oh yeah, Shirley will squeeze them
Oh God.
very tightly.
Okay, I need to put one of you guys away though. I'm gonna get Nubster. I'm gonna go grab Nubster. I'll put BB back. Jesus, alright.
Into
Well,
the PC. Forever.
BB and Shirley. Is this gonna be a new effect?
Into the PC. Through the de-atomizing lasers.
And then I'm gonna pull out William and Nubster. And then I'm gonna throw them out.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey, guys.
Webster's just like starts smelling around the arena, and William's just like still clutching his hat from the last time he got pulled into the ball. He's like,
This is Nubster and William.
it is a pleasure to meet all of you. Hello. He tries to shake William's hand, and William's just like
William,
still
he's not.
holding the hat.
Why is this suspicious, William? He's not gonna take your hat.
And Webster's just sniffing around the arena. He goes, well, that one is, he's always smelling things, you know.
Yeah.
That's good.
He is a lot, all the time.
Because that is good, you know. It is good to smell things, you know, experience life, smell the roses.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not the swamp dirt, but you know,
He seems to like it. He doesn't stop.
to each their own, you know. Maybe he likes the smell. It grows on you after a while.
Nubster, you like swamp ass? That's what I learned right now at the rite of learning.
He's just digging up like little grubs in the dirt and just flicking them over with his nose.
Nice. So I wanted to try, William is very quick, and they work together a lot, these two. And William is surprisingly strong for a little dude. He is. But I wanted to maybe try to use, he has sand attack, to help maybe Nubster learn a ground move, because he is ground too, and ice. He knows Ice Beam, which we learned at the other school.
Oh, that is very good.
Yeah.
Ice being very powerful tool, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes too hot for ice to stay.
It's true. Not here. It's not a problem here. There's plenty of water.
It's very humid, you know. You can pull all the water out of the air. You can freeze the rivers, all that, yeah.
Yeah, and from the butts. Dr. Lawson just freezes. So yeah, I wanted to try and see if maybe we could teach him a ground move and help William improve his speed. And maybe not steal as many things, but that's just his personality.
Because, well, you know, sometimes people like to steal things. Can I have my glasses back, please? And William's just like...
Oh, God, William!
Thank you. He kind of cleans them off a little bit.
You think he would notice that, William? He needs them.
He's like, well, you know, suddenly it was just very blurry. That is okay, though. He kind of pats William on the head, and William's like...
He's such a little punk. He's...
Heads over to one of the corners and starts digging in the riverbed and staring at you.
William, you're not
Puts
gonna
the
find
hat
anything.
in there.
Oh, okay. Alright, yeah.
Starts to cover it.
It'll be real safe there.
And then he looks at the river and back at you and he's like... pulls it out. Drags it over to the corner.
That's how I met him. He stole that hat, and now he just uses it for his hoarding purposes.
Oh yeah, you know, he likes the shiny things, you know.
Yeah, not so shiny things. Anything really.
Everything.
Honestly. Yeah.
You know, maybe he sees values that we could never know. Who knows?
I think he's just a hoarder.
Yeah, that is probably the case.
He needs help.
To each their own.
Is there therapy for Pokemon?
Because sometimes they will grow out of it, you know.
Really?
They have weird habits, and then you work with them for a while.
Yeah.
And you refocus them.
Okay. I mean, I've tried, but I don't think he likes things.
Yeah, he's a material boy.
Yeah, he is. He's sneaky, fast, and a pickpocket.
It's a good combination if you are, like a old-timey burglar, but...
Yeah, and he's a little mask! He is a little tiny burglar!
So that can be useful in the fighting, To be faster than your opponent, you can get around the attacks they do, get under the armor.
For sure.
Do some quick punches.
For sure. So, I was thinking we could use William's sand attack and all of this mud to maybe help him.
No, using something very basic, like some mud slap. The local Whoopers, very big fan of that one. They think they're very funny, You walk by, you have the white lab coat, let's say, and they throw mud on you. And all of a sudden, you look like a dirty professor.
Yeah, those guys are everywhere. Are they just...
Yeah, they are, they just
hang out
everywhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes they swim in here, they hang out for a bit.
Were they brought in by the flood, or were they here before?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
There were a few here before the flooding, and the flood comes, they come surfing in on the flood waters, And now they don't leave. So.
I really wish I could have seen that.
Because it must have been quite the spectacle, I'm sure.
That's incredible. Alright. So... But he doesn't really have limbs. What should he slap
You do not
with?
need limbs to throw things. He can produce the ice beam, yes. Mm-hmm. It is the same basic concept, He's just get in tune with the earth itself, lifts the dirt and throw it.
Okay, Nubster.
The Pokemon have crazy powers. It is great.
Interesting. Hey, Nubster?
Just like bumping into your shoe, and then he looks up at you, he's like...
I can see you're already into the dirt. Let's try something new. So I'm going to try to combine his already there odor sleuth and get him to, vigorously root. Throw some mud.
Alright, from Nubster, let's get an intelligence check.
You got this, buddy.
Let's get him in tune.
I'm demonstrating. I'm flinging mud. I'm in the mud with him. Oh, nice. Intelligence? 17.
Yeah. He starts flicking up some mud. Mm-hmm. He just looks really confused. Mm-hmm. And then for a moment he just kind of pauses. Mm-hmm. And everything gets very still around you. And a lot of the tiny clumps of earth and dirt start to levitate and mush together.
Snap.
Into a nice fine paste.
Oh, snap.
And Nubster's just sort of concentrating on it in front of his face.
Is that it? Is he doing this? Is he doing the thing?
I don't know. He seems to be doing something.
I didn't know he was psychic.
Well, that was strange things have happened, but this would not be the strangest.
Lobster, you're doing it. Whatever you're doing, you're doing it.
Okay, he goes, and then blood kind of falls and collapses back into the...
Do you see that, Lobster?
Yep.
You did it. You lifted the earth. You moved earth.
He goes back to sniffing.
All right, fair enough. Okay.
Because that is maybe something to work on. I don't know.
That was cool. Yeah.
For all I know, that was William, but that would be an interesting trick of his.
That was William. William, did you do that?
William's just looking at you as he's digging around his head. He's like,
what are you doing? What are you digging for?
He just runs. He runs with his head. He's dragging it through the mud.
Oh God, it's gonna be so dirty.
Oh, it's already filthy.
God, William, why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta do this? You stress a trainer out. All right. Hey, William. Let's try to work on your speed when it's a hard terrain like all this mud. Go bury your hat.
He starts running really, really fast.
Does he?
In place.
Oh.
He's digging in a hole. He's running.
William.
His feet are like the wheels.
No.
Digging deeper and deeper.
I'm gonna go over and like pick him up.
He's still just.
Yeah, William, stop! You're not going anywhere.
Then he reaches out for his hat and pulls it up to him.
All right, relax. Focus, William. You can do it. Now, put your hat down. No one will take it, I promise. Napster will watch it for you. Put the hat down. No one will take the hat. No one wants it. All right, cool.
A little tear sheds when you say no one wants it.
We all love you, William.
Puts the hat down.
All right, William. Use all your hands, all your paws. Now that they're free from the hat, right? And let's try to move on the dirt, the mud. The dirt mud.
He takes off again. Just starts digging
He's
down.
just going down?
Yeah.
Oh, William.
He's running so fast. He's just kicking dirt.
No, not that fast. Light, like a feather. You're tiny. Use your tail.
He uses his tail, baps himself up, and
Yeah, there you
sinks further in. It's like,
God. I'm gonna go pick him out of the hole again. William! No, you're going too fast. Go slow. Maybe lay down some sand.
he hits the dirt again and just goes. Just throws a bunch of mud in front of him. And he just looks at you and is like. And just digs himself further.
Oh, William.
Seems this little one, he understands the meaning of the words, but not really the implementation. He is very silly.
All right, William.
Just need to find out what motivates him.
His hat.
So maybe what we do is we take the hat, you get it on some sort of pulley system, have it go, he chases the hat.
You have a pulley system?
No, I'm just brainstorming. Get something that can move on the mud or the water, give that the hat. Then have the William see if he can catch the hat. We know what motivates him. That is an effective means of training.
It's true. All right. Well, I'm gonna go pick up the hat and run.
Okay. He's digging himself super deep, but he's slowly making progress forward. He's on all fours, just kicking mud. He's like trying to catch up to you, and then he just baps his tail and just launches himself. He goes. Make a dexterity check as Phoebe.
Jesus.
And then what is William's dexterity modifier?
William's dexterity modifier is 2.
Okay.
16.
Oh, you tie him. So he launches himself, grabs onto the hat, and then keeps tumbling over, and ends up just hanging backwards off the hat in front of you.
See? You can do it, William. You're just gonna want it.
He's just holding on, and Dr. Lawson just goes, the things he does for that hat
Yeah.
goes very far.
Alright, yeah. Well, good job, William. You weirdo.
It's just clutching that. He's like white knuckles on the hat.
Oh, God. Alright, I'm gonna call him back before he gets dirtier with the hat and like shoves dirt or mud in the hat.
Oh, it's way too late for that.
God.
You got some river mud.
Do you have a washing machine, doctor?
It's like, no, we use the river as long as there's not like, body fluids in there, just for muds and stuff.
Okay.
You don't...
Poop?
It's not a
toilet?
Yeah, it's not a toilet, but like you can wash clothes and stuff in there.
Alright, William, let's go wash your hat.
He just angrily, holds on to it.
I'm gonna take him over to the river with the
Yeah,
hat.
you just lift him.
Yeah.
It's like... just getting carried away.
Alright, we're washing the hat.
Yeah, you start cleaning it. Do you take all the stuff out first, or you just dunk it?
Yeah, I'll dump it.
Okay. As you dump it, William just throws himself on top of his hoard. I was like, no.
And then I'm gonna wash the inside and the outside.
Okay, it's filthy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's absolutely filthy.
Well, this smells awful.
There's like thorns and sticks in there. There's clumps of mud and dirt. There's a few pebbles. There's what looks like a clump of like CJ's hair just in there. There's a shoelace. I don't know where he got a shoelace. He doesn't wear shoes.
A clump of CJ's hair.
Where did he get that? No one knows.
So it's just a bunch of rando.
Yeah, it's a bunch of like nasty stuff that didn't come out of the hat when you dumped it over. Like this is all just the stuff that's still in the hat while you're cleaning it.
Oh.
He has all kinds of like...
I got you.
He has like little polished pebbles and stones.
That he's lying on top of. Okay.
But like the clump of hair.
This is what's coming out of the
shoelace,
dirty.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is everything that didn't immediately fall out when you tipped it over.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna finish cleaning it and be like, all right, William, you have to keep it clean.
He reaches out with just a very muddy paw.
No, wash your hands. Both of them.
Touches the river.
Both of them, William. Are they clean?
They're just wet now. He just like tapped the surface of the river.
William, you gotta wash them. They're still dirty. Are they clean?
No, of course not. He's a squirrel.
William, I'm not giving you your hat. So you get the mud off.
He just looks at you angrily. He's like,
do you want me to help you? Want to put your stuff back in?
and he just picks up as much of his junk as he can.
There you go.
Dunks it in and it's all muddy again.
Alright, I tried. At least the inside's only dirty now. Okay, William, I'm gonna call you back before you get dirty again.
He reaches out as he's going in to just grab the hat. he enters the void.
Oh god. Alright, well, I'm gonna keep working on the both of them. Especially the ground move. What's Nubster?
Yeah, Nubster the whole time has just been like absentmindedly sniffing. It's what he do.
Yeah.
He looks for truffles.
I don't think he's ever found one.
No, but he's always looking.
You don't know until you get back. God.
There's like a little trench that he's been digging slowly around the room.
Alright, well...
Because he also just sinks in.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Lawson.
Yeah, no problem. Just always a pleasure to teach the students.
Yeah.
They are all so unique.
I bet. Alright, well, I think we're gonna move on.
Okay, well, I will be around.
You'll be here?
Yeah.
If we need to come back?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I guess while I'm here, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah, for sure.
You said you've only been here a couple months?
Yeah, I'm not a lifetime resident of here, but
Okay, where'd you come from?
I've been to many places, but originally, I am from Rosehead.
Rosehead?
Mm-hmm. 'Tis very north.
Yeah. And you travel for your work? Is that it?
Yeah, I like to study the Pokemon behaviors, and you can't learn everything from sitting in one lab or another, so you have to go to all the places,
Okay, cool. Have you heard any, because you do observe Pokemon, have you had anyone come in here with, weird experiences with Pokemon? Outside of, a battling scenario?
What do you mean by, weird?
I don't know how I should say this without sounding crazy. Maybe, possession or mind control? Or even just weird relationships?
There are weirdos, to be sure.
Yeah.
There are people that make you, uncomfortable. Say, why are you doing the things that you do? But, that is not really my place to discuss.
No.
That is their business, not mine.
Yeah.
As for, this talk of possessions and, the mind controls,
yeah.
Not for a long time, no. Not since the end of the war.
So I know that ended 30 years ago. Do you know when it started?
So it started. There's somewhat of a debate. It was a lot of like skirmishing going on. It was never like full-scale war until
Right.
It
Right.
there was only a few short weeks. The war was very quick, very brutal. And the world has a sort of bad taste in its mouth after the war.
So nothing's been heard since?
There are a few stray cases of battles still going on, hurt feelings, all that.
You've never witnessed like possession yourself?
No, I can't say I have, no. I don't tend to go to the parts of the world where that is really talked about much, so I can't say that I ever have. If I did, it was a very, very smart ghost. It fooled me.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Pokemon talking?
Yeah. There's the chef at the Cajun Crocodile. He is capable of speech.
Is that common?
It is not unheard of for a few of the brighter minds of the Pokemon community. They seek out knowledge and eventually making grunts and sounds. They learn how to make speech, and I encourage it.
Yeah.
Maestro and I have very long conversations. Not very fulfilling, but he enjoys it, and it is nice to see his perspective.
Right. So do you think the reverse is possible?
Oh, like you to speak to the Pokemon?
Yeah.
Through like gestures and such, yes, but with all of them having different inflections, and they'll have their own like separate cultures, personalities. It's very difficult for us to speak to them, but not impossible.
Yeah.
Of course, everyone will look at you like you are crazy. If you go out there, you start shouting "Wooper," everybody looks at you like you spend too much time in the sun.
For sure, but I feel like there's got to be maybe some baseline, because they all seem to be able to understand each other, even though, like you said, they're different. They're very different.
It is like how you and I talk. We speak the same language in two different ways.
Okay.
That is how I like to think of the Pokemon languages.
Okay, I see. To be like French and English.
Yeah. So there's there's always a common ground.
Right.
They start from something and they build up from there.
Cool. So the flood that happened here, you said you came there after.
Mm-hmm.
A couple people here have mentioned. What did she call it? The Rainmaker?
Oh yeah, the myths and legends, all that, the folklore. Yeah, it's just big.
So is that a folklore here before the flood?
Yeah, for a long time, the people who settle here, they tell stories about him. They build the monuments to the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker comes, he floods everything, destroys it. It is a classic cultural mythology, It is not something I take a lot of credence to, but, a lot of the locals will tell you, they are like, oh, I swear I have seen it,
Right. But only locals have claimed to see it.
No, there are a few outsiders who say they have seen it, but
really?
It is. I take no credence in any of the tales.
Okay.
You start talking about like boogeymans walking around. There's no until we have the evidence. I don't take stock in it. It is bad luck and worse weather. That's all it is.
Do you know about Team Rocket?
Yeah, they are the terrible people, they steal the Pokemon, they're too lazy to get their own. They take pride in breaking up happy families. Yeah, they are not good people.
Do you know how long they've been around?
I can't say that I do. Longer than I have been alive. Since I have been a thing.
How old are you?
Because you can't just ask someone that. I am 36.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time.
Yeah, no problem. It's always good to, spread the knowledge.
Yeah, for sure.
What good is knowledge if you can't, share it with the younger generations?
Yeah. Oh, do you know about Dr. Simon Reese?
I can't say that I do.
No? He does the battle hall?
No, I don't get around too far these days.
Okay.
But no, I can't say I know the name.
Okay. Alright. Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, just, take care.
Yeah.
It's good to meeting you.
Thanks for all the help.
Mm-hmm.
And your time.
Yeah, you have a great rest of your stay here in Wattalanga, Phoebe.
Yeah. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back and see Lillian.
Okay.
And I've got Otto, Schnupster, Lillian.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way back to Lillian's stand.
Okay. I'm gonna knock if she did.
There she sits, blind and oblivious to the world around her for the moment.
Hey Lillian.
Hello.
It's me, Phoebe.
Oh, yes.
I came here earlier with my friends.
I remember the voice.
Yeah, it's just me now.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to come back. I had a couple cakes for Gregory and Mr. K.
Oh, you come bringing treats.
Yeah, I would have brought you one, but they're not for people.
No, they're not for people.
So I got
I'm
him
sure
some
Mr. K
cakes.
would appreciate it.
So I'm gonna give him the 2 carrot cakes I got earlier.
Yeah.
Technically.
Gregory just appears from above you. It's just like
Oh. Hi, Gregory.
carries the cake back up top of it. As it flies away. Just levitates back to the top of the stand. He opens his jaw and just puts the carrot cake in and then slowly closes his mouth.
All right.
Because he's a fly trap, and that's how they eat.
Seems like Gregory.
Yeah, and then Mr. K just suctions his way over to you.
You're welcome.
And then he leaps back into the water backwards.
Where's he going?
Oh, he's tending the plants.
Oh, nice. Is it underwater too? Oh,
He has
sweet.
a little garden.
Oh, nice. That's super cool. So I came back because I wanted to give him the cakes, but I also had a few questions for you
Oh, yes, of course.
that I didn't get to ask. So can I do a perception check just to see her general demeanor? Is she relaxed or?
Yeah, so that would be insight.
Okay.
You just get a read on the person.
Yeah, like a body language. Oh god, that's awful, I guess. 12?
She's Ursula. Oh no! She's she's as relaxed as someone that old can be. She's sat in a wheelchair.
Right.
Just sort of perched there. She seems as comfortable as you can be in a kind of rickety moss-covered chair.
Okay, cool. Oh, I want to introduce you to my friend too. I'm gonna send out Sage.
She goes, hello. He extends a fern out to kind of tap the top of her hand.
Oh, that's so
She
cute.
turns it upwards and he kind of taps it to shake.
He's a new member of my team. I just got him, but he is a grouse type, so I thought he would enjoy this and you would enjoy meeting him.
I had one when I was younger.
Really?
I did.
What happened?
Well, time passed and we lived a full life together.
I don't know. Did he pass away?
He did.
Oh,
Many years ago.
I'm sorry.
These things happen.
Jeez, Lillian, how old are you? Dang, you're outliving your body. I mean, I guess I don't know how old they live to be, but
Yeah, she's like, I've seen my fair share of years,
yeah.
and then some.
And then some.
She does not give you an exact number.
No, she won't go beyond that.
She doesn't seem to be offering it freely. If you pressed, who knows? But just from that,
Do you not want to tell me how old you are, Lillian?
it's just rude to ask of someone. But
It's true. What if I tell you my age?
it does not make it better.
No?
She says, "Why are you so curious?"
I don't know. I don't even know where I would begin. You just seem like you've seen a lot. It would give me a good perspective on how long you've been around.
She says, "I've seen an awful lot of things. Of course, nothing lately, but
Yeah, fair enough. I get it. Because you're blind, Lillian. Dang, girl.
pen spin. I can't spin the pen.
So, sorry if you said this yesterday, but have you always been here in Wattalanga? No? Right? You were
No, she is from elsewhere.
elsewhere, did you say?
No, she is not. She is not a local.
No?
No. She's been here for a long time, but is in no way a local.
So, Lillian, you know everybody here, right?
Not everyone, but I know the people who come by.
Most people? So you know, like, Fisk and...
Ah, yes, Fisk.
Is
He was such a pleasant man once.
he was once? I mean, he seemed pretty nice. He's a little aggressive, but it just seems like he
He
knows
is.
what he wants and he just says it how it is.
Very eloquently put.
Does he have any other interests other than fishing?
If he does, he never discusses them.
Really?
The man is all business.
Yeah. Are those two Rattatas his?
Yes, they came to town with him.
Yes. Okay. So I like to grow berries. I know you said you don't grow berries, but I feel like I could still learn from you with respect to growing things. And I kind of want to get Sage here in on it because he has a knack for it with his grassy terrain, which I would show you if you could see, but maybe you could feel it.
Do you produce the effect?
Well, I mean, would you mind if I did it in your shop?
She goes, no, of course not.
Okay. So I'm gonna have Sage do grassy terrain.
Okay. Yeah, grass sprouts out of every available inch of the wooden
Just
platform.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Where there wasn't a plant, there's now a plant.
Yes, it begins to grow like on and around the wheelchair. She goes, it is familiar.
Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, if you have any hot tips or some advice since you had an oddish.
She goes, oh yes, but my friend and I did not take up gardening.
No?
No, I took it up to remember him.
Oh, nice. So he did the gardening?
Mm-hmm.
No?
No, neither one of them.
Oh, just to remember Oddish in general?
Mm-hmm.
In memoriam?
Yeah.
Wow. This is like a living cemetery. This got real dark
It's
real quick.
a coping mechanism.
You really miss your friend, huh?
Oh, of course.
So, it's really Mr. K that does...
Mm-hmm. Mr.
Like,
K
take cares.
does all the things that I can no longer do.
Okay.
Like hold his breath for an amount of time.
I think he can do that better than anyone.
He can suction to the walls.
Lillian, you used to be able to do that? This got real dark real quick. But you don't have any tips for me?
She goes, And regrettably not for growing berries, no.
What about just gardening in general? Like your lily koi fruit.
Ah, yes. The lilikoi are quite difficult to care for, but they produce such wonderful fruit.
Yeah. You're being secretive, Lillian?
No, not at all.
Do you not want to share?
I'm happy to share anything I know, but I fear I do not know things about the things you wish to know.
Okay. What about Mr. K? Do you think he'd be able to...
He knows all about tending to underwater plants, if that's what you wish to know.
I mean, that'd be cool. I just don't know how much you could show me. I can't hold my breath that long.
Ah, yes, that is ever the problem for us.
Although my friends did get some scuba gear.
Ah, then perhaps you could borrow it and experience Mr. K's underwater garden.
What happened to your friend? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, the seasons took him finally.
He just got real old?
Mm-hmm. He lived his final days.
Was that here?
No.
Wattalanga?
No, I came for the climate.
Okay. So I just met Dr. Lawson. Do you know him?
Only by name. We've met in passing a few times.
Nice. Yeah, he's pretty new here. So, have you ever heard of the Woods family?
She goes, no. Can't say that I have.
Can I do a deception check? Or is this
Insight.
the roll to know? Yeah.
Yeah, you can do insight.
9?
If she's ever heard of them, she's forgotten.
So you guys don't really hear about stuff outside of Wattalanga here?
Some do. I don't.
You don't?
I tend to hear the local gossip. I don't get around much.
That's fair. That's fair. What about Eddie? Do you know anything about him?
Who's Eddie?
I think he's a merchant.
I do not know anyone named Eddie.
No? He's here.
There's no one named Eddie.
Okay. Do you have any crazy stories from your past?
She goes, yes, but many are painful.
Can I see if she's like stonewalling me or if she's just doesn't know or doesn't want to talk about it? She's totally stonewalling me. That's 18.
She's old. A lot of the questions that you're asking, she either doesn't have an answer to or just doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay, so she is kind of stonewalling me. Alright, well...
Because if you think about it, she's known you for like a collective 20 minutes.
Yeah.
She's not really like, yes, let me tell you my life story and all of my secrets.
So Lily, you seem to be the only person here that thinks, well, because you saw it, the Rainmaker is an actual thing.
Oh, yes, it is quite real.
Right, but you knew about the folklore before you saw him, right?
Yes, everyone here does.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Lawson was saying that there's other people too. Who else has actually seen him? Do you know?
Anne-Marie has seen him.
Anne-Marie?
Mm-hmm. She and I have talked at length about the majesty of the Rainmaker.
So, Lillian, I know I'm asking you a lot of questions. It seems a little invasive, but I'm from Ambercrag, or I'm not from there, but that's where I started with all my friends. And I think we talked about it last time when we were all here, but we saw a lot of weird stuff from that short time that we've traveled from there to here. But even before that, I saw some awful stuff when I worked at the hospital, and I'm trying to to figure out what's at the root of it. And I don't know if you could help me because you've been around so long.
The curiosity of youth meets the wisdom of age. Certainly. What have you seen?
Well, I mean, we've seen people possessed by stuff, people be super violent in a way I didn't think people would be.
The world is a big place, full of a lot of people. People do a lot of things, and not all of them are good.
No. I mean, is that something that was once like more common, was possession and stuff like that? Because no one seems to want to talk about it or know about it.
Many people, much like the Rainmaker, think it little more than a myth. I myself am one of those people.
You don't think possession's possible?
In my experience, the people prone to possession are looking for attention.
I guess we didn't clarify this last time, but is the Rainmaker a Pokemon?
No that are asked.
I'm asking her now.
Oh, excuse. I'm certain I don't know.
You're not sure? After seeing it?
Didn't look like any Pokemon I'd ever seen before.
So, do you have any advice or for me looking into this?
Whatever it is you're looking for, be it answers or trouble, if you look for it, you will find it.
Both.
Keep your friends close. They can protect you, and you can protect them.
Cool, Lillian. Thanks for talking to me.
Yes, thank you for spending some time with me today.
I'll definitely be back to maybe learn something from Mr. K.
Yes, of course. An undersea adventure.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Yes, and you as well.
See you later.
She goes, yes, I'm certain I will hear you coming. With your Psyduck rain boots.
Alright, let's go, Sage.
He kind of, once again cradles Lillian's hand and kind of shakes it.
Alright, cool.
He waddles away to keep up with you.
Bye, Gregory. Jesus.
As you walk away, you can see that Sage is holding something in one of his vines.
Oh, snap.
It's the vine that he shook Lillian's hand with.
Oh, what is it?
It's a very small, oval-shaped seed.
Oval-shaped seed?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that is, Sage? Alright, well, I mean, she gave it to you, so... Want to tuck it in a pocket? In your head, Bush?
Is it coming in the hands? Yeah, he just goes...
Nice.
Folds a fern over it. It's like, that'll do, I guess.
We'll ask her about it next time we come.
Okay, so you make your way back to your quarters,
Yeah.
into the whoop room.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you make your way into the whooper-infested estate of Remy LaRue, you see there are like 3 or 4 whoopers sat on your bed,
Nice.
kind of bouncing up and down, trying to like double bounce each other.
Alright, whoopers, we gotta go to bed.
As you open the door, one of them goes whoop and kind of like bounces and kind of almost tumbles off the bed and then kind of sprays a little bit of water to slow his descent. And he
Nice.
tumbles onto the ground.
Nice.
And they go whoop! Whoop!
Alright, we're gonna go to bed now.
They're like whoop! And he jumps right back up on the bed and just face plants in.
Alright, well, I'm gonna find room for myself
Okay.
without squishing the whooper.
Yeah, they, much like small dogs,
Oh.
they just roll right into you. And they're like, yep, this is where you stay now.
All right. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Alright. Do you leave Sage out?
I'll ask him, like, Sage, do you want to sleep out of your ball? Alright. If you want to make it more comfortable, you can lay down.
He just vines up into like the rafters of the roof.
Makes like a
And
hammock.
creates like a little hammock of vines.
Yes.
Just lays in there. And one of the whoopers is like, woo! And Sage just goes, oh. And just lifts him up. Kind of holds him in there.
Aw.
Woo!
That's so cute.
They're just swaying together in a hammock.
Alright. Good night, guys.
And that's where we're gonna end this side mission of Pokemon D&D. This was Phoebe's side story.
Yeah.
Phoebe tries really, really hard to connect with an old lady, and it just doesn't quite happen.
No.
But you know, it's yes.
That's a big age gap.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to relate. You know,
It's true.
she's like 1,000 and blind.
She's
You,
not.
you
Oh,
keep
how old
accidentally
she is.
saying, "I'll see you later."
1,000. Accidentally saying.
Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another Pokemon D&D side mission. Today and right now, it's Milo's turn. Milo, you're in the hot seat. You get to play the very fun game of Hurry Up and Wait.
Okay.
As you guys have made your way into the Wattalanga Rite of Learning. As the four of you enter into the very large stadium-like structure, Bentley goes and runs off ahead to meet an older man in a lab coat who's taking some notes. And the two of them begin engaging in heavy, studious battling. An amount of time passes. If there's anything you'd like to handle in the building.
Is there anything in the building to do?
Other than engage with the scientist, Dr. Professor, who's sort of engaged with Bentley, there's not a whole lot, but there is a Pokemon PC.
Okay.
If you have need to switch out your team.
I'm content with my current team.
Okay. At this point, Crash and CJ are kind of just splashing around in the river that's flowing through the building. As Bentley finishes up his studies and walks up to you guys, he goes, "Well, I gotta go keep working on my studies and meet Fisk tomorrow morning. So see you guys later."
Have fun with that guy.
Yeah. And he scampers off. At which point, Phoebe begins interrogating the aforementioned Dr. Lawson. And a little bit more time passes. They do eventually stop training, and then Phoebe pulls out a small notebook and appears to be interviewing the man. And then eventually she tires of this, comes up to you and says, "I'm gonna go check in with Lillian for a bit. I'll see you later."
Have fun.
She's like, "Yeah, I can't wait to learn all the things I'm gonna learn." She wanders away. CJ doesn't even notice that they've finished and is still just splashing around in the river.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
I'll head up and meet Dr. Lawson.
Dr. Lawson. Yeah, as you walk up to him, he goes, "Oh yeah, hello. How's the children coming
Yes.
to do the study?"
I am.
Perfect. And what is your name, young man?
My name is Milo.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Milo. I am Dr. Lawson. You can call me Heinrich if you prefer.
I will stick with Dr. Lawson.
Because, yeah, of course. Okay. You know, doctor, professor, whatever you prefer, does not matter. I'm not actual doctor, you know.
Oh,
just,
I was going to say, which degree are you more proud of?
No, it is just sort of the title that has been given to me. So, what brings you to the Rite of Learning today?
Well, I'm sure you heard from the other two, but we got to learn some things at the Alluvia Rite of Learning. Mm-hmm. And, I came to maybe get some insight as to how to perfect the things we began there and also learn some new things.
Yeah. So you may find that, Alluvia, big city, lots of very concrete place, not a whole lot of nature around. Mm-hmm. So the things you learn here may not help you in an environment like that, but they will definitely help you on the trail, when traveling between the towns as the youths do. Your friend Phoebe says she come from Amber Crag.
Yeah.
That is a long way away if you don't take the river up through the mountain. Yeah, so you go all the way around.
Yep.
Yeah, so you must have learned an awful lot then. You are a seasoned veteran. What do you need the right of learning,
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been working on things and, it's always nice to get a fresh perspective.
Mm-hmm. Very good. That will serve you well on your journey. So if, without further ado, if I could meet the students.
Sure. Do you want them all out at once or one at a time?
Whichever you'd like to do. If you have sort of a game plan, sometimes your friends come in, they say, I want to do this one.
Yeah.
We do like some super team ups, but if you have you just are curious, your friend Phoebe comes in, she says, I just caught this thing, what does it do?
Yeah.
You can do that as well.
Well, I'm going to start with little buddy.
Okay.
And I send him out.
Yeah.
And my little Cyndaquil friend.
Yeah, he plops into the wet mud and starts to sink a little. He's like up to his belly.
Oh my goodness.
It's very small.
Little buddy is he's a great energetic little guy, and he's really good with his ember and smoke screen moves. But we've been working on what I would know as flame wheel, and being able to like somersault and do like a fire physical attack kind of deal.
Okay. So yeah. Sometimes the fire types they do the flame wheels, the fire spins. They like throw the wheel of fire, but you are throwing fire. Like he is on fire, you throw him. Yeah.
So because his back lights up, so if he were to curl in a ball and become kind of like a flame ball.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I've done some tag team attacks where he's kind of become a projectile, and I think that might help him too for those.
Okay. He's like a deadly top, You spin him and away he goes, and then fire comes out.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's show us. Let's see a little demonstration. What are we working with here?
Okay. Is there an area that's not like mud and stand it?
Yeah. If we head to the middle of this little island, we have some little bit of solid ground. So
he's just so small. His body is covered.
He kind of climbs up and then sinks again. Climbs up.
I'll pick him up and then we'll wade over to the island and I'll set him down and go, hey little buddy, show Dr. Lawson here how hot the fire on your back can get.
Okay. He just sits there and goes, he's like a little welding torch and he's just shooting out the little fires. He goes, oh yeah, okay. You can see this.
And then little buddy, curl up in a ball and roll around.
He grabs his ankles and just goes he just starts rolling. He goes, I could see, maybe if you say he is a projectile, because he is so small. But if you throw him hard, he just shoots the fire. Could see that doing some damage. Yeah, we can work with this. Okay. So we have little buddy. Okay. This is interesting. Keep him out and around. He's enjoy his presence.
Shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Let's see. How best to help him learn to flame wheel. So as of now, this technique, it only works when he has a friend.
Yeah.
Someone has to, throw him,
pretty
get him
much
moving.
Yeah.
Fast. He is, because, he is so little,
Yeah. But even then, he's just kind of launched, and whether or not the fire part connects is another story.
Yeah.
So he kind of needs to be able to spin
Yeah, so no good if, he hits his nose.
Yeah.
Geodude,
Correct,
that
yeah.
is no good, but you hit the fire,
Or even just if he's spinning, the impact won't be as rough on him either.
For sure, he could hit and keep going.
Yeah.
Then, you get him to land on his feet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can do this. Let me bring out my teaching aids, if you will.
Perfect.
So, it says, Jam and Leo come out, and you see a little purple puddle kind of gooping into the center of the platform. It rises up into a very small, translucent purple little buddy.
Oh.
And you see Leo is a dog-like creature that kind of wanders out, flicks a little bit of paint off of its tail.
Sweet.
Kind of straightens its hat and begins sketching. He goes, tell me, what does little buddy usually, come right on or get thrown by?
I have a Houndor.
Houndor,
He kind of rides on the back of.
Okay. He goes, Leo, you know what this is? That's a fire dog. It does all the barking. He goes. Leo kind of sketches out a nice little outline of a Houndor.
Okay.
And upon getting your approval that this is indeed what little buddy usually rides on, he finishes in a little bit of the details, puts one of his paws onto the artwork, and kind of stands it up and stretches it.
Whoa.
And it kind of takes form on the ground.
That's cool.
And the translucent little buddy kind of goops its way on top of the painted Houndor.
Sweet. Did he say his name was Jam?
Yes, it's Jam and Leo.
Cool. Well, that's pretty awesome.
So let us see the fire in effect,
Yeah.
So Jam, you see the little buddy, yes, he's you. So what you do is you kind of like shoots a fire out of your back, and Jam just looks at him, like a little bit of jelly kind of like wiggles off the back. He goes, "That's just close enough," He goes, now what we need is some kind of target. So let's see, what if we use, I've got it. And he goes, Leo, sketch us the little creatures that was in here the other day. That one, yes, He starts drawing just a tangled mess of lines. And you're like, what is that? What's he doing? And he pulls it up, and it's painted green, and it's got little red boots, and he goes, and it goes, and it just kind of goops and rolls over, and just plops itself in place. And you see a little tangle
Nice.
made of paint.
Nice.
He goes, so if I'm understanding correctly, it's a little Houndor, he's going to do the run, he stops suddenly, and the little buddy, he goes flying,
Yes.
and does the spin, okay?
Yeah.
So here we go. That is not bad. That is not great. So the Houndor gets running, gets to a pretty good clip, and he skids to a stop in the mud, and the little buddy analog flies off, and then just sticks to the paint. He goes, yeah, maybe not so good when it's not actual fire. I think Jam might be a bit too sticky for this demonstration. Probably could have seen that coming. How does our little buddy feel about getting his hands dirty?
I'm sure he's game, little buddy. What do you think?
He's like,
Yeah, you've done
Fired
it
up.
before.
yeah. He climbs onto painted Houndor, and he kind of holds his little paws up, and there's paint all over, and he's like. And then the Houndor kind of gets back to the starting position. The painted Tangela starts menacing with its painty tendrils. And the Houndor takes off.
Nice.
As he gets rolling, it's pretty good again. Let's get an attempt at flame wheel from Little Bit.
Just straight roll.
Yeah.
An 8.
8. Ooh. Little buddy just gets launched, and he goes. He's like a little cannonball.
Yeah.
And he's not spinning very fast. He's just kind of like hurtling through the air.
Yeah.
And he's almost like a nose cone. His nose it's like a dart. And at the last second, he tries to like coil backwards. He actually starts to go over the Tangela's head, and the Tangela puts out 2 little paint tendrils and kind of catches it and slows him down. And like lifts it back. And he's just covered in paint at this point. He's just like... He kind of climbs back on Houndor. He goes, let us try again. It is not a problem.
I can grab my Houndor. He's a little more comfortable on that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
If the friend is nearby.
Okay. So I'll run out and swap him out for a moment. Pull out Howl. Say, hey buddy, we're gonna practice that tag team move you guys are doing at the gym. And put little buddy on his back.
Yeah. He kind of digs his little paws into the mud and he's like,
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and the painted Houndor is just kind of sat nearby, just like perched watching the whole thing go out, and Hal's like,
yeah, I know.
he's like, what?
I know.
What is that?
It is weird.
Yeah. And then the two can take off whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Wait for your signal.
Alright, so run at that green paint thing and then stop and launch little buddy off you, okay?
So let me get a D20 from Hal.
For an 11.
Okay.
And oh my god, a 2.
And a 2. Okay, so Hal, even on the relatively solid surface that he's on, just from the mud and the water that's nearby, he's kind of slick, so he's afraid to get up to a good speed. And he kind of slides into a stop and starts to tumble as little buddy just kind of jumps off and slides on his feet, leaving like a little paint streak behind him. He slides right up to the Tangela and then just gets up and kind of waddles back over to Howl, helps him back up.
Alright, maybe because the mud is so sticky, you could instead just like buck him off your back. Just throw him.
Fling him?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. So let's do another D20 from Howl.
19.
Yeah.
And a 16.
Dude, okay. So they kind of find their rhythm. Howl's like, yeah, I'm not really getting anywhere with the mud on my feet. And you're like, just buck it. And he goes, kind of kicks. And little buddy just goes, like nose cone forward, and then he grabs his nose and just goes, light the fire! And he starts going, and as he gets closer and closer, go ahead and roll a d6. How hot is the fire?
A 4.
So hot! Yeah, the fire starts to spiral out, and he gets going faster and faster and spiraling. He actually burns through the painted Tangela and kind of lands behind. Let's see how gracefully. Get a dex check from little buddy. What does he do?
A 12.
Okay. Yeah, he lands on 2 feet in like almost superhero pose. He's like sliding on one of his knuckles.
Nice.
And he kicks the fire backwards to kind of slow himself down.
Good thinking on that one. That was good.
And the painted Tangela just goes and just falls into a puddle, and Leo just kind of waves his paintbrush, and all the paint just reconstitutes into his
nice
tail.
Cool.
That was very good. That is very good. So I think what we have learned today is, as a little buddy, he works very well with Howl. So that is maybe a relationship to keep building on.
Yeah.
They burn. It's a fire type, so they burn together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions on how to begin training on that without Howl?
Because, other than trying to, say, like, throw a couple embers at once and get the real, like, fire spin type thing going, if you really want him to just be like a pinwheel and get him going super fast, maybe try to have him on, like, an incline or something, like a hill, have him roll down for practice,
I feel like if he were to ever evolve, it might be a lot easier for him because his current body type does not lend itself.
Yeah, the snout is, tricky.
Yeah, but we're still going to work on it.
Yeah. Certainly don't lose hope. That was a good display.
I kind of want to, while they're both out here, have Howl kind of work on his, don't know how to word it, but his ability to be aware and protect others. So maybe a scenario where if one of your research assistants were to be throwing attacks at little buddy while he runs around and have Hal try to block them or deflect them.
Okay, so like using his body as like a shield. Throw himself
Kind
in
of,
between.
or even just being able to like throw an ember to deflect it or something, and practice that, and that might help little buddy practice like moving faster and more controlled motions. Double dip.
Yeah, okay, we can do this. He goes, there's, the octopus, he crawls around the town, that's all the plants.
Mr. K.
Yeah, Mr. K. So, what we do, we have Jem be Mr. K, he shoots the ink blobs at you, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then, obviously, we try not to just destroy little buddy. He's very cute.
Yes.
So what we do is, we use the paint from Leo, and the jam. So just very sticky. So if we catch him, he will slow down.
Seems like he enjoys the paint, so.
Yeah, he was finger painting.
Yes.
He's kind of like on the floor. It's just making little paw prints everywhere.
Nice.
He goes, yeah, okay. So here's what we do. And the ditto just kind of constitutes into a purple translucent Mr. K. All the while with two derpy little eyes. And just goes, are you ready?
Yeah, little buddy, just move, run. Don't get hit by the
painting. He's like, what?
Don't get hit by the ink. Run. I want you to make sure he does not get hit by any paint.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
First shot. Natural 20. Howl. Roll to ember that ink shot.
Natural 1.
Natural 1.
The exact opposite.
Oh no! So right away, little buddy looks up, goes, "What?" and just gets stuck to the ground.
Oh my goodness!
And Howell just starts coughing, and he's like, "Maybe let's we'll do a hot start. We try again. It gets a jam off of the little one." And the goo that kind of shot on there just kind of goes back over to the ditto.
Oh my
just
goodness.
rejoins. He goes, okay, we'll try again. Yeah. Little buddy's just like,
alright. Tell you what, for this first one, little buddy, don't move. Stay where you are. Howl, I want you in the middle, in between them. And if you miss, you have to find another way to deflect it.
Alright, there he goes. He's ready. Everybody's in position.
Okay.
It's still pretty good. It's a 16.
A natural 1.
Natural 1! Oh no! Hal sees it coming and goes, and it just hits him in the face. And he's like, ah, man. And he kind of brushes off. He goes, let's try again, But it's okay. We'll get there.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Alright.
Here we go. Shot number 3. Third time's the charm.
Alright, Hal, come on. I know you can do this.
Oh, you can for sure do this.
I need you to be able to protect yourself and your friends. So show me what you got.
Alright, incoming attack is a 6.
I'm rolling my ember hit, or just a 20?
Yeah, you're rolling an ember hit.
Then a 7.
A 7! Okay, so as the goo is making its way over, Howl shoots out a gout of flame and they collide. And it's just enough impact to stop the goo and kind of drop it smoldering to the ground.
Okay, and then I'm going to say, alright, now, little buddy, run! Hal, do it again!
Little buddy's like,
don't let him get hit, Hal, don't let him get hit!
that's a 4.
Unnatural 20.
Ah, there it is. Alright, Hal's found his stride. He's keeping himself in between little buddy and the firing squad. He's launching embers, knocking goo balls out of the sky. Let's get one more for good luck. It's getting worse, that's a 2.
And that is a 14.
Yeah. So this time, as he's breathing in, he goes, and the fire's already there. It just goes, and it just knocks it right back into the ditto, who just kind of tumbles back into a pile of jam. He's
Dang. Or can we do one more? Because I want to do. Okay, so Hal, I want you to pick up little buddy and bring him back to me without him getting hit.
Yeah, he picks little buddy up by like the scruff of the neck and then just tosses him onto his back. Here we go. We'll do 2 rapid fire shots. Okay.
A 6 and a 22.
Ooh, okay, so the first one, just immediately, he's like, shoots out the goo, and little buddy just like starts to duck instinctively, and Hal just goes,
Is there any?
and deflects it.
Okay.
And you said the second one's a 22?
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one, as it comes shooting out, Hal just breathes in real deep, and there's just smoke is billowing out of his jowls as the one more fireball just shoots out and just incinerates the second shot.
Nice.
One final shot between him and Milo. Here we go. How did you do?
Natural 1.
Natural 1, bro. That's 3. You're like 3 for 5.
That's insane.
That's uncanny. Yeah. As the dittos kind of just.
Is there any sort of save he can do to make sure that he's the only one getting hit by it?
He can.
Or does he just fail?
Little buddy can try to make a dex save, and we can say that Howl's throwing him.
Okay.
Be like, be safe!
Natural 20.
Natural 20! Yeah. Howl sees that there's no way he's gonna take this shot out. The angle's just too perfect. And he just kind of slides around on his front feet and kicks little buddy off towards you. And he just lands right in Milo's hands.
Amazing. Oh boy. Alright. Well, that's some pretty decent work. But, we'll have to keep working on that.
Yeah, that is, it's tricky. It's just hard to dodge all the things all the time. But, he does a good job. He knows who takes the hits, he knows when to, keep running.
Yeah. My goal with him is to, in short, I want to become a mail delivery trainer. I want my Pokemon to be able to deliver mail, and my hopes is that one day Howl can help the new recruits on their first journey or two.
Because that is very noble, It is not the most glamorous job, but it is necessary.
It is.
It is good.
And I don't think that, I don't think that Pidgeys are the only option. I think more Pokemon would be willing to help and would do just as good of a job.
That is very inspirational, you are seeing potential in others that maybe would never get the chance.
Yeah.
It's very noble of you.
Speaking of, I'll put Howl back and I'll have Derby back on my team.
Okay.
I have my Murkrow here, Monty, who has been training the most for this exact purpose. And he's done a couple journeys on his own, and he's been working on a Tailwind/Whirlwind move. And I kind of want to see what you think on any avenues to kind of perfect it.
Okay, yeah, I can try to, lend some wisdom to someone else's ideas. We can see this.
Okay, so I'll send out Monty, and I'm going to tell him to whip up a Whirlwind or a Tailwind.
All right.
Let's do a Tailwind first.
Okay.
We just want to build up some speed, get flying real fast.
Yeah, so let's do
The effort on his end.
do that little check.
Is it Constitution? 12.
12, yeah, that is sufficient to whip it up. For a relatively small bird, he's making quite a lot of wind. As he starts kind of circling the island, just kind of steeping into a steeper banked turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he's almost like perpendicular to the ground as he's flying in circles.
Nice.
He's getting going faster and faster and faster.
It's like he's good at it and he can do it, but it still requires a fair amount of concentration, and it's difficult to do in a pinch.
Yeah, for one so small, it's when one's under stress, they're under fire. It's not the easiest thing to do. So perhaps what you do is you keep working with him in something that starts peaceful, let him fly around the academy here, he is flying, and then all of a sudden there is like big threat, and get him to just keep going. Yeah, and then when he is not so worried about, keeping it going, then you start worried about, okay, we're in a tussle now, somebody wants to fight us, it's a danger, and then have him whip up the tailwinds, have him build up to it, get him comfortable when it is safe so that he can be focused.
So I have an idea then, if you don't mind, if I send out my other friend I brought, Derby, and he'll kind of pop out. And he's also training to deliver things, but I haven't really used him much, but I noticed that he can actually conjure up a sandstorm. And so maybe seeing if Monty can use that kind of whirlwind to keep him safe from his own sandstorm and aid in his flight, and then maybe even have Derby try to mud slap him and Monty try to find where he is in the sand and kind of train them both.
Yeah, let us see how this goes.
Okay.
This is good. This is definitely the place to try.
Yeah, right?
Can't go whipping up sandstorms in many of the cities, People look at you funny.
I've never used Derby in battle capacity before, so.
Oh, so it's the first time for everything.
Derby, no, I'm gonna have you keep your bag because it will simulate if you're doing a delivery. I want you to have that handicap on you.
He just goes,
All right, Derby, I want you to whip up a sandstorm.
His eyes go wide. Derby just kind of winks at you. He pops underground for a second, comes back up, and he's just kind of covered in mud. And he concentrates for a moment. And a little bit of the water that's in the mud kind of starts to pool away and leaving a little bit more dry earth. And he starts to kind of just starts digging in a circle really, really fast. And he starts whipping up just a lot of sand all around him. Nice. And it's getting harder and harder to see where Derby is.
Good.
And a lot of that sand's getting caught up in the tailwind that Monty's making. There's like a big dust devil in here now.
Okay. All right. Don't start yet, Derby, but I want you to try to throw some mud at Monty. Okay?
You hear,
All right. Monty, Derby's in there. He's going to be throwing mud at you. I want you to try to whip up a tailwind to get going fast enough that you don't get hit.
Okay. Get that tailwind, boy. Is that a natural one?
Yeah.
You're kidding. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Okay. Yeah.
Should I roll to hit his Derby?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You do it.
Nails him, yeah. 22.
Yeah.
Dex.
Derby pops out of the sandstorm and goes whack. Big old gob of mud as Monty's like, alright, aim, speed. He's like, oh god. He kind of tumbles for a second, regains his composure, and keeps going, and Derby goes whack. Just disappears back into the sandstorm.
Derby, A game. Love that. Amazing. Monty, you didn't even get to try. Alright, I need you to come down here. I'm gonna wipe it off with his beak and stuff. And
yeah, as he lands, Derby pops out and goes, whack.
Not yet, Derby. I'll tell you when.
And he goes back into the sandstorm to keep it going.
Keep it up. Alright, Monty. You did a lot of stuff without me, and I know you can handle a lot on your own, but I just want to see... I just want to have this peace of mind for both of us and know that you can do this. I want you to get this down, all right? And I'll throw him back up.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
You go.
Do that tailwind. There we go. 18.
Okay. Yeah, Monty whips up a tailwind.
Oh, I had super luck. Dang it. I just looked at it too before that was dumb. Whatever. 18 for this one. I'm an idiot.
May reroll all ones. He chose not to.
Yeah.
Because it was funny.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. He gets going real quick.
Nice. All right, Derby, do it now. We'll do it live. Natural 20.
Derby's like running the calcs. He's watching, and he throws it like behind Monty. You're like, oh, he missed. Catches him on the return journey.
Oh my god.
And Monty just is like, ah! So have him roll to see if he can maintain tailwind. Need a concentration check.
12.
Okay.
Oh, what's
So it's the same thing as to set it up.
okay, yeah, 12.
Okay. Yeah, as Derby's like,
Derby.
whack! Just right in the face.
He has advantage too, and I don't even need it. It's like crit. Done. Don't even roll it again.
Yeah. Monty kind of shakes off the mud, but keeps up the tailwind.
Dang.
And he keeps going. And Dr. Lawson's just feverishly taking notes.
Alright, Monty, we're going to try a new tactic. I want you to turn the tailwind into a whirlwind and see if you can blow the sand away and see your target.
Okay, so let's get another check.
Another 12.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. He starts flying lower and in smaller circles around Derby, so he's funneling all the sand up. And you can just start to see the little indents where Derby's underground as he goes, wah!
And Derby throws some mud. Already hits, but just seeing if he gets another crit. 18 to hit, which does.
As the sand is flying up, Derby just pops out and goes, doesn't even look, and Monty's like, you missed, and he goes, and throws another one behind, and he goes, just right in Monty's face again.
Oh my goodness.
Monty at this point just looks so frustrated, and Derby's like, just right underground again.
Alright. Monty, we're gonna try it one more time. I want you to channel that frustration, and I want you to fly around Derby faster than even he is running around in that circle. He's got a 60 dig speed. I want you to get a tailwind going.
They don't call him Derby for nothing.
And I want you to not get hit by this one. And then if it fails, then we'll try again tomorrow.
Okay.
Alright, Monty, you can do it! 19.
Yeah. Okay, so the whirlwind begins. Out pops Derby.
I know he has this like higher AC, but it just doesn't matter. Natural 20.
Derby once again hops out of the ground. It just drops the sandstorm. It just goes. It just throws it sideways, looking fully at Milo, and just winks as the mud just goes right into Monty, who at this point is just super frustrated and comes in for a landing on the ground. And you watch as Monty's just like glowing.
Oh my god.
He's just fuming mad.
No.
Like all the mud is just like melting off from the heat. How upset he is.
Monty.
And he's just looking towards Derby, and you watch as his pupils kind of dilate, and the area around his talons just turns really dark, and the shadow around him begins to grow.
Oh no. Monty, are you okay?
He's just staring, like death stare at Derby, who's like,
Derby, make a sandstorm.
faster than he's ever gone before.
Alright.
Hey, Monty.
Yeah.
Even though Derby is fully underground, you know exactly where he is.
Okay.
You're very keen on where that bump in the ground is headed.
Is he attacking it?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like I have much option.
So go ahead and make a wisdom check.
Okay.
Monty.
As Monty?
As Monty.
Okay. 12. So
12.
the consistency is incredible.
Yeah. Monty just lets out this like low rumbling, like half growl, half like chitter thing that he usually does. And you watch as the shadows from around him kind of fold into his wings, and he just lets out like a stream of flechettes towards Derby.
Sweet. Do I have to roll to hit?
Yeah, so let's...
But he's going to be at disadvantage.
Yeah, because he's underground and in cover.
And has been hit by mudslap.
And has been hit by mudslap.
Alright.
So the odds are not great, but...
Just straight roll. I'll just tell you the numbers.
Yep.
Probably that. A 4.
4? Okay. Yeah, as some of his like shadowy feathers kind of strike into the ground, Derby pops up again.
Is he attacking? One slap.
Derby hasn't been told to stop. He's like, we're just training.
14, which I don't think would hit. Well, I think it would, because he's not doing the speed.
So he misses?
No, he hits.
Oh, he hits?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, he hits again, and it kind of knocks Monty out of whatever funk he was in. You feel like,
Are you okay, Monty? Can you do what you just did again? Try it.
he just looks and he's like,
Huh.
that was dark.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. That was new for me.
No, that is, does he maybe have, like, you know, some pent-up aggression, you know? He's been carrying around some demons for a while, you know?
Not that I know of.
He is upset, you know? Is he hungry? What is it?
I don't know. I've had him since he was hatched out of his egg. And
He never had, like, emotional outburst, anything like that?
No. I mean, he did a really long journey recently on his own. And I don't know, maybe something happened.
Yeah, maybe he learned something. Who knows?
Yeah. I really... Like, it seemed like it was triggered due to his frustration, but I don't want to... That's not something I would want to do to him.
Yeah, no, that is not a healthy teaching tool, you know, to antagonize him the whole time. At that point, Derby kind of pops up, and Doc Dawson goes, "I said,
I'm just gonna call him.
Like, yeah, that is maybe not good."
Yeah.
As he's like scooping more mud as he gets pulled into the ball.
Dang. All right, Monty, we're gonna try one more time. But I want to try something a little different. So, how big is the river going through, across? Not like
probably like 20-ish feet on either side. It kind of splits around the central platform.
it's 20 feet wide. Okay. Monty, I'm gonna run and I'm gonna jump. And I want you to channel a whirlwind to help me get as far across the river as you can. Think of this as a situation that, this is a canyon and we're in an emergency and you have to help me get across because you can't carry me. So.
Okay. Yeah. He looks at you and he's like, "We got this."
Okay, so I'm gonna have him start preparing beforehand, and then I'm gonna run and he'll do it.
Okay. Is that natural?
No, pretty much should be though. It's too low, or even using my inspiration wouldn't help. It's a 3.
Ooh. What is Milo's strength score?
12, so +1. I wish that was a 1 so I could re-roll it. It's just right on the cusp.
Okay.
So bad.
Milo, as you start sprinting towards the river, you're able to make it a surprising 12 feet out.
Dang.
As you just leap out and you're like, "Monty's gonna help me!"
Yeah.
And there's this gentle breeze behind you before you just collide with the water. Falling. You kind of stand up, just soaking wet, and Monty's just like,
Can you at least drag me off?
"Give it a shot."
16.
Yeah. He almost knocks you back into the river as you're getting out. Where you wind tunnel, your hair's all blown back.
Thanks, bud. Good job. Good job. Well, I think I have one last thing I'd like to work on. But other than that, I feel like my Pokemon should get some rest. So I'm gonna walk over, I'm gonna swap out someone for Violet.
Okay.
And given what just happened, I'm gonna send Derby back out. And Derby, you got a new opponent this time.
He's like,
yeah. Violet, Derby here is a mud flinging machine, and he is gonna be chucking mud at you, and I want you to deflect them all.
okay. Violet clacks her fists together, and Derby's just like,
Yep.
and he just starts spinning again.
Yep, just so they can't see where it's coming from. And Violet, get up there, get ready, punch him or dodge him. Let's see how this goes. So if it goes well, I have another idea.
Okay.
Alright, here we go, Derby.
Roll as many mud slaps as you want to see if Violet can block.
We'll do 5 as if it was like a... we'll do 6 because that's like a maxed out comet punch. So you can just like...
Yeah. For Violet, I want you to roll one at a time.
Okay.
Because the first one's a 6.
Okay. So am I adding this to it, the comet punch?
Yeah.
Okay, 11.
11.
It was a 7. It won either way, but...
Okay. Okay, keep going.
Oh, I guess I added them for Derby, so it'll only be fair. A 10.
Okay.
Crit. 9.
Oh, really?
An 11.
Ooh.
And a 10. Those are some low rolls.
Okay. So the first 3 that come out, Derby's like, whack, 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 and Violet's just and just shatters the mud on all sides.
Nice.
And as Violet is kind of like cleaning off, preparing for the next bout, Derby just waits. Just keeps going. And Violet's just watching him kind of getting dizzy. And then Derby just goes, and just 3 like rapid fire, and they all hit Violet.
Oh, dang. Alright. Here is...
And she starts glowing.
yeah.
She's like, oh, come on.
Focus energy. We're going to do 4 more.
Okay.
So for Derby, good lord, dude. It's a 22 of 15.
Ruthless.
Yeah, 22 of 15 and a 6. And a 17.
He's clearly proving you're underutilizing him.
For real?
His talents are in
Jeez.
Weapons
I
manufacturing.
know. Alright, Violet. You got a 16.
Okay.
A crit. A natural 1. And a 24.
Jeez. Okay. First one, right in Violet's face, and she's like, she looks like disappointed in herself for missing it. And then the second one, she sees coming, kind of sidesteps, and as it's going by, just elbows it, and it just kind of scatters.
Nice.
And then kind of looking confident in that one, as she turns back, it's just right in the face. And then one final one from Derby is he just goes, and just throws like a whole flow at her. She just puts up all 4 arms and just
Nice.
scatters it across the front.
Alright, I've got one more thing I want to try. Violet, turn around.
Oh, okay. Couldn't be. Yeah, she does.
Okay. And Derby is going to throw some mud at you. I just want you to dodge them.
Oh, okay.
Like, feel them coming and don't let them hit you. Yeah, see if you can hear or sense where they're coming from. Derby, I'm gonna have you stop the sandstorm because we've never tried this, and that's kind of a little bit of an unfair thing on our first try. Yeah. So just stay where you are and throw 3 bouts of mud at Violet, and Violet, just see if you can sense where they're coming from and dodge them.
So, Violet, give me a nature check. I guess just
intelligence.
Yeah.
9.
9. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot hers is negative.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she takes a moment, kind of just getting used to the general sounds of the surroundings. And then Derby, go ahead and make a stealth check, because so far he's been unable to throw mud without going.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
It's exertion.
14.
14? Okay. Yeah, as Violet is just kind of full Zen mode, go ahead and have 3 attacks from Derby.
Okay. 14, a natural 1, and a 7.
He's not so hot when the sandstorm turns off. Okay, so 14, a natural 1, and a 7.
Yeah. You're going off her AC 14 hits.
Okay. So yeah, Violet is just kind of sat there, listening to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And Derby just goes... And you watch as her head kind of tilts a little bit. She goes... and just blocks it from behind her.
Nice.
And then the other 2 follow suit with 2 other arms.
Dang.
She catches the clumps and turns around to Derby, and he just goes...
Throw a Violet.
3 attacks.
Oh, she has all 3 in her hand?
Mm-hmm.
5, a 2, and a 10 with no modifiers. I didn't have anything.
Okay. Yeah, Derby thankfully just goes... pulls to the ground.
Good job,
Hits
Derby.
right where he was.
Good instincts.
And he pops up like right in front of Violet and just goes...
Nice.
Violet kind of pats him on the head.
Yeah, I want you guys to hug it out.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah, your this little Derby, he is...
He's a mud monster.
He is something, that is for sure. You say you don't, you never fight with him,
No.
for sure. He is a natural.
Clearly.
He is like old school, pugilist.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now I'm the one that's like, you're going to become a lawyer. And he's like, no, I want to play baseball.
That's pretty much what you're doing.
Yeah, I
I'm here to
know.
deliver mail, but I'm really good at killing people.
We'll have to reevaluate. Derby, I'm super proud of you. That was legit. But I also know that if you were to deliver mail, you would be fine on the road.
Give me those letters. You're just home alone, though. There's nothing they can do. Most impressive. So at that point, Jan the Ditto just sort of turns into a little Derby and sits next to him with just the same little Derby smile underneath.
Can I do one more thing before I leave?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
You can do all kinds of things.
If Jam saw that, what Monty did, can he transform into Monty and do that move while Monty watches it?
Yeah, Jam can do anything he has seen.
Okay. And so I'm gonna bring everyone back.
Mm-hmm.
Monty, it's just me and Monty now.
Okay.
And I just want Jam to replicate what happened. So I'm like, Monty, this is what it looked like.
Jam starts flying in a circle,
Mm-hmm.
and Leo paints a little Derby,
Mm-hmm.
and has the Derby start spinning really, really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the little paint mud blobs keep hitting the fake Monty,
Mm-hmm.
who then just lands.
Mm-hmm.
And from all around, the shadows start to coalesce into the wings, and some of the feathers start to like sharpen, almost to like a dagger point.
Yeah.
And the fake Monty just flings out these shadowy flechettes as the little painted Derby just ducks underground as the 3 feathers kind of strike and then dissipate. And all the while, the fake Monty he just looks like an incarnation of evil. Like the eyes are just fully like red. He's like steaming with anger, and the shadows are just all around him.
And if I'm looking at Monty, how does he appear to be taking this image in?
He seems confused,
Uh-huh.
but mostly like he's me,
Yeah.
but he's doing things.
Yeah.
You're getting the impression that Monty is not entirely aware of what he was doing.
Okay. That's what I was
That seems to have been a subconscious reaction.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Lawson. Do you have any insight as to what that was?
Sadly, no, I have not seen that, at least not without some sort of, external stimulus, but it seems he was just frustrated with how things were going.
Yeah.
I don't want to imply anything.
Yeah, I don't wanna
without.
do it.
You know, I'd hate to say one thing and have that not be true.
For sure.
If only we could speak to him, you know.
Yeah, right?
And see what goes on in the heads. That is, I would keep an eye on that, you know. If it happens again, you know, just send a letter if you're on the road. I know you like to deliver the mail, so you know, keep me apprised of that, and we will monitor that. I will reach out to some colleagues. I will see if anyone knows. Okay. You know, this sort of like a dark power living deep within, you know, all that.
Okay. I think that's about it, unless my Houndor has some charcoal, but I'm having issues with like how to have him have it, if that makes sense.
Oh, like how to hold it, because it does not have hands.
Correct.
Yeah. Have you considered getting him like like a collar or like a necklace for it? You know.
I have, but I haven't really found anywhere that sells them or makes them.
So maybe you go to the Anne Marie's shop. You know, she has like little chains and stuff. She has some old, like maybe a pocket watch. You know, you take the watch off, you loop through the charcoal. You know. Okay.
Sweet. Well, I think that about covers it. Thanks for letting me throw mud everywhere.
Because it is no problem. It is fine. That is what the room is for. Learning is messy.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, have fun with the wild boy over there.
You can hear in the distance. Crash! Come on, man! And he just tackles him into the river.
Nice. And then I'll walk by and tell CJ, hey, if you want a round in there, it's free up.
He just goes, cool, dude. and then Crash just dunks his head underwater.
All right, and then I'm gonna make my leave, and I'd like to make my way over to the Cajun crocodile.
Yeah, for sure. You make your way across the town.
Is Remy there, and is Maestro there?
Yes to both.
Okay.
Very rarely are they elsewhere around evening times.
Hey Remy.
Hey little friend, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Last time we were here, my friend here and our little buddy out, he was back with Maestro, kind of watching him cook.
Yeah.
And he was pretty intrigued by that. And I really enjoyed the kind of communal aspect of your restaurant. And I made a stopover at Krabby Cakes as well. And yeah, and they were making a lot of cool stuff, and it just kind of made me think about how I've only really been feeding my Pokemon little treats or like trail mix things that I have, and I'd like to give them a better quality of life. We had a great time looking for ingredients for what to cook with, and I kind of want to expand on that and take it on the road.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You want to be like a chef.
Kinda, yeah.
Maybe now open like a restaurant. You just want to make like good stuff on the road.
Yeah, I want to be able to eat more than jerky.
Yeah, that is totally understandable.
It was fine for the first week or two, and now I'm craving anything else.
It's like they put all this salt on there.
Yeah.
And then you have to drink water. And it's a whole mess.
For sure.
Yeah.
I would like to. I was wanting to learn how to make those pastries like they do at Krabby Cakes, like Charlie makes, but he was very adverse to.
I've been trying to get Charlie to come cook at our kitchen sometime. He will not have it. He always says no.
Man,
he's very shy.
Yeah.
But the twins, they've had a rough couple of years.
Okay.
They lose a lot in the floods, so we don't ever push.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, Damien is a good kid, but he's very insistent. He and Charlie they're like this. I would never break them up.
For sure. I don't know if Maestro's doing any prep cooking or anything, but would you mind if we learned a thing or two?
Yeah, for sure. We are currently working on a newer recipe, nothing too flashy. We're just making Maestro diving into some like spicy soups.
Okay.
You're welcome to join us in the kitchen if you want.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. The kitchen, is always open.
Mm-hmm. So, I guess I have 3 things I kind of want to learn or I'm kind of looking into.
Okay.
The first thing, which Maestro seems really good at, is maybe how to identify what kind of foods a Pokemon would like. Mm-hmm. So obviously with my team, they can taste things and I can get a really specific thing. But let's say we met someone on the road and I was cooking for them and I was gonna just try to make something they'd like. What kind of intuitive things you look for to be like, hey, they might like something spicy or they might like something sweet.
So there's a tried and true method for discerning the taste of a certain Pokemon, okay?
Okay.
It's very simple.
Okay.
You're gonna be like, oh, how I not think of this, okay? You just give them something. You let them taste it, okay? Carry around a little bag of like spices, have them smell. That is what Maestro does. He has the arm where he's growing the spices. Those are all. They have certain smell. The smells will have a taste. Usually, when they like the smell of one thing, they will like the taste.
Okay. Okay.
So he is always kind of playing with your senses. He walk around with the teams. You guys bring all the foods in.
Yes.
He kind of holds it up to you, try to explain the taste to you. But what he really doing, he watching your reaction when you smell.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't know. This is kind of out of the game here. Mm-hmm. Is it as diverse as it is in our world, or are there
sweet, salty?
Yeah, like is it that wide and infinite a range, or are there like 6 kinds?
I mean, there's like the shorthand. Yeah,
okay.
There's like sweet, savory, salty, tart.
Okay, so then back in, how many different spices does Maestro like?
Oh, at any given time, he can fit like 4, maybe 5.
Okay. So is it generally like sweet, savory, spicy, and?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he usually work with he like bitter food, so he tried to get other people to like the bitter foods. So he put a lot of like roots on there. They're kind of bitter. But yeah, he changes the palate all the time. He knows just because he like one thing doesn't mean everybody does.
Okay.
The important thing is know who you're cooking for,
For sure.
So you travel with your friends for a while, you start to figure out what they like, Little CJ, he liked the crazy sweet food, but he'll eat anything.
Yeah, it's true.
But you look at your Bentley, he very analytic, he likes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was taking notes on it when we were here last time, and it was really interesting to see, but interestingly, my best friend Monty has been kind of lukewarm to everything. I haven't been able to find something that he really attaches to.
What have you tried? Because sometimes the birds, they're very smart.
Yeah,
but they're very particular. They have like one thing they really like.
Yeah, he's eaten bitter foods and sweet foods.
Well, there's one that is hard for anybody to not like. It's really fatty foods. You get like French fries, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Have you tried getting him to eat like anything fried, salty?
Salty?
Yeah, those are kind of like a shorthand. Sometimes you find a really picky eater, you give them something just covered in there, like fat and grease, and they're like all about it.
Okay.
But your little bird, he might like just something salty, kind of hit the palate in a different way.
Do you have some salt I can see if he
goes? Yeah, of course.
So I'll take I'll leave little buddy out, but I'm gonna take Monty out, and then. Well, I guess he has because he eats the jerky, and that's super salty, right?
Yeah, but there's a difference between.
That's true. That's true.
Jerky,
fair enough. Fair enough. I take it back.
So tell you what, Maestro, he's working on the new soup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we see the bird. We see if he liked that.
Okay.
Maybe he liked the soup.
Okay.
I'd be surprised because you get the beak. It might be kind of hard to sip it, but
Yeah.
Then we could better work on like the flavors that he likes. And Maestro will produce like a very small ladle and hold it up to Monty, and it smells like very savory. It's like a meaty stew.
Okay.
He's just like, okay, see, here we do. Okay, you try this, Monty. And Monty just goes, kind of like pecks his beak in there a little bit, kind of tips his head back, goes like, and he looks at it and he kind of looks at it, just goes,
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay.
Maestro just goes, and just scoops him a whole bowl, hands it to him. Monty's just like, just starts tucking in. Little buddy kind of walks up and goes, starts slurping that down as well.
Do you like that too, little buddy?
He's like,
It's funny because he's the opposite. He loves everything. He's
he
trying.
pets his little belly and he's like,
That's why he would enjoy cooking.
yeah.
Okay. I guess my next question, because that kind of answers that one, would be, on the road, because I know you guys bring a lot of food in here communally, what kind of ingredients are the easiest to work with?
Well, the easy ones are probably the ones that like spoil real quick. You get like the fruits, and you find them on the trees. You take the berries. You can work with those. They have a lot of flavor, but it doesn't last. So you got to find them every day. But you find a good tree that has like a lot of fruit there. Maybe you're going to be there for a couple of days. You just take what you need, you just go through that. Then what you can do, you can hold them out, let them kind of prune a little bit, almost like a raisin, you could try stuff like that. Otherwise, there are always little things growing on and by trees underneath there, little mushrooms and stuff. You just gotta be careful with those, you want to make sure you're not, they eat the poison or whatever.
Would cooking that alleviate that?
Usually no. Okay. Sometime you find the poison mushroom, you just don't.
Okay.
Usually ones with like real big, lot of color, don't go for it. Okay. Usually if they're saying like, hey, come eat me, they got something to hide.
Okay. I guess the last thing is kind of a two-parter is I just kind of want to learn some basic techniques, especially, for being on the road. Like, I don't expect to have a cutting board and great knives at all times.
Yeah, okay.
And then this might sound like a weird request, but my little Cyndaquil here, I've always called him Little Buddy, but I've always wanted to try to find a way for him to either name himself or tell me what his name is, and I was curious if maybe Maestro would be able to have that conversation with him.
Yeah, maybe what we do, we set them to work, get them cooking, The little one, he's very interested in how things taste and stuff, Maestro always needs extra set of tongues in the kitchen,
Yeah.
See how things go. And they can talk about it, maybe Maestro, come up with a nickname for the friend, maybe he really likes it, who knows. But in the meantime, you want to know how to, cook on the road. You don't need anything flashy. When Maestro comes to town, he have a pan. He's cooking with this out in the wild. He actually come here. He taught us a little like candied fruit mix type deal. It might be a little better for you than just eating jerky all the time.
I agree, yeah.
So what you do, I send you on your way. When you go to leave Wattalanga, you go to continue your journey. Unless you stay here forever, that's fine too. But you take a little bit of syrup with you. Okay. What you do is when you find all the seeds and the berries all around, okay, you get a little fire going. You be safe, okay. Don't no big fire. You just get the little skillet, you toss them in there, get a nice color to them. Add the syrup in there, make it nice and sticky and sweet. Kind of preserve everything. You can snack on that while you go. I usually recommend you look for like almonds or something like that, something with kind of a hard shell.
Okay.
Get it kind of candied on the outside.
Okay.
That is how Maestro made it here. He came walking in, and that is what he had. He had a pot and a pan and a little baggie full of like cinnamon almonds and stuff.
Yeah.
He was doing all kinds of weird things.
What about? Do you have any tips on how to bake on the road?
Baking on the road is a little trickier.
Yeah.
That is more the area of Charlie.
Yeah.
That's why we try to get him up here. But he always say no.
Okay. Well, I can try to ask him.
Yeah, but baking is hard. It's not to say that cooking is not, but like when you try to bake something, you gotta make everything perfect. You have to bake for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get like an oven on the road.
Okay.
Even if you put it on wheels or something, if it's not gas powered, it's a whole mess.
Yeah. So I just want to kind of take some time with them and with little buddy, and I'll have Monty out and just kind of learning the ropes, smelling things, tasting things. Yeah, doing some smell checks.
Yeah.
Tasting things. Kind of. I want to make something that me and the 3 Pokemon I have can eat together and enjoy.
Okay. Let's see. Let's look at their flavor profiles. See if there's an overlap.
I legit want like a full page of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it happen.
All right.
So you spend the rest of the evening chatting it up with Rennie.
Yes.
Little buddy spends the evening learning a little bit from Maestro, but mostly just in awe at all the delicious flavors and smells.
I'm kind of hoping that if he can use his little fire to cook things and kind of put it together, I can help create the recipe for what he's gonna make and kind of get the ingredients.
Okay.
And so if I'm like, hey, we're gonna cook something that's sweet today, I can say, here's some sweet ingredients, and he can go, I want to use like these 4 things.
Sweet.
And cook it.
But yeah, you and little buddy spend the evening in the kitchen at the Cajun Crocodile, helping to prepare the nightly feast.
Nice.
Is there anything else you wanted to take care of in your side mission?
Just if they discussed a name.
Oh, they would.
Okay.
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 Because I don't want to just be like,
Okay.
here's a name, and then have it be the name of the thing
Okay.
that already exists.
Sure.
Because I've been known to do that.
No, that about handles it.
Yeah. Cool. Then that is going to do it for this side mission. This was Milo's side mission. On that note, hello everyone. Welcome to another side mission of the Tater Tots Club. Today and right now, it's CJ's turn. It's my hot seat.
Hello.
Alright, CJ. You and your friends have made your way across the land to Wattalanga, and even further to the Rite of Learning. It is now time for you to watch as all 3 of your friends cut in front of you.
Oh, guys!
One at a time.
Whoa.
As Bentley runs off ahead, saying, I have so many questions. He engages with the professor scientist doctor. He's got kind of a nebulous title. It's changed literally every session.
I like it.
I introduce him differently.
He holds all titles.
Yeah, he is all things to all people. And then Bentley sort of scampers off, spouting on about how he's going to do some fishing with Fisk and how he needs to prepare for the evening. So he runs away, and then Phoebe whips out a notebook and a pen and is like, I have so many questions.
Ready to go.
And just begins interrogating the scientist, Dr. Professor, who is very, very eager to share the knowledge, but is also like, this is a training space. So then they do some very good training. Around this time, Crash gets bored and tackles you into the river that flows through this building.
That's fair.
The two of you do some wrestling for a while, because now that's canon, because I threw that out casually, but now it's for real. As Crash tackles you into the river, eventually you do see Milo's training appears to be wrapping up. He kind of gives you a wave and kind of points at you, and he and the scientist Professor Doctor kind of share a little chuckle. And then as you kind of pop up and hear, the floor is all yours, Crash kind of dives on top of your head just to hold you in the water.
I throw him on the land.
Okay. Yeah, and then as the two of you arrive, just sopping wet and covered in mud, in front of the scientist Professor Doctor, he says, "Hello, I am Dr. Lawson, and I'm told you are CJ, and you are here with your friends."
That's me, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was here with my friends. They apparently all left already.
Yeah, they apparently, it's the busy lives of children, you never know. They have appointments to keep, they grow up so fast.
Clearly.
Yeah. So what brings you to the right of learning today, CJ?
I guess learning would be the main reason. Yeah.
That is a good answer, very safe.
Exactly.
You've come to the right place.
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So we've been to previous Rite of Learnings in other cities.
Yeah, I've been told, yeah.
Yeah, and Crash here has sort of started to learn this cool water turtle move thing. I honestly don't even know what to call it. It's just really cool. I just don't know how to make sure that he can do it all the time, because he has trouble producing sometimes.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you have to do?
There's everyone is a little different, different learning styles, but that is what the rites of learning are here to sort of help you with.
Just keep working.
Yeah, you may find that the Alluvia rite of learning, it's very concrete jungle feeling, there's not a lot of nature around, there's maybe a park or something, I'm told. But it's very, it's concrete, But out here, we have the river flows through, there's a lot of mud. Your little friend, it's possible he might feel more at home, with the flowing waters.
Definitely true.
As your friend Phoebe, she come in, she has the knobster, she talk about him, he is making ice beams, but, sometimes too hot out for the ice beam. Sometimes, too dry for the water types, they get hot, they are parched, they're like, this is not normal. A lot harder to, produce the water-biting moves and stuff. But, the way to work on that, just use the environment to your specifications,
Okay.
The no water around, maybe you don't go for the water at all, maybe you just do the biting, just crunching and munching.
He's pretty good at that.
So it's always good, work on the strengths, but when they are sort of weaker, they don't know what to be doing, that is why the teammates come in to help, Always good to lift others up, instead of I see him, he smush you under the water,
Yeah.
No, we want him to help you, to pull you out of the water.
Okay.
Yeah, and you do the same for him,
That might be a change I need to make.
He goes, it is fun to, the freedom of youth, you wrestle with the alligators, they throw you in the water, that is good. But in, dangerous situations, you are on the road. I'm sure you have seen your fair share of things.
Definitely.
Sometimes you need the focus, that is what we help you do today.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a PC in here?
We do, it is in the corner.
Okay, cool.
Away from, the flowing waters.
No, yeah, that's smart.
Can't put the PC out here. I get, explosions happen. There's some firebolts. So we can
inside.
It's don't want to electrocute the whole city.
No,
Can't have that.
That'd be bad.
Yeah.
All right, well, you met Crash.
Yes, hello, Crash.
Here's my friend Bang.
He's like, wow. Oh yeah, he is the kung fu master.
Indeed, he is.
Very fun. The fighting types. They do a lot of fun things.
No doubt. And my new friend Slurp.
He goes, I see.
Yeah.
Slurp's just like digging in the mud, just tossing mud and water everywhere. Crash is like, what are you doing? And then Crash joins. Starts stomping around in the mud.
Fantastic.
He goes, yeah, perhaps, the focus might be hard to accomplish today, but the important thing to learn and know for you is what motivates your friends, Maybe for one it is like food, for another it is like, oh, friends are in danger, should step in. Sometimes they are just, not motivated, but someone, offends them and they are like, fighting words and all that. Yeah. So today we will figure out what is motivating your friends.
I like it. Let's do that.
Okay. So here's what we do. Let us see what you say. Crash can make this water bite.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to see that in action.
Okay.
So what we do is just have your friend Crash. He's stand on the mud in the water wherever he is most comfortable. Get him to focus. Okay. We want to see the water bite as ferocious as he can be. Okay.
Okay. That's. All right.
Does he function better with like a target or?
Definitely.
Okay.
It's way better when he's actually like engaged.
Excellent. So here's what we do. I have my friend Jam. Okay, Jam will come out here, please. And a little
Jam.
Jam. Yeah. Jam. Yeah. Like you put on like the toast.
Yeah.
That is where he gets his name.
Love Jam.
Yeah. A little purple like gelatinous puddle kind of comes out and folds into a small translucent purple Crash.
So cool.
And Crash kind of stares at him and is like, ah! And the little Jam goes, all right, this should be all the motivation, yeah?
No, definitely. He looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, Crash. You're gonna fight him.
Yeah, they are going to throw down,
Do it. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, Crash. Give us that water bite.
He's going for it.
Get it.
Oh God. Oh God. Do I get any? What is that? Dex with it?
It's Constitution.
Constitution with it. 8.
8.
Nope.
Just shy.
Yeah, that's fine.
The water begins to kind of swirl around, and then similarly around Jam, the water starts to swirl, and then Crash gets distracted, and it's like, ah! And then Jam starts screaming as well, and they're both just screaming at each other, and the water fades.
Solid. That's no, bud. No. He's gonna do what you're gonna do. It seems like that's gonna be what happens. So kick his butt.
They keep screaming at each other. It's time. Come on!
All right, there we go. That's a 19.
Okay, that's a 12 from this one. So they both rise into enormous watery spirals.
Here we go, Crash.
See if they can hit each other.
Keep that focus.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. 13?
Does 13 hit Crash?
No.
Then no. But what's Crash's bonus to hit?
+5.
Does a 24 hit Crash?
Jesus Christ. Like a truck.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, as they both rise up into a spiral of water, you see that familiar like aquatic turtle shape, and as they come snapping together, Crash's water just is overcome by Jam. As Crash kind of tumbles into the mud, the fake Crash is like floating. It's almost like a waterbending scene. Is on like this big column of spiral water, and you see that massive snapping turtle moss just like menacing overhead.
Dang.
He goes, yeah, so that is what we go for.
Yeah.
Crash! Yes, that is what you want, you get him.
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
do the stomping and the screaming, you get him good.
I'm gonna run over to Crash. Give him a little pat on the nose. And be like, you ready to go now? Because he just hit you pretty good. Let's go, get him back. I'm gonna like kind of push him towards.
Okay. Get it. Let's go. Get it, Crash.
Oh God. 10.
Yeah. As you push him, he does this like weird Superman jump, and the water kind of starts propelling him forwards, and that maw opens once more.
Here we go. Come on, buddy.
Get it, bud.
There we go. 18.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, as Crash dives forward, the snapping turtle maw just collides once more with Jam's form, and you're like, did he do it? And you can see as the water starts to fade on Jam's side, the little purple puddle just goes and rides the water down to get out of the way.
Fantastic.
As Crash just clamps down on thin air and kind of lands and tumbles onto his feet. What? Come on, bro! And the water's still spiraling all around him.
Holy moly.
As Jam just puddles to behind Crash to be like, folds into another Crash.
Interesting.
Like, that was very good. So we see, he is motivated by, sometimes it's not working, he gets angry, he's an angry boy.
Yeah, that tends to be the case.
Yeah, so that is a danger tool to use, but, not unheard of. Just use it sparingly. You don't want him to only function when angry. That cannot happen. That is bad news, because then if he is in a good mood and you are in danger, he will he'll just sit there. That is no good either. And you are just both in danger.
Okay. Makes sense. Are we still doing this?
Yeah, the Jam Crash is just sat there. He's just waiting.
He's just waiting?
Yeah.
Alright, well,
He's in position.
I'm gonna yell at Crash not to let, the focus of the water go. And keep it going. You have it swirling.
Okay.
Try and use it again.
Yeah. So this time, it's the same roll and the same everything, but the water is still there. So the goal is to keep it.
Okay.
So we're doing a concentration check.
Okay.
You can do it.
What is the bonus there?
It's the same exact thing.
Okay.
So still Constitution.
So then, yeah.
It's 2 different rolls called for in the same.
19 that time.
19. Yeah, it remains. Yeah, let's go. Get that.
13 again.
Okay. Yeah, as he seems like really excited that he's got it, and you can see the snapping turtle goes from menacing to kind of like laughing and cackling. His Crash is like, ah! He's like 10 feet off the ground, flying in this spiral of water. He seems really excited. So much so that the bite just misses. Mm-hmm. He kind of takes a huge chunk out of the earth next to Jam and just spits out a bunch of like wet mud all over the floor.
It's all right.
As he kind of spirals up and over, the other smaller Crash is going to attempt to bite him. Bring out a natural one. Yeah. Jam goes to leap into the aquatic fray and just gets swept into the tide. He gets shot out the front of Crash's maw. Into the jet stream. You just see this little purple totodile shape. Just get shot out.
He's flying.
He kind of splurts into the ground right next to Slurp, who's just rolling a big mud ball at this point. And Bang's kind of helping him pat it and keep it tidy.
Interesting. I like it. Teamwork. They heard Dr. Lawson. All right, Crash, you gotta hit him. Hit him good.
Get him.
He's looking off balance. Get
He's
him.
a jelly boy.
Yes.
Ooh.
There's 13.
The water remains. Now you just gotta get him.
Nope.
2 dice.
12 that time.
Oh, he goes tumbling into Slurp's nice little creation.
No!
As he goes to bite, he just splashes it. Slurp and Bang are washed away a little bit as the Jam Crash kind of just like dive tackles over the ball. As the 3 of them are sat there, Slurp lets out a single tear and then begins charging Crash.
Oh gosh. Is he gonna hit him?
We're gonna find out.
I think he's gonna hit him.
It's a 19 to hit.
He's gonna hit him.
Okay, he hits him hard enough to be like, "You jerk! That was my mud ball." Not enough to hurt, but enough to be like, "Bro, what the heck?"
Yeah, that's fair.
To which Crash lets out a gurgle like, "Bro!"
Redirect, Crash! You're fighting him! You're fighting you! And he's gonna locate Ditto Crash
Get him.
and go again. Getting it that time. It's a 16.
Get it.
Come on. God, he can't hit today. That one's even worse.
Oh no. Well, he's keeping the water up though.
Yeah,
that's
he's
the
doing
important
good with
thing.
the water.
Yeah. He spirals in again. This time as like an elongated, watery snake form, and he kind of like tries to coil around the Ditto Crash, who just folds into the ground and reappears outside the coil.
Of course.
Jam is a very good teacher because he will frustrate the ever-loving bejesus out of you.
That's definitely happening. Crash, focus, dude. Stop being crazy. Use your water. You're doing a good job. Hit him now. Going again.
Get him.
Nat 20 on
Nat
check.
20. Excellent.
15.
15.
Which exactly hits.
Yeah. He dives in for one final tackle as Jam Crash begins to fold down. Crash like fakes him out, goes for like a half bite, and then right as Jam Crash reappears with the derpy little ditto face, he looks back as Crash goes and just tackles him into the earth. Yeah, leaves this big crater of mud. Mud goes flying all over.
Awesome.
And as Jam comes crawling back out, he's like. It's just covered in mud. As Crash finally begins to calm down, but the water is still swirling around his feet.
Ooh.
He's just like, ah! And as he's stomping, he's leaving like these big, like watery splashes in the mud.
That's awesome. Nice job, buddy. High five.
Big watery hand folds out of his.
Oh.
Kind of claps you.
That was neat. You've never done that before. Feeling yourself.
Yeah.
Impressive, dude. Well done. That was neat.
He goes back to stomping around in the mud.
Yep. That's fair. I'm gonna turn to Slurp. Be like, hey, I want to see what you can do. We haven't really done anything yet.
He's begun to rebuild his little ball, and Bang kind of picks it up, packs it down for him, and hands it back.
Nice.
Slurp's just balancing it. He's like,
oh, okay. Got some skills.
and he baps it over to you.
Oh, how big is this thing?
It's like a basketball size.
I like it. Okay.
He's working hard on it.
I like it. I'm gonna throw it at Bang.
Okay. Yeah. Bang will either catch it or destroy it. It's your choice.
He's gonna kick the crap out of it.
Yeah. Let's roll for a kick.
Kick the crap out of that, bro.
Get it.
Nope.
Oh.
7.
Yeah. He goes to kick it. It's very tightly packed earth, and he actually just like collides with it, and it just falls. And he looks a little embarrassed.
Yeah, it's not.
He's like, that was mud. I thought I was gonna blow it up.
Yeah, me too.
Didn't quite work.
That's weird.
And Slurp kind of trumpets excitedly, kind of frolics over to the ball. And Dr. Lawson goes, yeah, does he ever try to throw this at anyone?
Throw like a dirt ball at somebody?
Yeah, like sometimes the ground types and the rock types, they can like manipulate the ground.
I've never seen him
throw.
do that. That would be a good idea though.
Yeah, so let's see. He how he tosses to you. Yeah. What if we have Jam? He go over there. He is another of the slurps. They're slurping together, and you throw the ball back and forth. And then maybe we try with some force. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Slurpy boy, make another ball real quick, and play catch with yourself.
He kind of like tosses it up a couple times.
No, like,
and then sees.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll. You're gonna roll any of your dice, any one that you want.
Okay.
Evens, he catches it. Odds they drop it.
Oh snap.
We're looking for as many consecutive catches as you can get. This is to work on Slurp's aim at a distance.
Okay.
Controlling his powerful trunk.
Let's do it. We're gonna start with the 12.
Boom.
10.
Okay, so he catches. He tosses it to Jam, who catches it and tosses it back.
Nice. Catch again, bro. Oh, 3.
First one kind of lands next to him, and Slurp just doesn't get disheartened. He just very methodically rebuilds another ball.
Toss it back.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, he throws it, and this time it just hits Jam in the face.
Oh, bro!
And he kind of just like reconstitutes holding the ball and is like, throws it back.
Catch it this time, bro.
You got this. Oh no.
9. Dang.
No. It just hits. It hits. This time Jam just like throws it and Slurp's a little distracted. He's assuming the ball's broken. He's making a new one. Just takes that ball, kind of folds it into another. He goes, let's try with some force. He was good at. He's not so bad at the aiming, but as a catch it is hard with the trunk. He has no arms or hands. So maybe what we do is he just throw it hard as you can. Yeah.
All right.
Jam can take it. You just throw.
All right, Slurp, we're not playing catch anymore, dude. Try and rock him with one of those ones. Ew. That's
He's ready.
Oh, 5.
Just right into Jam, who like catches it and then just gelatinously throws it back. Let's get a dex save. You got this, Slurp. Ooh, baby.
What is his dex? -1. 15.
Yeah, he coils himself into a ball and just starts spinning really fast and kind of rolls a couple feet to the side.
Whoa.
And in so doing creates another ball. And he's ready to throw again.
What? Get him!
Go, Slurp.
14.
Get it, Slurp. Woo. Get it, boy. Okay, so so he rolls off to the side, creates a new ball, whips it up with his trunk, lets out another quick trumpet, and just slams right into the side of Jam, who's this time is not able to like reconstitute and shoot it back. And it's pretty adorable to see like a little purple Fampy with 2 little dot eyes, a little smile under the trunk. He kind of looks over to you and just winks as the ball falls down. Goes, yeah, so Slurp, he is faster than I originally thought. I thought he was, he's very methodical. He makes the ball, but all of a sudden, the chips are down. He turns into like the wheels. He is very fast.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, that is good.
Super cool.
Goes, how best to utilize this? What if, he is? Let's work on the speed. The speed for the rolling.
Okay.
Because that is, we have seen he can throw the earth. That is not a problem. He is very strong, but he's also fast. So let's work on the speed. So what we do, we have Jem. He will become. You are familiar with the Mr. K. He suctions around town, makes all the noises.
Yeah, we met him earlier.
Yeah, so you may or may not know, but Mr. K sometimes, he comes around to learn a few things from us. And in so doing, he teaches Jem how to be the artillery.
Oh.
Yeah. So Jem, let us do the Mr. K training. And Jem folds into a purple translucent artillery and begins to just breathe in some of the dirt and mud from all around it and compact it into very small, like cannonballs. And he seems to be like folding a couple in each tentacle, and there's one in the main like nose snout. And he goes, okay, so for this one, Slurp, you just go. You go fast, you dodge as many as you can. Okay? They should not hurt, they are just mud. But we will count every one that you dodge as a big win.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what we do. Here comes the first one, okay?
Alright.
Boom! And the first ball just comes shooting out like a cannon. Let's go, Slurp.
13.
13. Okay. Yeah, Slurp once again just kind of tucks into a wheel and just begins rolling around. The first one misses. Here comes the second one.
Oh, nat 20, but it's technically 19.
Hey, 20 is 20. As he's rolling super fast, you can see his ears kind of fold out into blades for like stability almost. And he kind of does this weird, digs his ear in for like a big turn, unfurls and baps the cannonball with his trunk and just detonates it and then keeps spinning. Let's get another one.
So cool.
Go, Slurp!
3.
Oh! In kind of unfurling, he does lose a bit of speed, and the next one hits him right in the side, and he kind of like gets back up and going, and Jam waits a sec for him to get back up to speed. Let's get one last one.
That was a sick move. Keep that focus. 10.
10? Okay. Yeah, as he keeps going faster and faster, Jam just goes and just shoots out one last cannonball. And as it goes to collide with Slurp, it's almost like they're playing a game of chicken. And he kind of goes and just burrows underground for a second, pops out on the other side of it, and lands very triumphantly on all 4 feet right in front of you and just sprays you with mud.
Yeah, buddy, that was sick.
And he goes,
so cool.
He's very excited. So yeah, Dr. Lawson will say, yeah, that is very good, he's very fast, very defensive, but in the pinch, he is good for throwing.
For sure. Alright, I'm gonna call back Slurp.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna turn to Bang.
Mm-hmm.
What you got, son?
He just goes,
Yeah, you know this. I imagine Dr. Lawson. He likes to.
Yeah, as you know, the fighting types, they are very, I use the line earlier, I call, she call him Boysenberry, Phoebe, we call him the spunky monkey. I think that was misplaced. I think this one might actually be,
He is rather spunky.
Yeah, so here's what we do. What is his preferred, fighting style? Does he like the punching, the kicking?
He was about the punching, but he's gotten super into the kicks.
Okay, that can be good, Perhaps there's a lot he can learn when you are on the road, of course, from the boysenberry. Maybe have them throw down a few times, Okay. Sometimes when you fight outside of the Pokemon centers, they have the ring out rules. Maybe you do a few of those practice fights as well. That could really help Boysenberry. I know he is looking to develop them. The little one has a lot of fight in him, so that might be good to work with Bang.
Okay.
But if we want to work on the kicking and the punching, there is a technique that we learned a little bit ago. We have a Hitmonchan come through town a few weeks ago. Jam did some sparring with him. But there's also, the Hitmonlee, he has the legs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we could, perhaps what we do is we have Bang observe these two forms, maybe have him try to dodge with one and counter-strike with another.
I like that.
So would you say he is more comfortable with the kicking now, or is he still, at his core, he is good with the fists?
Honestly, I'd say it's kind of balanced now. He's been about the kick since he learned how to do it, so I think he's got kind of down pat. But
okay,
I don't know.
So here's what we do. The Hitmonchan, he keeps the gloves up close, yeah. Mm-hmm. But that does not mean that you could not channel, the Hitmonlee, do the kicking as well. Block for the face, keep the vitals protected, but then come in for the powerful kick strike. For something like the Mankeys, we do have. You could use verticality in your fights. Sure. If there's a tree or a light post, something nearby, use that environment to get some leverage. Okay. He has the tail, so what you do, you get him up on a thing. You swing around with the tail, maybe come down for the strong kicks. So there's something that if his training goes well, I will give to you. It is an instructional guide, for the mega punch or the mega kick, whichever one you prefer to learn.
Sweet.
But it sounds like he really prefers the kicking, and maybe the kick might be where it's at for him.
I think that might be the go-to.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So here's what we do. We will have Jem be the Hitmonchan, and I will bring out my other assistant, Leo. We will see if we can't whip something up for the Hitmonlee, okay?
Okay.
Here's what we do. It says, Leo, will you come here, please? And you see this little kind of like beagle dog looking thing, and it kind of waddles up, straightens its beret, flicks a little bit of paint off the paintbrush, and begins sketching what you gather to be a Hitmonlee. And as he sketches it on the ground, kind of fills in some details. He does it pretty quick. It's a very rough sketch. And he places a hand on top of the sketch, and he pulls it up from the ground, kind of shakes it out, and it becomes a three-dimensional painted Hitmonlee.
What? That's so cool.
Right, then are we ready? We are going to have, the Hitmonchan. He will try to block some of the kicks from the Hitmonlee, and when Bang sees the opening, he will strike both of them, okay?
Okay.
So they will fight each other. I want Bang to study, see what he can see, and when he notices an opening on either side, see if he can't get those sneaky strikes in,
Okay.
Fighting is not always about honor. Sometimes it is about, just taking out your opponent in whatever way you can.
So they're gonna focus on each other, and or Bang's just supposed to jump in there and kick whenever he sees an opening? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because the Hitmonchan, is always watching his opponents.
Right.
But sometimes, there's a lapse in judgment, or when you notice that the guard is down, that is where you strike.
Okay.
So the Hitmonchan and the Hitmonlee begin sparring. The Hitmonchan's just throwing up elbows and quick jabs to keep the Hitmonlee on his toes. And the Hitmonlee's always bouncing, always moving, and Bang's just watching back and forth. All right, Bang, let's get a wisdom check. We need that. We need to see that insight. He's watching the combat.
16.
Okay.
He's watching, and he can see every time the Hitmonlee goes to strike, he kind of leans back really hard on the right leg and comes in really strong with that knee. So Bang's just watching that. And in so doing, when the Hitmonlee comes in for a big strike, the Hitmonchan will throw up an elbow, and he leaves one of the arms exposed.
Okay.
Let's get an attack roll.
Hey, he's gonna jump in, try and
Get it, buddy.
hit that one. Ooh, that's an 18.
Yeah. As Bang leaps in, he goes whack, and he comes in with a swift elbow right here. And he kind of like, it's a weird like gelatinous sound as Jam's arm is kind of thrown out. And as the elbow comes in, you can see Hitmonlee spins in for another kick around towards Bang.
Oh, snap.
So what we want to do is we want to see Bang roll a d10.
Okay.
And we're looking for you to roll a higher number than I have rolled.
Alright, let's do it. 6.
Ooh, he's got it. So as the kick is coming around to the side of Bang, he like jettisons out of the gelatinous Hitmonchan over the kick so that the leg smacks into Hitmonchan's arm, and he comes around the back and brings his leg down for a kick to the back of Hitmonlee. Woo! So let's get an attack roll.
Get it, bro.
Get it, buddy.
Ooh,
Bang! I forgot Bang can't miss.
That's a 20.
You know?
That's a 20.
Bang's just a beast. Yeah, so he brings down a very thunderous kick to the back of the Hitmonlee. Some of the paint kind of splatters off, and he no longer looks like a full image. As the two of them now, Hitmonlee does this weird like spiral leg sweep, trying to sweep Bang and Hitmonlee off their feet. So let's get a dexterity save from Bang.
Alright. Come on, bro.
Oh,
Dirty 20.
Okay, let's see how Hitmonchan does. Ooh, that's not so good. As Hitmonlee comes in for a big leg sweep, Bang kind of lands on one hand, throws himself up and over, wraps his tail around the leg, and rides in. As the Hitmonchan is swept off his feet, Bang comes in with a karate chop. So let's get a...
Let's go, bro!
Killing it right now. Oh no, that's a 6.
Yeah. As Hitmonchan's coming down, Bang's like, I am a god. And Hitmonchan he's like a little bit too far away. As Bang kind of spirals out and he tries to release the tail, as he comes spinning out, he lands on his feet. As the two fighters now just face Bang. As they kind of look at each other, Hitmonlee comes in for this like flying knee move. As Hitmonchan comes in for a quick jab, as Bang kind of goes to react, and then he sees the sucker punch coming in. So let's get a dex save
Snap.
from Bang.
Come on, bro.
Come on, buddy.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20! Let's go! So as Hitmonlee kicks himself off the ground with a flying knee, Bang just leaps up and puts his hands out, catches the knee, and springs himself back, knocking the Hitmonlee off balance. As the Hitmonchan comes in for a quick sucker punch, Bang sees his moment, and as he's kicking off the knee, he grabs onto Hitmonchan's glove, swings around, and goes for a kick to the back of the head again. Get him, dude! Get it! Oh! Okay. Yeah, as he's spinning around, the momentum's a little bit too much. He kind of threw himself too far, and he lands a few feet away and kind of tumbles. As they come in for one final blow, Hitmonlee leaps very high into the air and comes down, leading with one of his legs. Down towards Bang, as the Hitmonchan just kind of like leans back, comes forward like a Little Mac, like solid punch.
Oh, good.
Comes shooting across the arena. Let's get one final dex save.
Come on, bro.
Come on, buddy.
Do it. 13.
As the Hitmonlee is coming down, Bang just scoots himself out of the way and is on like the back of one leg as the Hitmonchan's coming in, and he just reaches up with his arm and pushes Hitmonchan's fist slightly out of the way. And as the Hitmonlee is coming down, the fist collides with the back of the knee. The Hitmonlee splashes into the ground, and it just becomes a paint splatter. As the Dino's arm kind of comes into a stop, and he sits up and he gives Bang a very deep bow.
Wow. I think Bang would probably bow as
Okay.
well.
Yeah. Bang goes in for a bow as the Ditto once again just becomes a small Ditto. And he kind of gives a gelatinous high five to Bang.
That's awesome.
Yeah. As Dr. Lawson has just been feverishly taking notes, and it's like, that was incredible.
Oh, sick. He did such a good job.
That, like, I don't know what to say. So, the original deal, I was like, I would give you one or the other, but
That was great. It is clear to me that you and your friend Bang here, they are on the same wavelength, you know. You are sitting there, you know, you just watch him go, and he is very good.
Oh yeah.
So my offer to you still stands. Would you prefer the mega punch or the mega kick?
I think we're gonna go mega kick.
Okay, so here's what I have for you. And he pulls out a small, like gray, almost like a textbook. And he goes, so read this with Bang, okay?
Boom.
Boom!
That's sick. That's really cool. I like that.
Yes.
That was dope.
Yeah, Bang like very excitedly stomps around and Crash starts joining him, and then they inevitably just evolves into a wrestling match. And then they kind of tumble over as they're exhausted, just laying at your feet. They're just like...
Head scratch for Bang, head pat for Crash.
Yeah, they both just like pass out in front of you. They're like, ah, ah.
Nice. Dr. Lawson, hang on. I'm gonna run over to the PC, change out Slurp for Growl.
Okay.
Bring Growl over.
Growl.
This is one of my other homies, Growl. I'm gonna toss him out.
Growl lets out a very powerful, like, howling roar. Yeah! He goes, oh yeah, I see. I'm noticing a theme, you know. You have all the very high energy teammates.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Because that is good. So what does Growl need to know?
Honestly, I don't even know. Like, we've been working on creating Fire Fang into ranged moves. He's been trying to shoot fire, but I haven't seen him in a while, so I honestly just wanted to bring him out. See if he can maybe get better at that, or...
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is a very common thing, you know, for the fire types especially, you know, they can throw the fire and they want the fiery up close, or, you know, they can do the fire up close but far away, they are like, no.
I know.
So that is a very easy thing to work on.
Yeah, so I was, that, or, I don't know, maybe something to tap into the dark side would be cool too, but I don't know what that would be.
Okay, well, you know, we have two avenues to look at this. Sometimes for the darkness, you know, the teaching techniques, they are not so positive. I know a lot of it is, you know, frustration and failure leads them to kind of, when they are not thinking so clearly, they are much more effective. But when they are more effective, you know, things get a little more dangerous. So that is certainly a thing you can work on. Okay. I'm happy to help guide you through that, but it is important that you do not lose the Growl that you know to get the Growl that you want.
No doubt. That makes sense. It would be sketchy, but...
That it is not just the dark types that do this, you know, the psychic types, when they get, you know, too powerful, they start to wonder why things are the way they are. They try to change it. The dark side is exactly the same. You know, they will see weakness as something to be removed. So that is why it is not impossible to strengthen the darkness while keeping the light inside. But you have to find the balance.
Yeah, that would be ideal. This is off topic, but it kind of goes along with what you just said. Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about the war that happened?
I know enough about the war. It is it occurred when I was still a child. I was only 5 or 6 when it ended, but I was there for enough of it.
Do you know like any of like what happened? Like who was in charge? We kind of encountered it's a very, very intense dude, Pokemon, if you will, named Kaz, and found out something about a Prime Mine. Do you have any idea what that is?
I do. Tell you what. If we can get Growl to produce fire at a distance, you will earn your information that you seek.
Okay.
Is that a fair trade?
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna turn to Growl and give him a hug really quick and be like, I know it's been a little while, but you gotta really focused right now.
Yeah. He digs his feet in, locks eyes with you, and lets out another roar.
Let's go, buddy.
Okay. He goes, so let us, perhaps we can fuse learning with teaching. I will teach you about the war, what I know of it, while we try to teach Growl to produce the fire. It is not a pleasant subject for most. A lot will avoid it, but as someone who teaches, I feel it is important that especially the youth understand what was lost to understand what was gained.
No, definitely. We're interested considering we kind of faced it, so we want to know what it's about.
Yes, there are those who say the war is still going on. I am one of those people.
All right.
So, you say you encountered a Cadabra. Was Growl with you at the time?
Honestly, don't remember. I think so. Yeah, he was.
Okay. So perhaps what we do... Jem, we are going to try something a bit unorthodox.
Oh, shit.
Jem, if you would be so kind as to transform, please, into a Cadabra. As Jem takes on the form of a Cadabra, does not look similar to Kaz, but the likeness is there.
Right.
As Jam just begins to levitate and hold his new arms out, he goes, very well. Now then, Growl. As you can see, your opponent is very, very fearsome. To get close to them is dangerous. But that does not mean you cannot strike them. So, show me what you can do.
All right, buddy. Let's fire it up.
Get it, Growl. Get it, Growl.
Okay, there's 11.
Okay. Yeah, he begins like frothing at the mouth, but it's like magma. He's ready. Come on, buddy. Toss it.
No.
No.
7.
Okay. Yeah, as the magma starts to kind of drip out, you watch as he starts like wincing in pain as Jam's just got his eyes closed. And he seems to be just emanating these waves out towards Growl. And he's kind of like sliding back in the mud as he's still holding in there, but he's being slid away.
Oh, man.
It is a dangerous thing when your opponent is smarter than you. But that does not mean you cannot destroy them.
Come on, Growl, shake it off. You got this. He's gonna... And then try to circle and start it up again. There we go, 11 again.
Okay. Yeah, he grits his teeth, bares his fangs, lets out another roar as some of the magma kind of drips out of his jowls.
Yeah. Here we go.
Get it, buddy!
Nice. There it is, 23.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
All right, here we go. What's that? 10. 5. 9.
9. Yeah, as Growl is roaring, you watch as the psychic waves that are flying off of the Cadabra kind of are dispelled by just his raw energy as he just begins to like glow with heat. And he shoots out this gout of magma towards the Cadabra, and it just starts sizzling on the skin. At which point Dr. Lawson will tell you, he goes, what do you know about the source stones, if anything?
Not much at all, other than they're like super, super powerful.
Mm-hmm. So, if you know that they are powerful, do you know what the world was like before we discovered them?
Can't say that I do.
It was a much less magical place. Think of your friend Crash, yeah? Without the source crystal of water, what is left of him?
I guess he's just a little crocodile.
You are correct. Before the source crystals were fully discovered, we did not know why the Pokemon were out and about, why they did things that they did. But perhaps we should have left them buried.
Oh, dang.
You ask about the Prime Mind. Have you ever seen a Pokemon in full contact with one of the Source Stones?
Yeah, actually.
You know how they lose all the parts of themselves that are not raw power. Now imagine if, let's say, an incredibly intelligent psychic Pokemon were to encounter the source stones not only of psychic, but of darkness. Think of fusing incredible intelligence and a lack of fear. Think of what happens then. Now then, on with the lesson.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
If I could refocus.
Yeah, as the Kadabra kind of recondenses all the magma that's on its skin, it looks very like hideously disfigured and scarred and burned. And all that magma folds into a condensed ball, and he shoots it out towards Growl. Whoa. Let's get a dex save. You got it, buddy.
18.
Woo! Yeah, as he digs in, he lets out another like volcanic roar and just shatters the magmas, disperses around him. Wow! And he looks back at you, and he's like the most focused he's ever been.
Let's go, bro!
He just goes, "Wah!" And more of that psionic energy is just pushed back, and the Kadabra, through one of its like burned and scarred eyes, just like looks like simultaneously terrified and furious.
Oh, snap.
Let's get another attempt at a fire at range.
Come on. Still, oh no. 8 that
8.
time.
Okay. Instead, he just lets out one more ferocious roar, more magma pouring out, and you watch as the psionic waves once again condense. Let's get a wisdom save from Growl.
They're coming. Come on, buddy.
Stay on your feet, buddy.
Got this. 14.
14. Yeah, he starts to kind of fall, and he hears you say, "You got this!" And he goes, "Wah!" And he lets out another roar, pushing back more of the psionic beams. Let's get another attempt.
Here we go.
He's holding strong.
No!
Oh no!
No!
Okay.
Forward that time.
Yeah. So as the magma fails to coalesce, you watch as instead of heat and fire, you watch as just darkness and shadow begin to pool around Growl. You watch as his eyes just kind of glaze over slightly. He just looks furious. Go ahead and roll just a d20. Let me know what you get. Look at that!
Does that count?
Yeah, sure.
It's a natural 20. That was amazing.
As Growl kind of sits there, you get the feeling that he's that furious, that he's unable to do what he just did. He was just there, and the threat is present and real. And for a moment, you get the feeling that Growl is not quite himself. As he lets out one final roar, all the shadow from around him coalesces and shoots out in this massive blast. It's almost like a huge cone of darkness in front of him, as the little darts and arrows of darkness start striking through the Kadabra. Little bits of the Ditto kind of like fall to the ground and start to recongeal into Little Ditto, who's just holding up the image at this point. As one final psionic blast comes out and disperses what remains of the shadow, Growl returns to normal. Lets out one final roar. Let's get another check.
Here we go, buddy. That refocus was crazy. Come on. No, again, 3 times. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, as he lets out one final roar, his roar and the psionic energies collide once more. And it almost seems to just shatter the stillness of the area, as both Growl and Jam kind of just calm themselves and return to normal. Dr. Lawson looks at you and says, now you understand. The powers of darkness, they are very, very potent.
For sure.
They are dangerous. I will tell you, when I work with your friend Milo, he has the little Monty, very, very nice bird. We were working on agility, speed, dodging. I have seen the raw powers that Growl outputs come from that little bird. I tell you this because I don't know if your friend will tell you, but that power is not something to be taken lightly. Milo says he has not seen this power before in the Monty, but I think there is something deeper there. He says he spent some time alone. I believe something may have happened with that bird while he was alone. as his friend, I encourage you to keep an eye on this as you go forward. And also for Grau, he is able to produce those dark waves. That is something to not encourage. It is useful, small portions, It is important to remind him of who he is beneath all the anger.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Now then, I believe you are owed some answers. What are the questions that you have?
Oh gosh, I'm not the person for this. Where did all of the battle and stuff start?
As far as I am aware, there is a large forest to the north of Green Gate, a very wide expanse, almost untouched by mankind. Deep within that forest is apparently the source stone, not for the psychics and for the dark types. Somewhere deep out there was a small colony of little Abras. They are working together, they are building a little society. They are where we learned of timekeeping and all kinds of things like the phases of the moon. The Abras were highly intelligent, and we believe that is their connection to the source stone. One of them managed to evolve just purely through willpower and knowledge, and he began to lead these Abras, and they would venture further and further to the boundaries of the forest. And supposedly one day they encountered humans. And the humans, we have the Pokeball technologies. Naturally, they capture some of these Abras and they take them from the home. The Kadabra is naturally displeased. He loses friends and family to the capture. He starts to wonder, why does humanity, why do we have the ability to, walk around? We see them as friends, but the Kadabra thinks we see them as weapons. So he starts to arm and train the Abras. And over time, some of the Abras, they also evolve. They learn things, they become the Kadabras. And that Kadabra, the one who started all of this, he starts a war with the dark types that also live in the forest. The dark types, they are shunned by people for a long time. They are afraid of them. Mm-hmm. And they lay siege for many days. And the people of Green Gate, they just see the big forest, on fire, lots of explosions, trees are falling, and they don't know why. Until one day, the Alakazam, he comes floating out of the forest, but there's a darkness to him. He is disfigured, he has too many limbs, some of them are blackened and horridly scarred. And the people are afraid and they shun him. They tell him to leave, but he does not leave. He stays. That is when the war began. It is said that this Prime Mind was working on the technology to capture humans, in the same way that we capture the Pokemon. Naturally, this does not sit well with the people, who say, we are not to be used as tools of war. And the Prime Mind says the same about his kind. In a sense, we are both right. That is why, to this day, there are people who they don't capture the Pokemon. The Pokemon, they are free to leave. That bond is earned. They are friends. They are not tools. But the Prime Mind does not see this. He just sees weapons. So the war breaks out. Both sides working tirelessly to destroy the other. Until one day, the Prime Mind, he leaves. He leaves all his subjects behind. He gives up the war. He destroys all his technology. He leaves his people in darkness. and he is gone. Many of the psychic types to this day still believe in the prime mind, as you or I would believe in a higher power. They believe he will return someday, but I hope for all of us that that is not true. But that war was taxing. It took its toll. Many of the generations older than mine lost more than they care to admit. And they had their views of the world challenged. They saw themselves as hyper-intelligent, the pinnacle of everything. And they saw that taken from them very quickly. So I will say only this, of the prime mind and the source stones. Neither of them should be taken lightly, nor should you go seeking them. They bring only despair.
Okay.
Knowledge gained.
That was a lot, and thank you for telling me that, because nobody else would really talk to us. Mm-hmm. My friends are going to be pissed that it was me that got all this information, because now I'm going to have to tell them all of this.
Because that is okay, sometimes knowledge, it comes from the unlikely source. And if they don't believe you to be the bearer of knowledge, now you get to show them all you have learned.
Yeah, definitely. That was crazy.
Mm-hmm. And just in case, not everyone is as keen to talk about the war. So sometimes it is best to not mention. Especially the much older generations, they are not keen on this. They saw the destruction it wrought. They're not eager to relive.
Would you say that there are still humans who would follow the prime mind?
It would not surprise me. There are stranger things in the world than people who believe that a Pokemon could, become some sort of higher power, transcend normal limits. People flock to power.
That's very true. All right. Well, I feel like I shouldn't do this now, but I was gonna go try to get the source stone that's underneath the lake.
He goes, well, I won't stop you. If that could be a nice growing experience. There can be no denying the power of these source stones. But I would take caution, especially for Crash, not to let him get too close to the source stone. It's for one so powerful as he, I would be mindful not to let him, remain in contact too long, if at all. But the way to the source stone will be dangerous, to be certain. Any aquatic life, down there would be far more ferocious than you might expect.
Do you know of anybody that's gone down there to get things or just see what's down there?
I know that many have tried, but the lake is far deeper than they expect.
All right. Well, advantage, CJ. Scuba gear. That's gonna be a fun experience. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Dr. Lawson, I think that's all I got.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for everything. That was really awesome.
Yeah, of course. Feel free to, stop by anytime. I tell your friend Milo, if you continue to learn things on the road, you have new discoveries, or just want to share progress, you feel free to send us letters. We do love to see how the students are getting on when they leave.
Yeah, we're definitely going to stick around here for a while because I think there's a lot of things that we wanted to check out, and then we're all going to do the gym challenge. So.
Oh yeah, that is very exciting.
But I think that we're definitely gonna come see you again because I guarantee my friends will have questions.
Yeah, that is fair. Just tells them that, knowledge comes at a price.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
But also tells them that your little monkey, your little Bang, he is something else.
Well, thank you. Happy with all my boys.
They did very well.
Woo! Alrighty, well. Bye, Dr. Lawson.
Yes. Take care, young CJ.
Sweet. Well then, I'll bounce out of there. I kind of just want to walk around, heading in the direction of Mr. K and gardener woman Lillian. That's her name. I got there at the end. That's why I said it at the end.
Yeah.
Because I just can't get that sexy Carnivine out of my head.
Oh, yeah.
Or if it's a Carnivine. It probably is.
It is.
Okay. And she was immediately ready to just throw him out and say, bring it on. So, I'm not upset at that. I definitely want to look around as I'm walking that way though. Yeah, I'm gonna go a different direction.
It's nice to have notes.
Just knowing that I need to get to that area again,
Okay.
but loop around a different way so I can see more of Wattalanga. Just kind of go around, see if there's any areas that look neat or interesting to CJ and Crash.
That would be through a lot of where some of the riverboats are at, not necessarily the merchants, but there are people who literally just live on riverboats.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of places to build houses. So most people here do just live either in their shop or on a riverboat. Sometimes that's the same thing.
Alrighty. I'll do that. I'm just gonna walk on through there.
Go for a walk. Is CJ looking for anything in particular?
Maybe some cool Pokemon he hasn't seen before, or anything that catches his eye as far as funny looking people or cool looking wilderness surroundings.
Yeah, because there is the surrounding pseudo forest bayou. It does involve slightly leaving Wattalanga, but it's still well within range.
I'm not opposed to that. I'd be down to do that too.
Yeah, because there's a couple spots where the wood plank bridges kind of give way to actual just soil, and they kind of build down into a ramp. Now, if you wanted to be the first to see the bayou, you're welcome to do so.
The wild
bayous.
I'm down with that. Let's do that.
Cool. Who's your squad right now? You have Slurp is away.
Yeah, Crash, Bang, and Growl.
Crash, Bang, and Growl.
Which I feel like it's a bad idea now, but we're doing it.
All right.
This is it.
Yeah, cool. You have Crash, Bang, and Growl.
And then obviously Pendleton is on my person as well.
Yeah. So, Mr. CJ, as you take your first steps into the bayou, you hear a lot of cricket chirping. There's pseudo cicada noises going on. Lots of life and activity around you.
Interesting.
It's mildly overwhelming, but it also kind of reminds you of your time as a forest boy.
Oh yeah.
Forest boy.
And me and Crash are immediately gonna start stomping around. No.
Yeah.
like a little bit, and then be like, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
We haven't been here before.
Yeah. Crash stomps a couple times, and a bunch of insects and things kind of scatter from nearby bushes and run away.
Oh, wait. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Okay.
Eventually, though, you do come to a clearing of the large trees. They're those big, I think they're mangrove trees or whatever, that kind of grow up from the roots, so it's kind of hollow underneath. You see a couple dark shapes kind of hanging out in there. There's some fireflies that kind of flit around outside each one.
Nice. I'm gonna peer into those dark shape areas.
Yeah.
See what I see.
Pironi.
Ooh, that's a dirty 20 right there.
Okay. Yeah, you see there's there's what you think is a firefly, but it's just kind of dangling back and forth. And as you get closer and closer, a second one kind of lights up. And they're just going back and forth, back and forth. And then you can see two big yellowish eyes kind of sitting in the low water of the swamp in front of you, just kind of attached to these things. You can see it's on antennas. And it's just sort of staring at you.
Hey.
Sure.
Wow. Is it pretty big?
It's pretty sizable. It's about the size of a beach ball.
I'm gonna try to touch the little light thing.
Yeah. You get a little shock.
Oh.
And you're like, what? Just go, and it kind of like murks towards you a little bit. It has a little smile. Doesn't look menacing or anything. Just looks curious about you.
Hi, buddy.
The whole while, the little firefly thing's just dancing back and forth.
Is Crash like looking at these things?
Oh, and Crash is following them back and forth.
He's just like mesmerized. Can I touch its body?
Yeah.
See what happens if I touch
It's
its
like
body.
wet and slimy.
Oh.
It kind of recoils a little bit, but doesn't move.
You gonna hang out with me for a little while?
And he goes, whoop, and it kind of like flops its way out from underneath the tree. And you can see it just has a little like blue fin tail and two little fins on the side, and it's kind of like flopping itself. It's kind of reminiscent of like how Rose gets around on land.
Okay.
It's kind of following you. Kind of hops out onto the soil. Crash is very confused.
I'm confused too. I've never seen that thing before. I don't know what that is. Alright, well, we're just gonna keep venturing in. See
Okay.
what else is going on around here.
Yeah.
With my new blue
It's Courage the Cowardly Dog. Surprise. Yeah.
He's not Pokemon.
Not yet. Yeah. As you're traveling, you make your way further and further through the bayou clearing. Under all the mangrove trees, you see a number of these creatures that are the one that's following you. A lot of them are kind of like dangling about, and as insects get closer, they kind of go, they kind of slurp them up. But this one's just kind of flapping around along next to you. As long as you're walking slow enough for it to keep up, it'll follow you.
Is he letting off any light with his little lantern thing?
Yeah, he's lighting up the area for you.
Cool.
It seems to be keeping away most of the bigger like insects, and any of the like Pidgeys or anything nearby are kind of keeping their distance. But a lot of the smaller like mosquitoes and stuff kind of fly up to it, and he goes. Seems like a very effective predator.
For sure.
Luring things in. Moths are just like lamp, and then they die.
Eat it. Get wrecked, son.
Yeah. But as you walk, eventually the little creature just goes. Woo!
What?
And it kind of gets you to stop right as your foot's about to come down on what looks to be just a very thin veneer of like swampy mud.
Oh. Is that like water, Crash? What is that, bro?
Crash kind of like gets close to it, and there's this big bubble at the surface, goes, and this like noxious gas kind of stews up from it, and the creature kind of like taps you with its fin. It's like, woo!
Yeah, no, definitely not. Okay. Is it like pretty big? Can I see much around it, or is it like?
It looks like you guys are kind of walking on like wet soil, and then it looks almost the same, but there's just like gas bubbles emerging, and you can see that it is like very much so just liquid with a thin layer of the soil floating on top.
Interesting. This is probably a really bad idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
We're gonna back up a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna call it a growl.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, hey, buddy. Little scritches on his ear. I'm gonna. This is a good idea. This is a really good idea. You're gonna like this. I want you to shoot some fire out there. See what happens.
Yeah. Let's see that roll.
We got that B-roll. What's the thing with that?
Constitution.
Oh, it's a 9.
Oh, he barely fails.
Dang
so
it.
he gets a little bit of fire from around his jowls, and the little creature's like,
Oh no, that's a bad idea.
he's like gurgling. He's like, no!
Don't do that! Alright, maybe this is a really bad idea. I'm gonna call back Growl, throw out Pendleton. Mm-hmm. Be like, what is that stuff, bro?
He kind of walks towards it a little bit, gives it a quick smell, and goes, pulls out he grabs a nearby stick, just pokes one of the bubbles, goes, he goes,
all sorts of bad. That's what he said too.
yeah. He takes a small stone and tries to skip it, and it just goes,
just sinks down.
Snap.
And he's like,
Yeah, no, that's bad. Okay, we'll go that way.
CJ, roll a d12.
Heading the way that I think is Lillian's. No, that's not.
Okay. You're heading back to the tag.
Well, ish, not really. Like just kind of
Okay,
like
just
around. That was
just away from the
yeah.
swampy bog.
That was a 2.
Cool. Yeah, as you're walking, you hear in the distance a very like sonorous howl. It's a very like. And you're like, bruh, what?
Which direction did that come from?
It almost feels like every direction, but most predominantly like across the bog from you.
Solid. All right. I'm at Pendle. Do you hear that?
He goes,
That way, right?
and he kind of points the stick, and he's like,
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get around this and go that way. That sounded interesting.
yeah. The little creature that's following you just kind of like hops along. It's like, keeps going, and as long as you stay like 5-10 feet away from the bog, he doesn't make any sound.
Yeah, that's the
But
good
anytime you get closer, he's like,
one. Nice.
it's a little warning array.
I like it.
But yeah, a few moments later, you do hear that howl once more. It seems to be a lot closer, and then you hear this like crack of thunder above you.
What? Is it? I'm gonna look up. Is it like weather, or was that something that thing did?
It's been like a kind of cloudy day, but now the clouds above you are like very, very dark. And they appear to be like concentrated and rolling in. Not necessarily towards Wattalanga, but almost like parallel to it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, being a wild boy,
Wild boy!
I'm gonna give no fucks about that.
Cool.
And keep going towards this howling noise because
Okay.
I'm very intrigued.
Yeah.
Maybe a trap. It happens.
Who knows, man? Who can say? But you hear one more howl, and then a few moments later, another crack of thunder.
Yep.
Roll another d12.
Liking this. 6.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, the howling seems much closer now.
Ooh. You seen anything, Pendleton?
Let's see. What does Pendleton see?
Pendleton sees exactly nothing.
Everything. And also nothing. Yeah. As he kind of takes a look around and he's sort of peering about. And it's at this point you realize it's gotten pretty dark pretty fast, and you look up and the clouds are like right overhead now. So pretty much your only light is the little critter that's with you.
Solid. I'm gonna send out Growl really quick.
Cool.
He lets off light too, right?
Yeah.
Give it a little bit more light in this
Well,
situation.
Yeah. He lets off some dim light.
I'm gonna percept. See if I can see anything.
Cool.
17.
Yeah. So as you kind of like stop walking for a moment to just get your bearings, and you hear one more howl, and then you watch as Growl kind of like perks up and returns the howl. He lets out a and you're like,
This may have been bad.
and then very, very close to you, like almost directly over your head, is of thunder, and you can hear a lot of rustling in the thickets near you.
What is this thing?
And the little creature that you're with kind of like shrinks down and sort of recedes and turns off the little lights.
It's gonna be okay, little weird guy.
It's like
Okay, maybe it's not gonna be okay.
it just shrivels down.
Ready him up, boys. What is this thing?
There's one final crack of thunder overhead, and then this small green creature kind of walks out in front of you. It's on 4 legs. It almost looks like it has a little necklace of seeds, and one big leaf protruding out of the top of its head. And it just goes, "Creak!"
Hi.
And it kind of waddles right up to you and starts like smelling your leg.
Oh, I'm gonna touch its head.
It's kind of like weird. It's almost scaly, but it's kind of like leather type texture to it. You're like, okay, sure, weird.
Interesting.
Whatever.
Were you the one that was howling?
It goes, "Creak!
Do you know what that was?
Creak!"
Where is it coming from?
And it kind of motions its head to the side, and you just see this massive dark form just through the brushes to the side of you, and you can see some of the bushes kind of like knock over and another overhead.
Is all this lightning a bad thing?
It goes, reek! I really want to know what that is, but I
Probably shouldn't. It seems so bad, but I don't care. I want to know. All right. Well, you seem really chill. I want you to hang out with me. You want to hang out?
it goes, reek!
Okay, let's hang out. You down to go find out what that thing is?
It goes, reek!
Let's do it, bud.
It extends 2 small vines out of its shoulders and kind of like perches itself on your back.
Oh, what?
And it lifts up the little creature that's been walking with you and kind of shakes it until the lights turn back on. It's like, sweet. So you have a little bit of an anglerfish vibe going on.
Fantastic.
Do you walk towards the rustling in the bushes?
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, because out into the clearing steps this very large, majestic-looking blue dog with a massive purple mane and 2 silvery ribbons that look like a moonlight out in front of it. As it kind of locks eyes with you, go ahead and make a charisma check.
Ooh. What is that? No bonus. 14.
14? Yeah. It just stares you down, and you kind of feel like it's staring into your soul. You're kind of just like...
Learning all of the information that I have.
And it walks a little bit closer to you, seeing that you have all these kind of wild Pokemon perched about you and crash and growl around. It kind of walks up, and it kind of just stares at you, but it's within like arm's reach of you.
I'm gonna try to touch it.
Okay. Yeah. It kind of pushes its head into your hand.
Oh.
And it feels like you're putting your hand in like a cloud.
What?
And as it kind of brushes up against you, it leans back and lets out one more very loud and sonorous howl before it turns to leave from you. And there's another crack of thunder off in the distance as this thing just takes off like a shot.
What? That was the coolest thing. Holy crap.
And in your hand is a few very small strands of like purple silk almost.
Yep.
From its mane.
Yep, I'm gonna absolutely keep this and put it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take my backpack off and I'm gonna find my badge case and I'm gonna open my badge case and I'm gonna put them in there and put it in badge case.
As the
What was that?
as it leaves, letting off that howl, you can hear another howl off in the distance. It's a very gravelly roar, and then another crack of thunder, and then the storm clouds clear.
What? He brought the thunder. He's the Rainmaker.
Oh, what if that's what that was? That's so cool. It probably was. I just met the Rainmaker. Oh my gosh, that was so cool.
What?
At that point, the little green critter kind of puts down the little blue guy, who just goes and just kind of like begins flopping back towards its little mangrove tree. But the little green critter's hanging out with you.
Yeah, little green critter, hang out with me forever.
Yeah.
You want to come back with me? We're gonna go talk to a gardener lady.
Yeah. She just goes, reek!
Awesome. I like that.
Kind of plops back down. Kind of waddles up to Crash, who's trying to be all like, what's that? And she just goes up and licks him on the cheek, and then keeps hopping around.
What's a girl? Mm-hmm. Ooh, new dynamic. Awesome. What's after the lick? How did Crash feel about that?
He blushes immediately.
Oh,
He's like,
let's go.
he
Bro.
tries to growl, but he can't quite.
Yeah, you like
And
it.
Growl tackles him. He's like, the little green creature just kind of leads you back to town. It keeps one of its vines like back towards you so that you can kind of stable yourself on the ground.
So cool. Fantastic. Well, let's keep doing that.
Yeah. Eventually, she guides you back to town and just kind of walks up the gangplank with you.
You're ready
She's
to go.
following you.
Ready to hang out. How awesome is that? All right, yeah. Let's make our way to Lillian's because that was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, she no longer knows like where she's going.
Okay.
So she'll fall back to your side.
Yeah.
Walks with Crash and Growl as long as you leave them out.
Sure does. Oh yeah, for sure. I got squad. I'm looking really cool right now.
Yeah.
Freaking Pendleton, Crash, Growl, and this cool.
Yeah.
New
Pendleton
friend.
probably offers her some honey.
Yeah.
She will oblige.
Oh yeah. Let's do it. Make my way over to Lillian's on the way. Do I see anything?
Go for it, dude.
Nope. That's a 8.
Yeah, it seems like in your brief stint in the bayou, everybody kind of packed up anything that could be blown away when they thought a storm was rolling in. So it looks like a lot of people have kind of battened down the hatches, so to speak. So the gangplanks, for lack of a better word, are pretty clear. You do get a few like odd stares out of windows and from like a few shops that you're just fleet of Pokemon friends that are walking with you. That and you're a forest boy. So everybody's like, what is going on?
Stop.
Then right after the thunder and stuff, a boy just comes walking out of the woods.
Hey guys.
Hey,
That was me.
You're making your way to Lillian's,
Nice.
and you find your way there.
Awesome.
You can see she's just sort of sat in her usual chair. Gregory is just entangled in all the wall things, whatever it is they grow ivy on. You know, it's like that weird plywood
Yeah.
lattice structure. He's kind of looped himself through there to sleep, just hanging out. Mr. K is currently underneath Lillian's. You can hear him suctioning around, tending to the plants down there.
Interesting. All right. Hi, Lillian.
He goes, "Oh, another visitor. Hello."
Yeah. I don't think I introduced myself the first time that I came here with my friends, but I'm a friend of Milo and Phoebe's.
He goes, "Oh yes, of course.
I'm CJ.
It's a pleasure to meet you."
I asked you if you had any Pokemon that would battle.
Oh, that's right. I remember now.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
And you introduced Gregory to me.
Have you come to do battle with Gregory?
I exactly
It
have.
has been an awfully long time since he stretched his vines.
Well, it's gonna be a fun little scuffle.
Yeah. You can kind of hear like the sickening sound of vines creeping over plywood as he levitates down behind you. Just goes,
Hey, buddy. Oh my god. So creepy. I don't know what would be appropriate here. Are you in control of him when we battle, Miss Lillian?
"No,
Okay, he just does his thing?
He just hangs out here. He likes the other plants."
Okay, cool. I don't know what would be appropriate as far as a battle goes here. Is he pretty strong?
No, as far as I know, he certainly sounds ferocious when the fights break out. But it has been a while.
All right. I'm gonna turn to this little leafy friend lady that's now hanging out.
Yeah.
Be like, hey, do you want to team up with my dude Crash?
She just goes, "Reek!"
Sounds like a plan. I think that's what we're gonna do then. I think Crash and new
Crash and new friend.
New friend. We're gonna go for it. Let's go.
Crash and new friend.
Sick. Awesome. Let's go.
Crash and new friend versus Gregory. Was who? Gregory's going first.
Of course it is.
Gregory attempts to throw seeds into Crash as he opens his weird flytrap maw, and he's currently digesting some carrot cake. Some seeds come flying out. So, Mr. Crash, if you could make a dexterity save, please.
12.
Look at that. Yeah, the seeds go wide. Crash is able to skillful dodge.
Get wrecked. Son.
Dodges out of the way as Gregory just hovers ominously. It's Crash and Chikorita.
Crash is gonna immediately, seeing as this guy's rather overtly sexual, try to leer at him and get him off his game.
Oh. Return the stare.
Yep.
Oh, that's a 12. Sorry.
Oh, really?
I thought it was intelligence, and I was like, oh yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, he's not wise, he's intelligent.
Half damage on his next.
Yeah, half damage on his next.
Bring it full.
Gregory goes from giving sultry looks to being like, ooh.
And he's like kind of intimidated, but he also likes it.
He also likes it.
It's just for us. All right, Chikorita.
Chikorita
His boy.
is feeling in sync with Crash. Gonna go and like run and do a little jump, right up his tail and jump up in the air and fire off a razor leaf.
Sick.
Right at Gregory. No, for 2.
It's a save.
Oh, it is a save. You're right. Never mind. Just get up in the air and send it down. That does not save.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll your damage.
3, 6. That's 9.
9. Woo! Yeah, Chikorita runs right up Crash's back, and Crash is like, ah, and kind of flings her up into the air with his jaw, probably unintentionally. It's just a reflex. He's like, something's on my back. And she kind of like flies up, stabilizes herself on the rafters with one of the vines, and then lets loose a barrage of leaves that slice and dice. And some of Gregory's vines kind of get shortened by that, and then he just regrows them back out, which is gross.
Nice.
And then it's Gregory's turn. Gregory just opens his mouth again, and this like pinkish smoke kind of oozes out. So let's have both of them make charisma saving throws, please.
Okay. They both rolled 12.
They both rolled 12.
So she's a 14 and Crash is a 13.
They both?
Wait, no, that's not right.
No?
She's a 12 and Crash is a 11.
Okay, so Crash fails, but Chikorita succeeds.
Dang it.
That's
sick.
So Crash is at disadvantage on his next dexterity save, as he's smelling the sweet smells.
Okay.
He doesn't feel like dodging anymore.
I see it.
And then it's Crash's turn.
Alrighty. Crash is, where are we? Are we in her shop? Just
Pretty much, yeah. It's Mortal Kombat rules. You're fighting vaguely outside the shop on a two-dimensional plane where the environment can be destroyed but not permanently.
Okay. I like that. It's a good plan. In that case, Crash is just going to go right in for a bite.
Okay.
Disadvantage. Oh, okay.
No, he's fine on attacking. It's his dex save.
Oh, it's his dex save?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, well then that was 17.
Cool. Are you going for the water bite or just
No,
a
just a
normal
normal bite.
Cool. Bite him.
5.
Bite Gregory.
6. 9. Wow. These 2 right now.
Look at you, just being in sync.
This is wild.
Yeah, this is very wild. Yeah, as Crash comes running up to sultry Gregory, and he's like, I can't look at anything else. He takes another bite out of Gregory's torso as the bottom part of the vines just drop away and then regrow back out.
Oh.
He still looks to be in a great deal of pain, but it looks like his limbs can just reappear because he's gross. And Gregory just gives Crash a very sultry look as his legs regrow, and Crash is like, ew, gross.
Ew.
You're disgusting.
Gross.
Chikorita.
Chikorita is going to, from there, come down and go for a Vine Whip.
Sick. Get a girl.
Oh, natural 1.
Ooh. She goes to land and reaches out with the vines, and they just sort of intermingle with the Gregory's vines, and it's very gross and unsettling, and then she just very quickly just pulls the vine back.
No.
It's like, no. Gregory's turn, he's going to throw seeds at Crash.
Okay.
So this is where that disadvantage will come into play. Mm-hmm. We'll get that dex save, boy.
Ooh.
That's good. Oh, not so good.
Not good.
Okay.
It's a 4.
Crash, you are afflicted with all manner of seeds. At the end of each of your turns, a little bit of life will be sapped away from you and given to Gregory.
Oh, snap.
And Gregory just winks. He's like, he's gross.
Shut up, Gregory.
Crash,
With your gross
you got seeds all over your skin.
Yeah, not enjoying this. He's gonna try to fire up the water.
Get him.
See if he can knock off any of those seeds, and then also come in with a sweet turtle smash on this.
Get him. Turtle
gross
smash.
Gregory. There's a 15 to fire up that water.
Yeah, it's there.
And 12.
Oh, you barely missed. Damn, you're so close. As Crash comes in with the massive snapping turtle jaws, Gregory just, his eyes go wide, he goes, and Crash is like, ew, gross, ew, I can't do it. And he just lands back on the ground, but this time the water remains around his feet.
Nice.
It is still swirling beneath him.
Keep that water, bro. Chikorita,
Yeah.
seeing that Crash is also having trouble
Oh, and then
Gregory's weirdness.
and then Crash, you take 4 points of
Oh.
the damage, and Gregory regains an amount of HP. As some of the seeds kind of just drain him a little bit, and Gregory is invigorated. The vines get swole, which is gross.
Chikorita's gonna again go for a Vine Whip, smack him right in the nose.
Right in the nose.
Non-existent nose. And she's not gonna hit him with a 5.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a nose to bap.
Nope.
On Gregory's turn, he's going to attempt to whip Crash with some vines. That's a natural 20.
Oh shit.
You take a whopping 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn, bro.
As Gregory brings the thunder and just baps him on the face.
Damn.
He is unafeared. And then it's Crash's turn.
Yeah, Crash is gonna come right back, not being happy. Go for a water bite. There's a 19.
Boom.
Digging that wall. 13.
Did you roll out for it?
Oh shit, it's water. I forgot. Nope. Okay, so
And Crash is an absolute
10,
powerhouse.
15, 23.
23.
Coming at Gregory.
Oh my god. Yeah, Gregory just gets pounded by a lot of water, a sentence that he's quite excited about. And as the sort of snapping turtle form builds around Crash again, you can see instead it's turning into more of like an alligator-ish water form. So it's still reminiscent of Crash, but much larger and more aquatic, and he's kind of in the middle. He's almost like a Pacific Rim robot made of water.
Sick.
He's kind of like controlling it from the inside.
Let's go.
And then he takes a little bit of leech seed damage. It's another 4.
Oh shoot.
Oh my word. Sometimes I wonder if D4s actually roll or if they just fall. Like exactly because I picked them up. Because that's like, okay, yeah, never mind. I'm immediately proven wrong. Both numbers are different. Okay, that's Crash. It's Chikorita.
Seeing that Crash did a cool move, she wants to do a cool move too. And she's gonna fire off another Razor Leaf.
Sick. Let's see if he can dodge. He went to the Prometheus school of dodging and just tries to run, but in a straight line, so all the leaves still hit him.
4. Oh.
Oh.
8 damage.
8.
Coming at him.
Oh man. Gregory looks like one more hit from either of them, and he's not looking so good.
Let's go.
So to speak. And then it's Gregory's turn. He's going to attempt to whip Crash with some vines once more. Oh, I don't think that does. That's like a 12.
Nope.
Yeah, that's no good. The vines come down and Crash is ready for him.
Yeah, Crash is gonna finish it off with that water still alive.
It's still alive.
He's gonna go.
He's channeling the energy of the river.
That's gonna do it. That's a 21 right there.
That very hits. Get him.
5.
Oh yeah.
3. 11. Plus 6 is 17. 20.
Yeah. As Gregory overextends his vines to try to reach into the water, he is rebuffed. And he's like, no. How does Crash finish the job?
Crash, feeling his new water gator form, is just gonna come down with his big maw, pick him up, and like basically swallow him. So he comes into Crash's bite, and Crash is just gonna bite. And then he's gonna snap him, seeing that he has had enough, and then just spit him right out onto the ground in front of Lillian.
Excellent. In so doing, the seeds fall out of Crash.
Nice.
Gross. And yeah, Gregory lies defeated in a pile of vines and water.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
He has spiral eyes. He's just.
I'm gonna run right into the big water crocodile and hug Crash.
Yeah.
Be like, that's super impressive, dude.
Yeah, the water falls away. Chikorita walks up, gives him another lick on the cheek.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and pat her leaf. Because I don't really know what to do with that.
Yeah, she's like, weird, but okay.
Well, that was awesome.
Yeah, you did it.
Lillian, I beat Gregory.
That's wonderful.
It was fun. He's very interesting, that one.
He's quite eccentric, yes.
No doubt. Do you have any other Pokemon, or is it just these two?
No, it's just these two.
No, I fear Mr. K would be far less of a sport.
I don't know. I imagine an artillery would be pretty much a tank.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, that tracks. That totally tracks. Do you, just a question, do you keep them in Pokeballs?
No. Mr. K and I have been friends for a while, and Gregory just sort of lives here.
Yeah, that seemed like the answer I was going to get from you. Anyway, thanks.
Yes, of course. It's always nice for Gregory to exercise his weird tendencies.
No doubt.
Take some of the chaotic energy out of his body for a while. Hopefully he'll be calm for a few days.
For sure. Alrighty. I'm gonna say goodbye and head back to the Croconaw, a la Remy's. Call it a
The
day.
Chikorita will follow you.
Yes, I hoped that she would come hang out with us.
Yeah, she'll follow you into your quarters, and as you enter, there are several Wooper. They appear to be all just laying in a concentric circle on your pillow.
Of course they are. Come on, guys.
As you enter, they go whoop 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 whoop.
Hi.
Whoop.
Can you guys get off my bed?
They go whoop whoop, and they kind of start jumping on it a little bit.
No.
And then the Chikorita just gently picks them all up and puts them on the floor for you.
Yeah.
And they kind of whoop their way out of the room.
Thanks. That's super nice. I'm gonna call out Bang. Be like, hey, your pillow.
he
Throw him on the bed.
he jumps out. He's like, ah! he hits the bed like on the soggy pillow and just like flips it over and then just goes.
Awesome. And then I'm gonna jump on the bed and use him as a pillow.
Yeah.
And then pile on, fam.
Yeah. Crash will just like leap on you. Pendleton, much like a small puppy, lays on the at like the foot of the bed. The Chikorita will hoist herself onto like the dresser and just kind of ingrain herself into the wood and make a little nest.
Nice. I need some growl warmth. So I'm gonna pull him up.
Yeah.
Right next to me.
Right on the belly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's all warm.
And moan drift off to sleep.
Into sleep at times. Alright. And that's where we're going to call this side mission. Thank you guys for bearing with us through these, this experimental phase. Let us know what you thought of the 4 separate side missions, if you'd like to see more of them, or like never again. If this was just way too much, or, if this was kind of a cool thing for you guys to see. But otherwise, thank you guys for watching this, and we will see you in the next one. Farewell.
Having explored their various areas of interest, our heroes regroup to share their findings.